Zachary. Apologize for technical delay. We're having some audio problems here, but welcoming everyone to this 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship of Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL, where we are in the midst of our 250B class right now. Lap number 4 is what we're under. Aaron Plessinger grabbed an early lead out there aboard the number 57 machine. Has posted up the fastest lap time so thus far with a 152.252. Josh Osby moving into second after lap 2 on lap 3 there with Mark Worth, who was up in the number 2 spot, dropping to the number 3 spot. Zach Commons, the 31, actually starting out in that first lap about 9th place, works up in the 4th place after a lap. Will Mark off the 42 in 5th. Zachary Bishop Burnett, the number 47, running in 6th. Justin Heff, the number 20, in 7th. Tyler McSwain in 8th. We got Western Rosanna in the 77 in 9th, and Jordan Smith, the 62, started out that first lap in about 7th place. He is considered one of the heavy hitters for obvious reasons here at Loretta Lynn's, and one of the favorites to win a Loretta Lynn championship in this 250B class, like the 57 there of Aaron Plessinger. But for whatever reasons, having his struggles, looked like he was making some major gains after a poor start in the first lap. But then after lap 2 and 3 rolled around, of course, we saw him drop back to about 9th, 10th place position. 10th is where he's sitting in right now. Those of us watching here on RacerTV.com are enjoying the ride right now of the 57 of Aaron Plessinger, now amongst some lap traffic out there. Plessinger riding on board that Rockstar Yamaha. And of course, he is destined for some big things. It looks like the kid is just amped and ready to go, taking a Moto win yesterday in some dry conditions. After today, folks that don't realize what's going on with while we watch Plessinger and look at the mass carnage are going on around him right now. You can see what kind of obstacles are out there on the track, in the track itself, but look at the bikes that are becoming obstacles as this progresses as well. What happened is we got started off this morning, got a couple of really good motos and some great racing. Rain showers started to fall, and then some lightning came along, and we had to go on delay, and some really heavy rains fell throughout the course of the morning. We stopped racing somewhere around 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning, and we postponed things till about 2 o'clock this afternoon, adjusted the race schedule a little bit to try to compensate for some of the smaller bikes being on due up next, and switch things around. And obviously the track crew's done a lot of work in the process. You can see a lot of mud moved off to the side of the racetrack. And we've got cross flags out right now with this signifying the halfway point as Plessinger wraps up lap number 5, a 152.252 was his best, and he wasn't much off of that. And then lap 6, he slows her down to a 157.422. That's now the cross flags out. Also running in the 157 range, but about 8 seconds back now is Josh Osby, the number 87. Worth was another 5 seconds or so back. But nonetheless, it has been a rather challenging day. If you've been watching RacerTV.com, you know we've had a couple of different broadcasts and talked about that. We recorded our 450A Moto this morning, and that's actually whenever the rains began to fall. Shortly after that, it got to where we couldn't race anymore. And anyway, we've been on a little while. After that, about noon, we came back on and discussed a few things. And of course got back to racing. Well, we were scheduled for 2 o'clock, but it was closer to the 2:30, 2:45 mark, and here we are now rolling into our second race since the rain delay with our 250B class. Again, Aaron Plessinger continuing to lead this, 6 laps in, and the cross flag's out. He is in the home stretch, looking for some flags to start flying his way so he can settle in and enjoy 2 Moto medal wins to kick off his championship week here at Loretta Lynn's. Looking back through the pack a little bit more, we've got Jerry Robin actually took a win, I think, and rode a strong ride earlier this morning in one of our other B classes, the 85 machine. Josh Bartosh took a hole shot out there earlier this morning aboard the number 43. Pedro Bueno, the number 97 Suzuki back in 15. Austin Todd. Then we've got Curran Thurman, the 91 in 17th. Martin Costello, the number 30, 18th. Brock Gorley, 19th. Blake Nieheiser rounds out the top 20. And like we said, with the conditions the way that they are, these first motos, the way the gate picks go, there are so many unknown variables out here. The one known variable is we are watching the 57 down around behind the billboards now. He has got a 6-second lead. Now what we need to do is check in on what's going on in the third place position. The number 33 and the 31 of Zach Commons, who is about 6 seconds behind the second place ride, the 87 of Josh Osby. 2 Kawasaki's going to battle now, about less than a second apart. So there's where the battle's starting to heat up. As we told you, Commons about 10th place whenever we started the race, quickly moving up through the pack, and surprisingly bounced right into that number 4 spot where he has held on to position for quite some time, and now he's going to work on the 33 of Mark Worth. Worth turning a 157.051 last time around. Commons a 154.871. So you see the challenges that these riders are once again set upon them. Not only the track conditions, but the obstacles in the other bikes out there on the racetrack. Osby, I believe, off the racetrack. Wasn't that your 87? Maybe going off the track there. We'll have to double check. There is the battle now coming on. The 33 of Worth and the 31 of Commons coming around the sweeper turn now. And around the anthill, what we call the decision maker, high line, low line. And there's the 33 of Worth still maintaining the number 2 spot. There's Osby. He actually he dropped back to 4th place, it looks like. So this all of a sudden has turned into a 3-way battle for the number 2 spot as we head over the Kawasaki Camelback now. I believe Will Markoff might be trying to stick a nose in that one. Well, no, he's about 22 seconds back, so that is Osby. Saw him go off the track, have some problems there. The conditions obviously playing a huge role in that. And as we wrap up lap number 8, Plessinger turning a 155.4. Now Mark Worth, Josh Osby, nose to tail nearly, staying a second apart. Commons, though, dropping out of that battle. He must have fallen by the wayside there somewhere, because all of a sudden the 31 machine not a part of this, and Mark Worth trying to stretch it out through the motorcyclesuperstore.com forest. Worth not being so much pressured now as he is slicing through some traffic. Don't know, and actually Heft has gotten around the 20 of Zach Commons, so is Will Markoff and Zachary Bishop Burnett. McSwain is checked in now in 7th, and now Zachary Commons is now at least 8th place, so he's had his problems off the side of the track. But the 33 of Mark Worth holding on to second place position with the number 87 of Josh Osby, closing back in as they get back in some lap traffic out there. Osby's using this part of the racetrack to his advantage. Round the Red Bull sweeper once more we go. Man, watch him go. Worth has been under some major fire and pressure pretty much this entire moto. Got a couple of laps that he got some breathing room in there in the number 3 spot, but when Commons came around and began to mount that challenge, and then of course the problem the 87 of Osby had there a lap or so ago, it afforded him the opportunity to move into second, but Osby is continuing to fire back. But there through this section of the track, Mark Worth has been able to stretch that distance out once more. seconds back in the number 2 spot, now almost 4 seconds behind Worth. Just in a small section of the track there, Osby is still holding on to third. You got to wonder if he's starting to think along the lines of 3-moto format. We've got a lot of work to do here this week. We can settle in for third and hope for some problems there with Plessinger, who seems to be riding flawlessly right now as we check back in with the number 57 Yamaha now. Through the 10 Commandment section, I believe, is where we're at now. And the Suzuki's, or the Storyland, I should say, has actually been clipped from the race course because of the track in a lot worse condition back there, and wanting to afford these guys as good a track as possible and let that part of the track dry out. Now, it will reopen back later in the week, possibly tomorrow morning when we begin our motos tomorrow morning, but right now, once again, that section of the racetrack is closed, but the battling is, well, just as intense and as exciting as it ever has been here at Loretta Lynn's. I believe we'll be taking a white flag this time around for Plessinger, who is looking behind him, and I'm sure wondering where the competition may be. 14.5 seconds is how far it is back right now. Let's take a look as we wrap up the Moto, how things are starting to sort out. Aaron Plessinger, Mark Worth, Josh Osby, Justin Heft, Tyler McSwain as the 2 card came out for them in the top 5. It was Zachary Bishop Burnett in 6th, Will Markoff in 7th. White flag is out now for Plessinger as he wraps up lap number 10. Markoff, though, again in 7th. Weston Rosina in 8th. Jacob Grzabinsky in 9th. Is Jared Lesher rounding out the top 10. Then Jerry Robin, the 85, in 11th. Josh Bartos in 12th. Austin Dodd in 13th. Curran Thurman in 14th. Pedro Bueno in 15th. Brock Gorley in 16th. Blake Nieheiser in 17th. Darian Sanaye 18th. Kristen Torres in 19th. And Todd Mascamu rounding out the top 20. And again, it is the 57 of Plessinger holding down the point here. And, of course, looking for the checkers next time around. Talk about calm, cool, collected ride. You know, Plessinger, we talk a lot about Plessinger's background growing up in GNCC in the off-road, knowing how to ride the mud, being the son of a 2-time GNCC off-road champion, and, again, knowing how to ride the mud, being from Ohio. But in all honesty, this kid is, by all rights, truly a talented motorcycle pilot, regardless what background he comes from. He has got this machine dialed in, he has got his body tuned in, and he is truly focused as he is rolling through this final lap for his 2nd gold medal moto for Loretta Lynn's in 2013. Osby some 17 seconds back now in the number 2 spot. Worth is solid in 3rd aboard the 33. Heft 23 seconds back in 4th. McSwain in 5th, another 18 seconds back. Again, that goes to show you the challenges that these riders have been put through in this 20-minute motos. The checker flag waves and the fist pump in the air for Aaron Plessinger as he takes the moto win here at Loretta Lynn's. His 2nd in as many days and as many motos here at the Dude Ranch. And, of course, the 2nd place position, Osby fighting back for that number 2 spot. An amazing battle for him to fight back. Mark Worth at 33, also under a lot of fire. Throughout that entire moto, was able to rise to the occasion. Justin Heft, the number 20, finishing up. We're looking for him in 4th as he was 23 seconds back, and McSwain rounding out the top 5. And, of course, they're down on the podium right now where Plessinger is beginning to celebrate his moto win here, and a lot of congratulations coming. Once again, apologizing for the inconvenience of our audio here at Loretta Lynn's this week, or today. We, again, have had a lot of rain, and we're in the process of working on that and getting things worked out for you right now. So Again, all apologies, but again, a record-breaking thing that is taking place here at Loretta Lynn's with the live streaming of the world's largest playground and world's largest and greatest motocross vacation here, the 32nd annual Red Bull AMA ATV National Motocross Championship Series. Well, down here in the booth now, as we watch the celebrations here at RacerTV.com and our Loretta Lynn MX Live. Don't forget to hashtag that whenever you are tweeting, and let the folks know we can get a trend going there. Joined by Jen Kenyon here, part of the announcing staff and the media staff. And Jen, I know you've been real busy. This has been a really tough day. You know, the folks at home, they may or may not realize the obstacles that we've been faced with here. You know, in years past, we've been faced with lots of heat and things like that, and that's been the story. But this year, cooler temperatures, kind of the out of the norm type thing, and we're just all amazed about that. And then yesterday, the rain shower started falling, and it's been just a total mess today.
Yeah, you know, Rodney, it's not quite the Loretta Lynn's that we're used to in all different aspects, but I think that the MX Sports crew, all the other crews that are here on site this week, everybody's doing an awesome job working together. And, you know, sometimes you just have to make things work with what you've got, and I think we've been doing a pretty good job at it.
I think you're absolutely right. And in the meantime, I mean, with a little downtime and stuff, I know you've had the opportunity to go out and talk with some folks. And I know that Jerry Robin was in this past moto just a couple of moments ago, but unfortunately for him, he didn't fare so well there, but he had a little better moto earlier this morning.
Yeah, Rodney, actually, I had the chance to catch up with Jerry after his two-stroke moto this morning. Most people know his story. He's the guy on the 1985 CR250. He did actually race it in this 250B moto here, but this morning he rode a borrowed 2007 CR250, if I'm not mistaken there, and he won the class. So it's kind of been like the Cinderella story for Jerry coming up through this south of the border. It sounds like was nice enough to lend him the bike. And we had a great interview with Jerry this morning, but unfortunately with the technical difficulties, we weren't able to play it. So I thought maybe I could just relay the message for him. Heading into this 250B moto, Jerry actually said he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to race the 1985 just because the track was
everybody over there, Christina and everybody, Matt Walker in the Moto X.
He didn't know if his bike was going to be able to last. He didn't know if he was going to make it. So we're really excited to see him out there. He got 9th place today, which I think is awesome. Anybody that sees him out there, you know, give him an extra cheer. He's number 85 on the 1985. So I don't know. I thought that was a cool story. We're all pulling for him.
No doubt about it. That's awesome and cool. Let's go on down to the podium. We got some audio fixed now.
And once he's finished with the photos here, we'll let him take the bike off and go get cleaned up. I'm sure that's going to feel good. And we'll clear the decks for 2nd and 3rd place of this 250B division. And we'll take our 2nd place finisher. This one went back and forth quite a bit. There were a lot of ups and downs in this moto, as to be expected in the mud. This was all over the map. In the end, making it happen, 2nd place. Let's hear it for Josh Osby. Bring it down front. Make that look good. Okay. As best I can. Take us through it. People were down and out all over the place. You were making moves. You got 2nd. Mark. Man.
Got one tip over, but it was a quick one. We got back up and so I was happy with it.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Mark?
I think Lord just Christ to keep me safe. He's number one. Mom, Dad.
Did you get the shot of Aaron up there?
Grandma, Grandpa.
Is it good? Do I need to shoot now?
Washington, Ichigreen, Kawasaki, Fly, Center 1090. He's helped me out getting where I am today. And,
I don't think.
EVS, Pro Circuit, Garnet, Dunlop, Spy. And you know what? Anyone else I forgot, I appreciate it.
We'll get more of these podiums so you can get more speed in, right?
Yeah, market. Yeah, hopefully that's what we're going for.
All right, let's hear it for the 33 who takes 30 in this one. Mark Worth. Congratulations. Track's coming around pretty good here. We got a big one, A-class photo up next.
Am I good to go back?
Well, here we are. We're done with our podiums there for that 250B class. We roll into race number 30 now, and this is going to be our 250A class coming up, and a lot of key players in this one once again. As these guys take their hot lap, we, of course, welcome you once again to Loretta Lynn's and the Loretta Lynn MX Live. Make sure and hashtag that whenever you are tweeting out and talking about things. Again, we're trying to trend here, and again, I want to say thanks to everybody that has been doing that, and to all those folks that have been along with us over the course of the last 24 hours. And it's amazing what 24 hours can do as far as conditions here at Loretta Lynn's. Taking a look at the lineup right now, the 11 of Connor Elliott out of Washington. We got the number 12, Stephen Vertucci out of Harrisburg, PA. The 15, Donnie Alford out of Russellville, Kentucky. 17, Jesse Pierce from Clarksburg, New Jersey. 18, Daniel Baker out of Crittenden, Kentucky. We got the 19, Michael Doherty. I believe he's out of South Africa, actually. The 21, Jason McDonald out of McDonald, Pennsylvania. The 23, Brandon Hart from Gonzales, Louisiana. One of the players here could be the 27 of Shane McElrath out of Canton, North Carolina. 29, Blake Copeland out of Morrisville, Illinois. 31, Keyston Ward from Bozeman, Montana. Another player here today, 32, Seminole, Florida's Cody Chisholm, R.J. Hampshire. 33 out of Hudson, Florida. Luke Rensland, 34 out of Hewitt, New Jersey. Dakota Alex out of Jay, Vermont. Relative who's as far as the names of these 250A riders are concerned. Blake Lilly out of Littlemore, California. 39 is Cody Fishner. We got the 40 of Scott Clark. The 41, Daniel Ayotte. The 42, Cole Meyer. We've also got riders like Alias Ward, Chad Wages, Hayden Melrose, who had a spectacular moto in the mud earlier today. Jake Minkle, also Jonathan Wells, Gavin Cadlick, Jace Owen, who won a moto earlier today, Kate Clayson, Dakota Yohe, Colt Nichols, Jaisik Sloan, Thomas Covington, Nick Gaines, Robert Piazza, Paul Coates, also Franklin Nokraz, Marcus Nielsen. We're talking Dylan Finley, James Morris, Matt Bichelia, Matthew Toth, and Chase Stevenson, rather. Thanks for the light there, guys. And we're rolling through race number 30 here, and we're joined by Wes Kane in the broadcast booth. Again, apologizing for the inconvenience. You know, unfortunately for the folks back home, they're not getting a chance to listen to Ryan Villapoto up in the tower right now with Kevin Kelly, but they are going to get to see the same great things that we are witnessing right now, which is, at the moment, the hot lap for the 250A class. But setting the stage for this one again, the track conditions are definitely going to be challenging. It looks like rain is beginning to fall again, so another challenge is being set forth for these riders.
Well, we watched Jay Owen earlier today, Kevin, get out there, the rider 51. So he went out there to school the field. So let's see if Jay Soa now can double up and get him another Moto win in this 250A class. Did a great job this morning, but he's got some company out there. Colt Nichols is looking good out there. Nick Gaines, Paul Coates, all these guys are tip-top players out there. Also, what do you see right there?
Well, I'm wondering about Dakota Alex because if I'm not mistaken,
No, he's out.
he's got, yeah, I knew he went down earlier in one of our earlier motos today, so Alex is going to be out of this one. But right now, the rest of the players are there, and we are ready to go with race number 30 on Loretta Lynn MX Live here on RacerTV.com.
Well, here's a clear shot of the Red Bull AMSOIL starting gate right now. You see our referees over there walking down the line. They're telling everybody, hey, are you ready to go? Within 2 minutes, we're going to turn this thing over to our starter. Right now, you can see some of the riders, the mechanics are being told to step back, and this 258 extravaganza is just about ready to take the field.
One of the most tense moments, I think, in amateur motocross is about right here. I know they say sitting in that staging area, the weight, and then it just intensifies when they get ready to drop this gate. A lot of these riders have been here multiple times. They still get the nerves, they still get the butterflies, and there are a handful that have never been here before that certainly are feeling the nerves right now as the gate is down and we're rolling towards the first turn in the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award. Looks like that's going to go to the 59 machine.
59, hop, skipping, and jumping out there. I got him right here. That's Colt Nichols. Colt Nichols, the Okie from Gastogi. Nichols with a clean start as he heads down through the tree line.
Wow.
Great shot of our beach area right there. Everybody enjoying the beach. But right now, it's all about Colt Nichols. A little bit of a kaboggle right there as they exit the tree line. And they make that 180, that long short shoot down into the 10 Commandments. 3 wide, Rodney, as they come through there. Is that the 64 Thomas Covington? I believe it is.
Yeah, it
and
is.
He makes the pass on the 59. Outside, nope, Nichols able to hang on, but Covington now, lock and loaded, drops the hammer. He's got a Met set of tires that he was saving for this race to deal with the mud.
Oh.
Nichols bobbles a little bit, Rodney, on that outside line, so it's a battle of arbitration right here. You've got Nichols, the 64 of Thomas Covington.
Jace Owens back there too, I believe, aboard that number 51. He's trying to play spoiler in this battle for the number 1 position as they head into the Red Bull Arch there now. And wow, out in the slop there.
That right there could definitely ruin your day out there. You get splashed right up in the eye. That could ruin your whole set of goggles right there and spoil your race. But nothing doing on that one. It's still going to be the 59 of Colt Nichols out front, the 64 of Thomas Covington in second.
Is that McElrath back at the number 3 spot? We'll check it a little better, a little closer as they head to the final turn here and toward the end of lap number 1. And things start to get sorted out as the green flag waves here. And lap number 1, we see breaking down like this. Nichols out front, grabbing the whole shot, and an extra $100 from MotorcycleSuperstore.com. Covington is second aboard the number 64. Shane McElrath third aboard the 27. There's Owen now, the 51 in fourth. Luke Rensland is fifth aboard the 34. Matt Bisceglia is sixth aboard the 95. Kate Clayson, the 52, is seventh. Paul Coates, the 77, is 8th. The 17, Jesse Pearson, 9th. Dakota Alex, the 37, is out there, and he is in 10th place right now. Questionable as to whether or not he'd be out there. Dylan Finley, the 11, is in 11th, rather, aboard the 91. Robert Piazza, Keaton Moore, Cole Meyer, Hayden Melrose, who rode very strong today. Nick Gaines, Cody Chisholm is 17th. Jonathan Wells, Elias Ward, who we saw go down in the turn there just before the 10 Commandments, and Blake Lilly is rounding out the top 20. There's Chad Wages back in 21st place. A relative who's who as far as the 258 class is concerned, man. We've got ourselves a battle right off the bat, and I think we're going to see it all the way through the top 20 through the entire 20 minutes.
Well, it's still Colt Nichols, the 59 ride out front, having his way out there on the rest of the field. But if he slips just one little bit, 64 Thomas Covington is back there ready to capitalize on any miscue that our leader has. But right now, cool, calm, and collected, the 59 of Colt Nichols now showing his way. Here's a little slop hole right here.
Wow, the rain is starting to fall once again just after the track crew, had gotten this track turned around, and amazingly, I think it was really starting to turn into a virtually perfect racetrack, especially all things considered. And even still with the rain falling, it looks like it's holding up nice. These riders are not being hampered by it any whatsoever.
There's your leader now. Here he comes. It's the 59 now, right in front of the announce deck. Here he comes over the Thor banner. Through that tunnel is the 59 of Colt Nichols. Textbook move as he just blitzes right through that little right-handed now in front of the billboard. Now, is that rain actually starting to come down a little bit? I'm not sure.
It sure looks like it. Looking like it in HD here right now as we're watching them go through.
I don't see any
not,
water hitting
it's
it.
It's kind of sprinkly. It's not as heavy as what it may appear in some shots that we're looking at on the cameras. There it looks a little heavier, but in the pond it didn't look so bad.
Well, right now, as they just pass and head down that long, short chute in the 10 Commandments, you can see the 64 ride of Thomas Covington looking for a way around. Nichols slingshots to the outside, got a little momentum. Covington chopped it down early for the inside, closes the gap a little bit. But it's still going to be the two Kawasaki pilots.
And Covington actually took over the lead right there. He slung shot around the outside, heading out of that Cometic Gaskets corner, and took those 10 Commandments and was able to take over the lead. Now Covington is out front. Colt Nichols running in the number 2 spot. Still back there in view, only a handful of seconds back, about 3 of them or so, is Shane McElrath. Keeping an eye on Matt Bisceglia and the 51 of Jay So. And lap time last time around for Bisceglia, 151.891. He was battling with Cade Clayson and Jay So at that time, but now he has got a little bit of free traffic ahead of him. About 5 seconds gap between he and Bisceglia. We'll see how tight things are as we wrap up lap number 3 here in a moment. But we got a new leader this time, Tom Covington out front. Colt Nichols took the hole shot. Nichols also turned the fast lap there on lap 2 at a 1:48.455. One has to wonder, is the lap time going to get faster, or what are we going to be looking at here whenever we wrap up this? Well, there we go. We see Covington's now got the 1:47.896, so that's the fast lap. Nichols drops his lap time to a 1:51.2, and about 2 seconds gap between he and Covington. McElrath looks like he's on the attack. He actually gained about 2 seconds on that lap, so Nichols is about to become under fire now for the number 2 spot, the 59.27.
Well, there's Covington right there, out of the trees, but not out of the woods yet. A lot of big players out here, but right now Covington is making hay while the sun shines here at the Dude Ranch. There's Covington. He goes to the inside, tiptoeing kind of gingerly through there, as he don't want to throw it away. There's the 10 Commandments, not getting too much of a good rhythm through there. He hops, skips, and jumps, plays a quick game of hopscotch, and leaves the 10 Commandments behind and his troubles as the rest of the field tries to chase him down.
You can tell that this track is definitely been a work in progress all day with all the rain, and you can see that these riders are seeing a lot different conditions than what they saw during practice, and a lot of them saw during their first motos, and it's continuing to change, and Covington is adapting. Nichols under pressure by Shane McElrath, as we told you, about a second separating those two whenever they came through the finish line just a few moments ago. Under the Camelback, the Kawasaki Camelback into the big Red Bull sweeper turn, the Thor sweeper turn, I guess, is the 64 of Covington, your leader. But back behind those guys, want to check out what's going on in that battle for second with Nichols and McElrath.
There's the 64 of Covington now. Covington kind of by himself out there, Rodney, as the rest of the field. There's the 59 and McElrath. Keep an eye on McElrath, the 27 Honda. No slouch at all, and no strangers to this game.
Rounding the billboard now they go, and we're probably going to pick up on a big battle with these guys as this lap rolls on. They are about a second and a half apart right now and running at nearly identical lap times that time, but I think this is the lap that we're going to see things start to get exciting as we're on lap number 5 at this time.
There's McElrath. He takes a wide line out there. Oh, the 59 makes a bobble. Colt Nichols, and here goes McElrath off the track.
Wow, both riders making a mistake. So both riders off the racetrack, and of course the 59 machine holding back into the number 2 spot. McElrath is trying to make up some more ground out there. Nichols, McElrath battling back, and again, here we go through some lap traffic.
McElrath looks like he got in a little bit of a hole. He kind of almost stopped there, Rodney. Nichols shot by, but then I seen McElrath pick up the pace. Something happened over there. I don't know if he got the front wheel hooked into something, but right now he's got a little bit of the distance, and it's starting to close up. There's McElrath sweeping the knees through that turn, and Nichols just got away a little bit. See the distance he gained?
Yeah, man. What? I mean, that's how quick it can happen, too, in the blink of an eye, especially in these types of conditions. Get in a hole, get in a rut, maybe get behind a lapped rider that might get crossed up on the racetrack. And, you know, you got to wonder, maybe the rhythm might be a little bit out of sync now that they had those problems over there in the Ten Commandments. One maybe rebounding a little quicker than the other, but maybe just overthinking some things. But right now, you know, it's tough not to overthink while out there on the racetrack. We're talking about national championships. Bisceglia has moved.
What happened to our leader, the 64, Thomas Covington?
He's back in the number 7 spot. He's another rider that has fallen victim to something out there on the racetrack. So Colt Nichols takes over the lead. McElrath in second. Bisceglia moves up to third. Jace Owen is fourth. Rensland in fifth. Paul Coates in sixth. And Covington back there in the number 7 position.
Tough break for Thomas Covington. It looked like he had this one sewn up, but it's the dog days of summer here at the Dude Ranch, and anything is possible until the checkers fall. Right now it's Colt Nichols out front, McElrath, Bisceglia, Jace Owen, Rensland, Coates, Covington, Clayson, Pierce, and Melross, all in your top 10.
Wow, so Nichols and McElrath, we're going to catch back up. Whoa, is that McElrath went down in the sweeper right there, man. Talk about misfortune again, man. Every time he gets in position, it looks like something, the wheels fall off or something.
That is definitely going to help out Matt Bisceglia. Bisceglia was only 4 seconds back, so Bisceglia is going to be a little bit close, maybe even made the pass. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but there is a gaggle of riders, Rodney. You slip, they grip. Anything goes here in 258 class.
Well, Jace Owen, I think that might have put him up to third, and now it looks like that McElrath is battling with Owen, the 51 machine. So things have really gotten tossed up. It's like playing Yahtzee or something, man. Put those dice in the cup, throw them out there, and, man, who knows what's going to happen. The number 59 of Colt Nichols, your leader, coming across the finish line right now for lap number 6 complete.
Colt Nichols getting all the breaks. He gets a good start. Then he has to battle with Covington on lap number 2. Covington leads it for a little bit. Then he's out of the way. The next thing you know, McElrath is challenging, and he gets a break. And now Nichols out there all by himself, easy breezy, making it look easy.
Well, we're looking now at the laps being turned in. We'll run down this top 10 real quick for you. Colt Nichols, Matt Bisceglia, Jace Owen, 1, 2, and 3. 1.3 seconds back of him is the 27 of McElrath. Luke Rensland is fourth. The 6th place position, the 77 of Paul Coates, and Tom Covington not making up any ground back there in 7th place aboard the number 64.
Oh, your leader goes down. Colt Nichols gets down. He got drugged down by another bike. He's back. Here comes the rest of the field. Look out. Where is Bisceglia?
That's him right there.
Bisceglia says, all right, we got to race now, Rodney. Side-by-side action. Nichols pulls away.
Wow, and Bisceglia looked right over at him like he was talking to him or something as they came through that section of the racetrack. I don't know if they really were or not, but, man, talk about a turn of events, man. Nichols looks like he had this one in the bag. It was just a matter of riding it to the checkers, and all of a sudden, boom, just like we said, man, anything can happen in these motos, and the rain continues to fall.
And Nichols looks strong. That bobble almost sucked the life out of him. He gets his bike up, pulls right next to Bisceglia. They look at each other, and Nichols drops the hammer and pulls another bike.
Oh, he goes down again.
Oh, no.
He's down again. Bisceglia takes over the lead, and now heading toward the Kawasaki Camelback. It's all by himself now.
Woo!
Leader 95, Matt Bisceglia, heading through the sweeper turn there. Wow, what a change of events over the last couple of laps.
But you got to be pumped. If you're Jace Owens, McElrath, and Rensland, you still got a chance to get up there and fight for this title. That's why it's a 3-moto format. Cross flags are out. That means it's halfway. We still got plenty of time, Rodney, for anything to happen.
Last time around, Bisceglia was 6 seconds behind the leader, Colt Nichols, and he checks in now about 2 seconds ahead of Jace Owen. Another 3.5 seconds ahead of McElrath, and Rensland is fourth. Looks like Nichols has dropped to the number 5 position aboard the number 59 machine now.
Steady as she goes now. There's your leader, Matt Bisceglia from Texas, the Red Bull ride. And he went up there, he got up there, he knocked at the door, kind of like robbed a little bit because, you know,
Yeah, he came up with both guns ablazing. Is what he did.
What
So let me have it.
What happened? Nichols got a little sense of urgency there, and he wanted to try to get away too fast. Rode over his head a little bit,
Yeah.
ended up crashing out, and then the recipient of that huge dividend, the payout, went right into Bashelia's hands. There's yellow flags flying. Who is that over there? There's your dad, Rodney.
Yep, we've been doing this for years down here. But the 95 of Bashelia, as we said, the cross flag's out. We're past the halfway point of this one now. It's at this point, man, you think Bashelia, you know, he had to battle up through the pack because he didn't get the greatest of starts. He is, like everyone else, has had his struggles during this moto, and you know he's probably thinking at this point, all right, I got the bad luck out of the way. It's time now just to ride this puppy on home to the checker flag. And turning lap times of a 156 looks good, but what about Chase Owen? A 152.4 that last time around, and he was probably almost 6 seconds behind Bashelia at the end of lap 6, but now he's less than 2 as we roll through lap number 8.
Well, let's take a peek here and look through our viewfinder here, and let's follow our leader around, and that's going to be Matt Bashelia. And let's just see if Jay Sowen can start coming into that picture frame. You know, if you see the moment, freeze the moment. You got a camera, use it, and let's see if Jay Sowen is in that screenshot.
About 4 seconds back is where he's at. 4.6 seconds. McElrath in the third place position. Luca Rensland in the 4th spot, and Nichols checks in 5th.
Well, there's your leader right there, Bashelia, down through the Motorcycle Superstore whole shot column, and he makes the crafty little right-hander out. And look at the line of people still out there, solid spectators here. They don't budge off that fence. Rain, shine, they are there. And it's 250A class.
Yeah,
this is the cream of the crop. These guys right now, their careers are kind of set, maybe some of them. Their next step is Amsoil Arena Cross, Outdoor Nationals, so forth like that.
Yep, they right into the pro ranks. That's what they're the stepping stone, the springboard, I guess you could say.
This is the proving ground.
Exactly, the proving grounds. Let's take a look at things at the end of lap number 8 as the Amsoil viewer here in the 250A class. As we said, 8 laps down in a very wild race. We've seen a lot of changes, and right now it's Bashelia out in front of Owen, about 4.6 seconds. Shane McElrath is 3rd. Luke Rensland now 4th. Colton Nichols is in 5th. Paul Coates in 6th. Tom Covington 7th. Kate Clayson in 8th. Jesse Pierce 9th. Hayden Melrose rounds out the top 10. In the 11th place position, Robert Piazza. R.J. Hampshire is 12th aboard the 33. Cody Chisholm, the 32, is 13th. Nick Gaines, the number 70, is 14th. Franklin Norgay, the 78 and 15th. Dylan Finley is 16th. Brendan Harp is 17th. 18th, Chad Wages. 19th, James Morse. And rounding out the top 20, Cole Meyer, the number 42 here in the 250A class.
Well, there he is. There he is again. Matt Bashelia now down in front of the announce deck. He makes that right-hander and skims down in front of the billboard. It's Matt Bashelia. Rodney having a stellar performance. That's just, the right place at the right time. Bashelia positioned himself, and, Colt Nichols, we're still trying to, see where he's at on the radar screen. I haven't seen him come through.
Well, I tell you, he was 11 seconds back behind Rensland. His lap times have dropped to 1:59. He's actually about ready to be challenged by Paul Coates, the 77. I got to wonder maybe where Nichols went down, if maybe he might have tweaked something on the bike, maybe he got the handlebars muddy or what.
There goes the goggles off our leader, Matt Bashelia.
Ooh.
That could be dangerous because you got to pass lappers. You still have plenty of time in this race, and the goggles are gone off our leader.
Yeah, but sometimes, you get into a situation where you just can't see, so you got to make that decision. I know safety is a big concern for a lot of folks, but at the same time, keeping it up on 2 wheels is trying to keep it safe too sometimes. So it might be a good move by the 95, and as long as he pays attention out there, he might be able to work it without the goggles.
Well, here he comes down along that big sweeping turn. Bashelia now going to make that right-hander. There he goes under the Red Bull arches. And through, I call it, what is that, the swamp, the quagmire, the Blackwater 100 right there on the Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch.
Yeah, as you can see, lots of mud pushed off in several places. There were some areas that were dug out and actually had a lot of standing water, little ponds, if you will, inside some of those turns and so forth. So You know, a lot of challenges for the track crew. I mean, not only to get this track ready, but the thing is, they got to get it ready for tomorrow's racing also.
Well, they did a great job out there because you can see these guys. You don't see, a little bit of mud from the outside, but this is probably a great, get out there. What do we got, Ronnie? The white flag out. One more to go for Matt Bisceglia, and he's going to be on that podium talking to Jason Wygant momentarily. But a stellar performance, a great ride by the 95 ride of Bisceglia.
Let's not count out a challenge for the checkers before this race is all said and done. Bisceglia is holding on to the lead. We see a 1:53.5 lap time. McElrath a 1:53.1. He cut about 0.4 of a second. He's less than 2 seconds behind Bisceglia, and we know that the conditions, he's not got his goggles on. He's going to be riding a little more reserved right now, but McElrath might be able to take advantage of this right here, Wes Kane.
Well, McElrath in there, he makes the pass on Jace Owens, so this one here is shaping up to be a dandy. But right now, the man with the plan, and all he has to do is just make his way through safe and sound. And there he is. He's headed back to Storyland. Out of Storyland already.
That's just a short story. We're doing short stories here.
This is it. I mean, lickety split, he's in and out. Jack the Nimble, Jack the Quick, he's along that sandy area there. Headed by the Red Bull refueling station.
Man.
Through the Red Bull arches is your leader. There he is, Matt Bisceglia.
I wondered if maybe McElrath might be able to make something happen here on this final lap, but it looks like Bisceglia's got it dialed in, man, as he's rolling into that big sweeper turn one final time, and I don't even see second place back there. So second place actually just coming off the Camelback tabletop there. So good win, a strong win coming in for the number 95.
Rodney, there's the checkers.
Bisceglia, 11 laps in this 250A class, turning lap times in the 1:53.5 range. Fastest lap on lap 3. You can tell that the lap times, well, the rain fell and things deteriorated throughout the moto as lap times went from a 1:47.8 to a 1:52, basically. And that right there, I think interesting in and of itself, no doubt, as we see McElrath in second. Luke Rensland will take the number 3 spot as he got around Owen there on that last lap. Paul Coates got around Owen as well, the 77, so Owen might have been one of those riders we saw going down in the background. Covington comes back for a 5th place position now after the 11th lap of racing, only a couple of seconds down behind Coates, actually. And then we got Cade Clayson in. Jesse Pierce is in. Still no Jace Owen. There's Colton Nichols, the 59 machine, finishing up in 8th. Wow, what a big change we had going on as Jason Wygant is down on the podium, and we're going to head down with him in just a moment here on Loretta Lynn MX Live across the World Wide Web at racertv.com. You are watching the 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, all presented to you by your friends at AMSOIL, the first in synthetics.
Wow, that's some feedback. Gee, hang on here.
Well, once again, folks, you are watching RacerTV.com and our Loretta Lynn MX live on RacerTV.com, and we're glad to have you along. We are in the middle of our switch up here from a 250A class to a Super Mini 2 13 to 16 class. Now, this class was originally scheduled to run this morning, I believe, at 10 o'clock, if memory serves me correct, but due to the inclement conditions and the rain that fell, we obviously had to alter the schedule a little bit, back everything up, and instead of trying to put mini bikes out early, we started a couple of races late, and we elected to come back. One thing that could be unfortunate for these guys is that maybe more rain falling there during that moto a few moments ago might have made things slick again. But regardless, it is Loretta Lynn's, and the track crew is working hard to try to give these guys as great a surface as possible. Sight lap is heading off now for these I believe this is our Super Mini 2 class. And again, apologizing for all the inconveniences of audio technical difficulties. We are working hard to get that all taken care of, to get the mainstream audio from the racetrack. Not sure on the exact amount of rain that fell this morning and actually through the overnight hours. The track really had absorbed a lot of the rain, and this morning through the overnight hours wasn't so bad when we started racing this morning. It was rain that began to fall a little later on. Well, during the racing this morning, that really got things the way that they are. And several hours we waited for the weather to clear up, and as soon as it did, the track crew went out and went to work hard and fast. I was totally amazed at how quickly they were able to turn this thing around. And fortunately, it looks like the shower that we had during that 250A moto has subsided, and these younger guys will have a chance to ride a little better conditions, hopefully, than what the big bike counterparts had there just a few moments ago. Saying thanks again to folks for making their way out, and the many special folks that make things possible here in 2013 at the 32nd annual running of this Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. And, you know, one thing that is really cool about motocross and Loretta Lynn's is, you know, we try to make sure that everyone realize how important not only is a great race career, but also education. You know, education is vital to success in life, and we think it's also important to recognize the excellence in the classroom here at Loretta Lynn's. And kids who have an average of a B or better are invited to bring their report cards to registration, and they receive an A+ sticker to place on their number plates during the National. They also will be added to the Loretta Lynn National Honor Roll, and whenever you're out there, if you can see them, whenever you're here and watching them on TV, if you happen to see a little A+, little round red circle, A+ sticker on there, you know that that rider is a B or better ranked not rider, but student in their class. Super Mini class 12 to 13. This Super Mini 2 class coming out next. We got some paperwork on this. Got riders like Mitchell Harrison in this one, the number 2, the number 3 Tristan Miller, the 11 of Ty Kirshner, Ashton Hayes riding the number 12 machine, Max Buskey the 13, 14 will be Connor Giardina, Michael Hand the number 15, David Lambeth 16, 17 John Ames, 18 Jacob Elko, 19 is Justin Cooper, Cody Strickland riding the number 20. The 21 is Austin Faulkner. The 22, Joshua Wilson. 23, Ramiller Alves. 24 will be James Berry. The 25, Mason Richards. The 26, Cameron McKinney. 28 is Carter Halpane. 31, Cole Madison. 33, Derek Drake. The 34, Gray Tate. 35 is Hunter Sales. We got 36, Bryson Gardner. The number 40, William Klee. 41, Nathan Hall. The 42, Michael Moseman. The 43 of Tyler Pantley. 51, Carter Gordon. The 52 of Dare DeMartile. We also got DJ Christie, Mauro Catella, the 58. Actually, the 54 is Christie. The 57 is Catella. Then the 58, Caleb Taylor. 62, Hunter Tyson. 67, Chase Evans. 70, Logan Stokes. The 73, Hayden Hefner. The 75, Jake Pinhankos. The 76, Cameron Dowell. The 84, Tanner Ward. 88, Gage Schur. And Cody Schock aboard the number 91. 42 riders in this race here today. And I believe this is our Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old classes. These riders have made their way back to the starting line, West Kane, and we are getting ready for the start of their first moto and another MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot award of $100 to be awarded to one of these lucky riders.
Big giveaways here. Those guys are really stepping up. Every moto, Motorcycle Superstore is giving you a $100 whole shot savings bond or gift certificate.
Gift certificate, yeah.
And that hey, you get out there and you win 6 motos, 6 whole shots. Hey, that's quite a bit of cake that you can get over there. There's a 17 ride. And that looks like it's going to be John Adams out there with a great start. But it looks like John, what happened? Did he go off the track? There's the 21 machine now of Austin.
I think that was him that went off the track,
yeah.
actually.
So that means Ames off the track. There's the 21 ride of Austin Fortner. Fortner's got company, though. He goes to the inside. And a Suzuki pilot now. Riders are now jogging for position as they come out of the trees.
Wow. Now, these guys are going to be faced. We saw those leader down.
Oh, Fortner goes down. Now it looks like the 23 machine going to take over the point. Ramiller Alves.
Wow, the number 3 back there in the number 2 spot, Tristan
Miller. You know
Miller.
who that is, Tristan Miller. But what about the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison?
He's working his way up through the pack right now. That's the 19 machine back in third. That's Justin Cooper out of Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Rock River Yamaha backed ride. And look at that, man. Already things have changed so much in this pack.
Oh, there's a rider that goes down, swaps it, crashes back to his feet. The number 14, tough break for him. That's going to be Connor Gardena. Tough break for that young competitor. Back up on his trusty steed and back into the Rackus.
Wow, you can already see that these number plates are hard to read out there with the conditions the way they are. But, you know, parts of the track are pretty good and other parts aren't. The one thing to point out, some of those deep ruts that we saw during that 250A moto a few moments ago are going to be a lot deeper for these guys because they got smaller wheels. They're a little closer to the ground. Their legs aren't nearly as long, and there's a lot of different variables in this one for these.
Oh, our leader goes down to number 3, Tristan Miller from Alpine, California. Now he tosses it away. The deck continues to shuffle, Rodney. The drama continues to build here at the Dude Ranch.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, in this moto, it almost seems like you don't want to be the leader, at least at this point, juncture in the race. You might want to wait till the last lap, the last turn to maybe try to take that win.
Justin Cooper out front, of course. There's about 6 Coopers that race. They start from 50s, go all the way up to schoolboy. This is Justin Cooper now. Now he gets to show his skill here at the Dude Ranch. Everybody's out of the way. Now it's up to Justin Cooper to lead the way.
A lot of pressure maybe be on these guys whenever they get out front like that. But again, these conditions, you know, parts of the track are so good, and then they'll go into another part of the track that is just so much different. Like right here, the 10 Commandments. Look how challenging those are. Those look like 10 Commandments of old to me. I can remember seeing those guys go way down deep into those 10 Commandments. And, I mean, they just seem to be a lot more challenging now. And that number 19 machine definitely steady as she goes through there. And that's, I think, the key to winning and the key to finishing strong here. And it looks like we might have some pressure about ready to be applied. Ramiller Alves now making his way into the picture there and starting to mount a challenge as we are nearing the completion of this second lap of racing. Second lap, we've already had about 5 different leaders.
There's Alves now, the 23 now. He comes into the mix, and Cooper now dabs out to the outside. There they are. And now they're going to be making that big Sandy sweeper turn. There he is. Through the Kawasaki banner. There's your leader, the 19 ride of Justin Cooper. Well, look at that line that's formed, a curl over already in the middle of that big sweeper turn. Yesterday, it had 3 lines in it, all sandy, rough, and choppy. Now one nice curl over rut through the middle.
Kind of looks like the way it's looked in years past. You know, you get those lines develop like that, and we knew that the characteristics of the soil was going to change throughout the course of the week. Unfortunately, the rain forced it a little quicker than I thought we kind of expected it would happen. But there's 19. Justin Cooper, a second and a half over Ramiller Alves. Derek Drake, the 33 in third. Ashton Hayes now settles in to fourth place aboard the number 12. John Ames, who grabbed the early lead in this, is back to fifth now. Tyler Plantley, the 43, is sixth. Austin Forkner after two, the 21 in seventh. Max Buskey in eighth aboard the number 13. Tristan Miller in third. And actually riding to number 3 in ninth. And James Berry rounding out the top 10. Michael Moseman, Cole Madison in 12th. Carter Halpane 13th. Logan Stokes in 14th. Tyler Kirshner in 15th. Hunter Sales is 16th.
Oh, no, he bobbles. Cooper slides out a little bit. Now Alves takes over the point. New leader now, but watch the number 33. Could he be a factor out there? The 30 is Derek Drake right there ready to pounce. So a three-way split there. There's your leader, Alves, and I've seen a lot of smoke coming out of Drake's machine as well. What about little Ashton Hayes, the 12 machine? Going to be a factor in here.
Oh, yeah. I think every one of these riders have an opportunity to be a factor, and I think a couple of riders we ought to keep an eye on throughout this moto includes 17th, 18th, 19th rides with Cameron Dow, Jake Pinhonkos, Nathan Hall, and Cody Schock. I think those guys might be making some moves up through the pack right now as well. But, wow, how many different leaders? I've lost count of how many different
I think we've had 6 altogether. There's Alves now. He comes up high, makes a nice little crafty little turn through there, a little textbook maneuver, takes the safe rut up top, gets out of the mud. So there's your leader, Alves now. He comes by the Red Bull ski beach. There's that nice little curl over rut in the middle of the sandy sweeper turn. And Alves now looking pretty good out there. He's got a little bit of lead. What's he got on the rest? He's got a little second. There's our
we'll find
Drake. I believe that's Drake starting to come into view there, Rodney.
Yeah, he was only a second and a half or so back at the end of that second lap as we wrap up lap 3. And Alves now your new leader aboard the 23, 2.6 seconds. That was a 2:02.270 lap time. So really their lap time's about a second difference, 9/10 or so. Justin Cooper back in third. Ashton Hayes fourth. Austin Forkner in fifth. John Ames drops back to sixth now. Pantley is seventh. Buskey in eighth. Madison ninth. Logan Stokes rounding out the top 10. Fast lap, a 1:59.506. A battle shaping up for the number 1 spot now as the 23 machine feeling the pressure from Drake now as they...
Drake's got a little smoke coming from his machine, though. There it is again. You can see it starting to come into effect. Look at that. Don't know what that is, but hopefully it don't add to a demise of the 33's attack on it. Alves off the track.
Yeah, Alves.
Oh, Alves off the track, but he gets back into a safe spot. He didn't gain that much on the 33 of Drake. You know, when you get to the Nationals like this, you know, there's times when the track, you know, you come off the track because of the mud or something, but as long as you come back in a safe spot, you don't cut the track, that kind of stuff is allowed.
Yeah, that re-enter the racetrack at the next safest spot without gaining an advantage is the general rule on that one.
And actually looked like Drake closed up on him a little bit. So
we're
going to let that one go to the outside of the off-camber. There he is again through the Red Bull arches. It's going to be Ramiller Alves, followed by the 33 ride of Derek Drake. We're looking for Ashton Hayes and Forkner now to come back up here and challenge. I don't know if there's going to be enough time for that, though, Rodney.
Pinhonko's up from 18th to 12th place, just to give you an idea. Mitchell Harrison, wondering where he's at? He's up to 14th now.
Not the start Harrison was looking for. He don't wear the number 2 on that machine for nothing. Able to be young enough to be in it, that Super Mini class last year, finish up second, come up a little short, and now wanting to trade that in for a number 1 to carry on to, I believe he's going to go on to the big bikes after this.
Wow. It's hard to believe. Watching these kids go through the 50s, the 60s, the 80s, and the Super Minis like this. And, wow, here comes your leaders now down around behind the billboard. Sense of urgency you could tell with the 23 of Ramiller Alves right now. We got Drake hot on his rear wheel, 1.6 seconds back. Actually, Drake turning a little faster lap time by 1.1 seconds faster. And whenever we look at the overall lap times, actually, Drake's fastest lap time was that time around, and it was faster than Alves's.
Drake is trying to show him a wheel. Look at this. Drake pulls a tear off coming into that rut. There he shows him a wheel again, Kevin. Drake is knocking at the door, but look at number 12. The 12 of Ashton Hayes is coming in. Could he be the spoiler in this whole ensemble here? There he is to the outside. This battle is raging on. There's Ashton Hayes, number 12, knocking on the door of the 33 of Drake. Drake holding on for dear life now as he is playing a little defense, because here comes the number 12 of Ashton Hayes.
Boy, he's had his work cut out for him. Drake's trying to play offense and defense all at the same time for the Red Bull sweep return right now. Seems to be rising to the occasion quite all right. But here comes another attack from Ashton Hayes, the number 12 Suzuki. And he pulls up side by side and actually takes the pass, takes the position. Can he hang on to it now? Both riders going out wide trying to slingshot Alves.
Look at this now. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Here comes Ashton Hayes. Knock, knock, knock on the door. Ramler Alves, do a checkup from the neck up. You see the number 12. It's Ashton Hayes now closing in.
Heading to the final turn right here for another lap complete, and we are 4 laps in and should be getting close to the halfway point for these guys. They might have another lap. Yep, no cross flags out this time, so these boys are riding on rails out here in this Super Mini 2 13-16 race.
There's your leaders right there. A gaggle of riders out there. It's leaded by Alves. Look how smooth that Ashton Hayes blitzed through that turn. He closed the gap. Oh, Ashton Hayes goes down. Hayes goes down. He gives it right back to Drake. Now is Austin Fortner getting up in the mix. Could that be Fortner that would have been back there in 4th? Now maybe moved up in the 3rd. Right now, Alves don't even know what's going on behind him. Really don't.
And that's probably the best way to have it right now, because he just knows there's that sense of urgency he was feeling the last couple of laps with those guys closing in. And quickly, here comes Derek Drake to remount his challenge once again. From again now in 2nd after Hayes making the pass on him there. And is that the 21
That's
of Austin
the Fortner back up in the mix. Fortner was hovering back there in 4th. Then when Ashton Hayes goes down, Fortner jumps back up in the mix. If you are Alves' mechanic, you're watching this and you're like, holy cow, what is going on here? My rider has no clue what's evolving or developing behind him.
No doubt. You know, the good thing for Alves, Hayes, Drake, and Fortner, the good thing for all 4 of those riders right now is the fact that they've got about a 12-second lead over Tyler Pantley and John Ames right now. And that's the one thing that's going to save them. So it could be a battle between these 4 to the checkers to see who's going to be a Moto winner. Look at this. We've got some steam coming out of the 33 at Drake's bike now.
Absolutely, yeah. We noticed that a couple laps earlier, and it seems to be holding together, Rodney. Look at the sun now starting to peer through the tree lines out here and dry this dude ranch out. But right now, it's got to be drying out because it's so hot, the competition on the track. There's nothing left on the table, but there's your leader right there, Alves. Here comes the 21 of Fortner. Hayes is in the mix as well. Back up on his trusty steed and in the mix.
Cross flags
out, Rodney.
Yep, and we're at the halfway point of this one now, past the 10-minute point. The fast lap time of 1:58.937 turned by the number 12 of Ashton Hayes there on lap number 4. As we reset the field after 6 laps of racing and more changes taking place, we've got Alves and Fortner battling for the number 1 spot. Derek Drake back to the number 3 spot. Hayes is 4th, Tyler Pantley in 5th, John Ames is 6th, Justin Cooper in 7th, Michael Mosman 8th. Mitchell Harrison now moving up to 9th at the end of 5. And working on and actually moving into 7th, Cooper, Moseman, and Max Buskey rounding out the top 10. And we are heated back up here in the front of the pack.
Rodney, there he is, Austin Fortner, the 21, putting in some work. He goes to the inside. Alves fires back up. Fortner gets caught up in the 10 Commandments, and Alves gets the go-ahead. He hits the express lane, 10 items or less, and able to hold on to the lead.
Wow, so swapping back and forth there is
Fortner comes back on him, Rodney.
He seals the deal on that one, it looks like.
It was only momentarily that he was able to stay out front. Alves off the track, now Fortner out front.
Through that short story land there, obviously. It was a short story and a short battle once it mounted up there. But, man, look at this. Austin Fortner, now he's riding the rails around here, and that's leader number 7. 7 in this Moto Super Mini 2. 13 to 16-year-old battle.
Unbelievable what we're witnessing here. These guys, tough competitors here. These are the stars of tomorrow. I mean, actually like tomorrow.
Exactly.
It's not like when we say 50 guys, these are the stars of tomorrow, and it takes 10 years to get there. tomorrow, these are stars.
Exactly.
They're going to be in schoolboy class, or this could be their last hurrah on these size machines. Some of them go to B class. Some of them say, you know what? I got a deal on the table. I'm riding schoolboy. I'm riding A class, and I'm out of here.
No doubt. And it's pretty cool how they've got their future set in stone, so many of them. And many of them, are still riding the edge there of not knowing what the uncertainty is. And that's why they're digging so deep right now, just trying to get whatever advantages they can as we go 7 laps in now. Working on lap 8, there is Forkner stretching things out about 2 seconds over Alves. Ashton Hayes checking in. Let's check in that battle right now. This one right here should be heating up because Alves is under more pressure from the number 12 now, and this could be changing quickly.
Steady as she goes now for your leader, the 21 of Fortner. Alves in second. Ashton Hayes in third. Drake fourth. But look at Tyler Pantley. Pantley and Harrison are definitely making some moves. Harrison, you said Rodney was well off the radar screen, already up to 6. What do you see?
Leader having some problem in the 10 Commandments right now, and he's finally off the track, man. I mean, he was way in problems, and he's off the side of the track running that 10 Commandments section, trying to regain some ground out there.
So Fortner having some issues?
Actually, that was Alves. I'm sorry, Alves. I thought that was Fortner. That was Alves. That was your second place position. He and Hayes were battling for that number 2 spot is what they had going on there. So we dropped back on the camera. But Fortner's still your leader, it looks like. Sorry about that. But that was Alves at 23. But, man, he's back on it, and the battling continues as
Alves has got bike when they get back to the pits. Is going to have all kinds of green paint on it, blue paint on it, yellow paint.
Well, I was looking for this battle between Hayes and Alves, the way things were looking, but Alves has caught back up to Fortner now, so maybe that was Fortner having the problems off the side of the track.
There's Fortner out front. You can watch Fortner now as Fortner's over here, and here comes Alves. Alves looking pretty good. Hayes, Drake, and Pantley. There's the number 12. There's Ashton Hayes back up in it. Fortner now coming through right in front of the announce deck.
2-lap card is out for these riders now. Forkner and Alves were just a little less than 2 seconds. Now a little more than 2 seconds. Forkner and Alves. Ashton Hayes in the number 3 spot. 4th place, Derek Drake. Looking for Tyler Pantley, the 43 and a 5th. A gap of 9.7 seconds between Pantley and Mitchell. Harrison was turning about a 2-second faster lap time than what Pantley was, so I don't expect necessarily Harrison to be in, and he isn't, as Pantley does check in the 5th place spot. I know that Harrison has worked his way back. It was a long time, Wes came, before we even seen his name appear in a top 20 ride, but he's working his way up through the pack right now.
Well, there's Alves still in second. Your leader is still going to be Austin Fortner. Does Ashton Hayes have enough time? There he is.
The battle.
Oh, Hayes almost goes 3 feet off the bike. Not 2, 3. He was 3 feet off the bike, coming through the same section that he had problems in a lap earlier, the 10 Commandments.
The 10 Commandments. Look how gnarly those 10 Commandments are, though. I mean, those riders are really struggling through that section of the track, and rightfully so. The ruts are so deep, their foot pegs are dragging, and when they're not dragging through ruts, they've got soup and muck and mud they've got to try to maneuver through, and that's not an easy thing to ride through when it's that thick and that tight, I mean, it's really tough to ride in.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. Ashton Hayes maybe needs to take a step back, get close, and wait for another place. I mean, he closes the gap right there at the 10 Commandments, and it's just not enough to make it happen. Alves, the beneficiary of the bad luck from Hayes, still in second.
Well, we'll just keep watching that second place position of the 23 machine. There's your leader right there, Austin Forkner, looking around behind him. He's seeing about 3 or more seconds now back to the number 2 spot. As we round the final turn, head toward the white flag, you know that Fortner's thinking, okay, what do I got to do? Okay, I still got some pressure back there, but okay, there he is. I know what I got to ride. I just rode a 159.9, just under the 2. Let's hang out here at the 2-minute mark, and we should be able to hang on to this win. Alves checks in with a 2:02. He's about 5 seconds back now. Hayes drops back 2 seconds after that little skirmish there in the 10 Commandments section. Derek Drake is in 4th and holding steady back there, another 5.2 seconds back. Pantley now 8 seconds back in 5th. We saw Harrison. We were talking about Harrison moving up. He was in 6th at one point. We thought that he might be challenging Pantley, but he's actually dropped to 7th. John Ames has gotten back around him. And then on that lap, Harrison regains the position back, and he's 22 seconds.
Oh, the Alves goes down.
No way.
Alves is down.
Was that the 12 of Hayes down also right there beside him?
Alves goes down. Our
That-
leader is the 21 ride of Faulkner. Alves goes down one more
Again.
time.
Is this the 10 Commandments section?
Yes,
again?
absolutely.
Oh, man. Ramiller Alvaz, Ashton Hayes having their problems. Faulkner leading this one right now. And again, the 10 Commandments, lap after lap after lap, Wes Kane, seem to be presenting challenges for the number 23 machine, and it finally, I think, did its duty on him.
There he is right there. Ramiller Alves succumbing to the pressure of the 10 Commandments. Tips it over twice.
I've lost him.
Right now, it's still Austin Faulkner out front. Rodney doing a great job. Had his miscue in earlier of the race, able to come back and capitalize. White flag should be coming out. There it is.
It's out. We're racing to checkers right now is what we're looking for. And there
there's
they
the
are.
win.
They're out.
All right, follow that guy up.
They're out. The 21, Austin Faulkner, taking the win here. Solid. Ashton Hayes will check in second. Ramiller Alvaz was looking for third, but remember he had those problems. Derek Drake, the 33 machine in third. The 23 in fourth spot. Tyler Pantley, we expect in fifth. Faulkner, Hayes, Drake, Pantley, that's the way they've come in. Alvaz checks in the number 5 spot. Mitchell Harrison in the number 6 spot is what we're expecting here now. And that's exactly where he'll finish up. I tell you, Harrison, I think Wes Kane might have done himself the most justice right there, even with the horrible start that he had and the problems that he had in the early part of the race. I mean, I didn't even see him in the top 20 probably till lap 4 or 5. And once he finally made it in there, man, he really rocketed up to the front of the pack there. Well, those of you folks watching along the World Wide Web here at RacerTV.com want to say thanks to you for being along with us right now. We are live at Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. It is the 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, and we'll be back with more from the Dude Ranch right after this.
300 searing degrees. 750 pounds of metal twisting torque. 900 hard charging horses. You will never punish your motor oil like this. But it's good to know you could. AMSOIL. Push it to the limit.
Podium celebrations continue as we welcome you back here to our Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's. And, of course, on the podium is our celebrations from this race a few moments ago. The Super Mini 2 class, again, postponed and rescheduled till later in the race. An amazing battle. I think we had, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the neighborhood of 7, 8 different lead changes, or possibly even 10 lead changes, and there's about 7 different leaders, I think, throughout the course of that moto. But just an amazing battle, and they get their medallions and so forth. Again, apologizing for the technical difficulties. We will certainly try to get this all taken care of before the end of the broadcast today. But if not, we will certainly have it all ready to go for you tomorrow whenever you rejoin us for our broadcast. I can assure you that. You know, the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at Loretta Lynn's has a pretty big award that they hand out to rising stars. Riders like Nick Way was actually the first ever recipient of this award back in 1997. Since then, riders like Billy Payne, Travis Pastrana, Ben Riddle, James Stewart, Evan Lawrence, Davey Millsaps, Mike Alessi, Ryan Villapoto, Josh Hill, Trey Kennard, Darren Darman, P.J. Larson, Dean Wilson, Jason Anderson, Justin Bogle, and last year's winner, Zach Bell. And what we're talking about is the AMA Horizon Award. And at the end of each Loretta Lynn since 1997, we've given this AMA Horizon Award, and it's been presented to the rider showing the most promise for a professional career. While some recipients have come and gone, others are still racing at the top level today. Of the 17 winners, 5 have gone on to win national championships at the professional level. And I think that's a pretty amazing feat. And, of course, a couple of those riders that have achieved championships include riders like Travis Pastrana and James Stewart, just to name a couple of those guys. And, and several of them have had also race wins. So it's a pretty neat thing that they do here at Loretta Lynn's to kind of springboard and showcase some of the up-and-coming talent here at Loretta Lynn's. Want to say thanks to great supporters like folks like FMF Racing, celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. They're here with us this weekend, and some pretty cool things going on down in their pits, including the fact that Little D, Donnie Ambler, is actually racing this year in the 30-plus BC class. Donnie has been supporting Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross for over 30 years and grabbing hole shots since day one there with those folks there. And Thor last night, we talked about it this morning, and I want to say thanks to our friends at Thor for the awesome time we had last night with the dodgeball tournament. It was a all-industry dodgeball tournament that brought out some of the big stars. Ronnie Renner taking the win in that one. He and Brian Johnson it was 2 teams, but it got down to those 2 when it was all said and done, and it was a sudden death situation for those guys, but it was certainly lots and lots of fun. And again, just thanks to the many folks, as we said, that help out here at Loretta Lynn's. We want to say thanks most certainly to Red Bull. They've got the Red Bull Energy Station here. They're here helping, with a lot of things like, the coming coverage of the NBC Live coverage, 2 hours of amateur racing in the Red Bull Signature Series coming up this Saturday. An awesome, awesome thing, no doubt about it. We'll be back with more right here from Loretta Lynn's right after this.
The Can-Am Renegade 1000 XXC with the most powerful engine in the industry. The Outlander 1000 XT with a redesigned chassis for unequal trail riding. The Commander 1000 Limited, the most equipped, luxurious side-by-side in the industry. The facts say it's the most advanced lineup out there. But the ride says it all.
Welcome back once again here to Loretta Lynn's and the 32nd annual running of this Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. And don't forget, once again, folks, whenever you're tweeting and you're doing all your stuff there on Facebook, don't forget to hashtag it Loretta Lynn MX Live. And the reason for that is we want to trend together, and we are keeping track of those trends. I'm not saying we're having a contest yet, but there's a pretty good chance with the tens of thousands of folks that are on board with us here. We are, and can expect to probably have a few little neat trivial type things that we'll be doing throughout the course of this weekend. One thing is for certain, we're watching the mini monitors and some of the cameras that we couldn't get up because of the rain earlier today starting to pop up, and we are also looking forward to audio becoming a little bit better for us as well. Again, apologizing for that. Rodney Tomlin along with Wes Kane covering the action from inside the television booth right now. We've got lots of sponsors here on hand with us this weekend. We talked about AMSOIL. They've been going around changing oil in people's generators. Parts Unlimited here. They've supporting the sport at every level and every way with great things and great folks like Thor. Also, Oakley is in the house with us, the official eyewear and goggles of the Nationals here at Loretta Lynn's. The GoPro helmet cams, giving away a helmet cam every night at 5 o'clock here next to the announcer's tower. Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, Cobra Motorcycles, KTM, Yamaha, and Can-Am. Thanks to all those folks for bringing you and us this 2013 version of Loretta Lynn's. As we are watching the starting line right now, we know that a lot of track maintenance is going on right now. I'm sure in some of those more troubling areas that we were witnessing giving problems, such as 10 Commandments, such as some of those ruts in and out of the turns. The reason is, I believe, I think we're heading into 65cc 7 to 11-year-old class racing, if I'm not mistaken, Wes Kane. And, you know, we thought that it was tough for those guys on the Super Minis to get through and manipulate some of those ruts out there. Well, I can only imagine what these riders in the 65cc 7 to 11-year-old class are going to be faced with whenever they go out there. Wheels even smaller and legs even shorter. It's going to be a monster, I imagine, for them. So obviously a little extra time being taken, I think, on the racetrack right now to ensure that this will be a little more passable race course for them, so to speak. Panning the facility again, you can see the damage is done as far as the race is concerned itself. We've got I don't think any rain showers falling right now. That is a plus and that is a positive, obviously. We're hoping to be able to run the 50cc class this evening at 6 o'clock. However, that is weather and racetrack conditions permitting. And again, this is something we haven't seen in the last few years of Loretta Lynn's, this much of a delay and this much of rain. And honestly, we're not real sure how much more rain is forecasted and could fall throughout the rest of this evening. And the cooler temperatures this week, just definitely a little different atmosphere here at Loretta Lynn's. But one thing that I did notice after those rain showers fell there, Wes Kane, is that I did start to feel a little bit of that humidity, that traditional humidity back in the air. It was starting to get a little heavy. It wasn't unbearable by no stretch of the imagination, but a little taste of Loretta Lynn weather starting to actually come into play.
We can see them right there. They're still feverishly. They never give up. They keep constantly working on this track. Machines, they're not sitting idle, and they're just beating this track into submission between every moto, every break. I guarantee you, Jeff Russell and the boys, and tomorrow morning will be picturesque, perfect. It'll be like a field of dreams. If you build it,
they will come.
They will come. And they do. The pilgrimage is like everybody's on the road getting down here at the end of July, beginning of August. And look at that.
Well, there's Kentucky's.
Look at that. Proof in the pudding right there.
I mean, all these different shots. We're looking at different monitors. There's Mark Peters we see working the 10 Commandments section of the racetrack there. We also see David Lindsay, who's on the Ford tractor there. He's working the 10 Commandments.
Jeff Russell.
Actually, I think that's Sam Gammon working that section. That's David Lindsay right there.
Jeff Cernick over there on the pickling. You know, there is such thing as a pickle, and they call it pickling where they drop that little pickle and pull it.
So Jeff Cernick pickling while the rest of the guys are using heavy equipment out there. I think that's called drag lining, isn't it?
I don't have a clue.
Whatever it's called, this right here is what we call poetry in motion, my friends. As these, you know, this I think this is every little boy's dream right here, to play in the mud and play on heavy equipment right here, man. I mean, these guys, they're having, as challenging as it is, and I'm sure as aggravating as it is, these guys right here are going to be smacking high fives to each other after this day, say, we did it, man, we pulled it together. Congratulations, good job, man, way to make it happen.
Not only that, the fans, the spectators, the racers, the families, they're all smacking high fives because, you know, the little bit of break that was taken earlier today, we lost about 2 hours, that was the best thing that could have been done. This track from each and every moto is getting better and better in shape.
That's for sure, and they'll continue to work here at Loretta Lynn's and this 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. And racing will continue here in just a few moments as track maintenance continues, and we'll be back in just a few.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSOIL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
Back here at Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch, and well, Wes Kane, I know we talk about the history and everything, and you know, one thing is neat about the rain. You know, as challenging as it is, I think rain is probably, you know, the extremities, whether it be the extreme heat or the extreme rain or whatever. I think these are the memory makers that make the Loretta Lynn experience, because I can imagine you coming here for so many years with your family, the different things that you can remember, and how many times and how often have those memories been actually created by what the weather conditions have given you?
Absolutely. We've had some good ones. I remember when we went down, it rained so bad one year. First time in a long time I can remember, they actually chopped it down in a 2-moto format. The weather got so bad and we lost so much time. They had to make a decision. We still ended on Saturday and only got 2 motos in the whole week. So that's one memory we have. I've seen that creek flood. I've seen riders pull hole shots, lead, having their dream ride, and then a lightning bolt hit, and then the next they have to do a restart, and then that rider don't even finish in the top 40. But for that one lap, he got a hole shot and got the lead Loretta Lynn's. My boy one time got called as an alternate 250B class, didn't even have a bib for him, gave him a 3-digit number from the Masters class. Byron McGavran won the title, won the race, but we led for 2 laps as an alternate in the mud with a paper plate. That's the only thing you saw that we could see on the number.
Wow.
So memories are made here at Loretta Lynn's, and it's just amazing that, you know, you see this and it just, the years go on and on and on. Well, there, we're checking the line right there, Rodney. Did we go down? Do we know who's on the gate?
Well, let's go ahead and meet them, because I know they've got some time before they make their way around on their sight lap anyway, and I know that we've got 42 of the nation's fastest 65 7-11 class pilots.
Well, here we go right there. Let's start picking through here. Well, there you go, the number 11 of Bryce Clark out there. Bryce Clark looks good. From Savannah, Georgia.
All right, we're probably, the way they're talking, I don't know if we're going to do the sight lap or not. I know traditionally riders are given the opportunity to take a sight lap, but I would almost have to think, Wes, that maybe the dad's still equipment on the track right now too, so that might be part of it as well. But you know, traditionally people do take these sight laps. Earlier, though, we had one rider take a sight lap, I think. We had one rider take a sight lap in one of our classes earlier. Look at the mud there on the billboard. You can see a lot of splashing up, and it's that way all the way around the racetrack. I mean, it is piles and piles of mud. We'll try to get some details on the rainfall totals and so forth, but I don't think it's so much the totals as much as it was the amount and when it fell and what it did to the racing surface. I mean, everything around the race surface is all nice and all cool and everything, but it's just the racetrack itself is what is really the problem. And it's not really a problem. It's just a matter of getting into the drier stuff and being able to make it all come to pass. And that's exactly like we say. That's what these guys are doing. They're working hard. They're making it happen. They have already found, I've seen lots of dry dirt kicking up from underneath. I've seen several puffs of dust. So we know that the dry, churty dirt, and that's one thing to point out, too, about that. They've got, like, this dirt that's called chert, and it dries out real nice. And once they can get some of that mixed in, if they have to, in certain cases where they have to dig that deep, that actually aids and assists in helping dry the track out at the same time. It's amazing the different elements that have gone into this soil. Was talking with Timmy Coombs, who is the son of Dave Coombs, obviously, senior, that along with Paul Slagle got this particular event underway back in the early 1980s. And he was telling me that, you know, they've actually gone through a major transformation since their first times here. They have built this facility up. He says it's probably a good foot to maybe a foot and a half and 2 foot in some places higher than what it was whenever they originally started coming here, just simply because they had to come in and add a lot of stuff because of this being such a low-lying area. It was a a swampy field, and the area where the pond is located actually was a swamp area until just a few recent years ago, whenever Aeronautiques came on as a sponsor, and they built that big old pond in there and they floated the boat in there, and that has now become a nice traditional little area for the beach hangout for the riders in the Red Bull comfort zone over there, and I think that's pretty neat. Well, the riders are out on the trail, or out on the track right now. Got a little GNCC still in me there, but trails, tracks, it's all the same. It's all racing, and right now it's all going to be exciting to watch. We got Bryce Clark, Jeremy Ryan, Wilson Earhart, James McIlvain, Max Miller, Kinzer Hudson, Maximus Volan. Isn't that one of the famous Volans? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. Marcus Gonzalez, Danny Cogden, Cole Harkins. Also, we got Bryce Hanson, Braden Castellella. We got Kimball Jett, Joshua Verizon, Nathaniel Thrasher, Jack Rogers, Caden Amarine, Chandler Baker, Braden Bruce, Gage Linville, Seth Brown, TJ Usselman. We've also got Justin Coquinos, Charlie Tollison, Joe Shimoda, Daniel Scott, Cameron Davis, Jace Kessler, Blake Fisher, Sean Haymaker, Jesse Flock, Caden Parmley, Brandon Walder, Devin Simonson, Hunter Cross, Christopher Blackmer. Also, I believe Blackmer actually celebrating a birthday, his 11th birthday there on Monday during practice. Preston Kilroy is also with us, Aiden Tajiro, Colby Gatlin, Ty Glass, Ty Masterpool, and Haruki Segwa. That's your 65, 7 to 11-year-old riders that are out there with us. They might have changed a little bit on that roster in comparison because we might have had some alternates get in and so forth, but in general, that's pretty much what you've got to look forward to as far as what this 65cc 6 to 11-year-old or 7 to 11-year-old class is concerned, Wes Kane.
Absolutely. These guys right here are some tough customers, some tough hombres out there as they take their sight lap. They push just enough out of the way just so these little guys can get around the track. And they are doing a great job of it. Sight lap, we're going to lock and load them in the gate. And we will have the fastest 65, 7, 11 competitors in the world going to war on this man-made battleground here at the Dude Ranch.
7 to 11-year-old riders. You got to be wondering what's going through these guys' heads right now. Some of these kids, several of them, I'm sure their first time here, and the stories that they've heard about Loretta Lynn's is undoubtedly, in their minds, they've heard how hot it is. They've heard how much it can rain. They've heard how deep the ruts can be, how big the jumps get throughout the course of the week, and how whatever, So, and then throw into the fact that, they see all this rain come down and they see these mountains of mud basically pushed off to the side of the racetrack. They see their counterparts on bigger bikes struggling in some section of the race course. They have got to be thinking, what have I gotten myself into, especially some of the newbies out there. But all in all, I think that they're going to realize just exactly how much they are a part of the elite as far as motorcycle racing is concerned. When that gate drops and they all head into that first turn, it is going to be, I think they're going to realize the playing field's a lot more level than what it is. They haven't bitten off more than they can chew, and they're in for the ride of their life here at Loretta Lynn's.
Just a few more riders. We're looking to get locked and loaded in the gate. Then we will be 65, 7 to 11 racing here. All right, referees checking the line. You can see them down there. Riders are told, mechanics, they need to back off the gate. When that referee comes down, he checks the line. That's when it's time to get ready. He'll point to our 30-second board. When that goes sideways, it's time to go racing.
Go group from the start. I'll get the ref, and then I'll swing over as they come around the first turn.
Okay, see if you can get the ref there. Luke, give me a tight shot at the start.
There he is. There's Johnny O'Hanna. Cards up. 2 minutes to go. Johnny O'Hanna is checking the line. Flips around. It's going to go sideways. Johnny O'Hanna scrambles out of the way. Tony Morris turns it sideways. 10 to 5 seconds, that gate drops, and we are racing here at the Dude Ranch. 65-711. Here they come around the Motorcycle Superstore hole shot. And that little guy right there looks like the 95 Ty Masterpool. Masterpool on fire. Snaps out of the gate. Leads the field down through the tree line. And we've seen him earlier on, Ty Masterpool, going and doing some work out here. Kicking up some dirt. There he is rolling through the 10 Commandments. There's your leader, Ty Masterpool. We'll get you a line on the rest of the field as they come through. Leader, the 95 ride of Ty Masterpool out front. Leader through the sand. One rider goes down. It's a beehive of activity of 65 riders as they come through that sandy area. Tough break for number 11. He stands it up. That's Bryce Clark. He's got to get back up on that trusty steed.
Now remember, we saw a lot of different lead changes in that super mini class out there, and again, this sand is deep. It's tough to traverse, actually, for these 65cc riders, so we'll probably see a lot of position changes here as Ty Masterpool continues to hold on to this one after taking the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Hole Shot Award.
Well, there he is. Green flag on this little superstar here. And Masterpool hops, skips, and jumps. Gives Tony Morris the hand salute as he gets the green flag, and there he is.
You know, the track, remarkable. I mean, as bad as it
really
looked, it does. I mean, as bad as it looked the last moto and some of those places, I know they took an extra few minutes there between motos to work on it, but I think, honestly, the little things that they're doing is, I mean, it's all going to come together, man. This track is getting so perfect. It probably is closer to perfect than we even realized.
They can't do the whole rebuild. We don't have enough time, but all they're doing is tweaking nuts and bolts, tightening things up here and there, and then all of a sudden at the end of the day, wait till tomorrow morning. You've been here, Rodney. You know what's fixing to happen.
I can't wait.
Tonight and early in the morning, what this track is going to look like when we drop that gate at 7:30 for that next race first thing tomorrow morning.
Ty Masterpool, 1.9 second lead over Aiden Tajaro maybe there, but he's got about 0.8 of a second over Joe Shimoda. Jace Kessler, the 51, running back in the number 4 spot. The 67, Jesse Flock in 5th. 14.
Our leader down. Masterpool goes down in the dirt, dust, and debris. We got a new leader out there. That is rider number 87, Anian Tejado. Teja.
Let's call him Tahiro right now. Just
Tahiro.
Yeah, there you go. Aiden Tahiro. Joe Shimoda also, I believe, able to capitalize there, getting around the 95 of Masterpool. And a little further back, we got Flock in 5th, McElvain in 6th, Braden Bruce was 7th, Jeremy Ryan in 8th, Hakura Segawa in 9th, and Bryce Hansen rounded out your top 10 there on the end of the first lap. We had Devin Simonson in 11th, Blake Fisher 12th, Justin Coquino's 13th, Ty Glass at 14th, Mark Gonzalez in 15th.
Above that tree line, when they come down there, I looked up there and all I saw was gray sky.
Ooh.
Not good.
It seems
Don't
like
want to even look up there. Let's talk about the race.
Yeah,
our leader out there now is going to be Taheo Shimoda. There's Kessler. Now, I wonder if that's any relation to the Mickey Kessler Racing organization that's out of New Jersey. Mickey Kessler back in the day, 500 GPs. There's Masterpool back up to 3rd already.
Tahiro, Shimoda, Masterpool 1, 2, and 3. McElvain in the number 4 spot. Jace Kessler rounding out the top 5 at the end of lap number 2. Jesse Flock dropping back there as Braden Bruce moves into 6th. As we check, Jesse Flock does check in the number 7 position. In 8th spot, Devin Simonson. He moves up outside the top 10. He was 11th last time. Blake Fisher is 9th, and Bryce Hansen rounds out your top 10 now.
Here's your leader, Adrian Tejeda. Tejeda looks good, but on the hunt. On the hunt right now is Ty Masterpool back and forth. Shimoda moved up a spot.
Actually, I believe Masterpool is 3rd. We had a quick lap in there, about a 5-second lap or so in there, thrown in there that kind of threw the timing and scoring off. Someone got double scored, it looked like. But regardless, Tahiro and Shimoda, Masterpool in 3rd now.
Keep an eye on your leader right there. Go ahead, Rodney.
2:07.369 was the fast lap time there for you, just to let you know. Masterpool's lap time was a 2:17 after even going down, and he's about 8 seconds behind the leader of Tahiro whenever they checked in for the second lap complete.
Leader looks pretty good out there. The 87 of Tahiro. Tahiro now trying to stake his claim here. Joe Shimoda in 2nd. There's Masterpool. McElvain in 4th. Jace Kessler in the top 5. I'm going to look down the list a little bit. Justin Coquinos, definitely a factor. Max Miller. Larry Rios Jr., there's Superman back in about 25th. He's got a little bit of work to do, but very capable of rising to the occasion.
65cc class, you know, virtually unknown riders, a lot of unknown riders, even though there are some riders that are recognizable, like, well, obviously Masterpool and McElvain. Kessler is a name that I recognize as well. Max Miller and Cole Harkin. Gage Linville, wow, Linville's stuck way back in 16th right now aboard the number 40. Miller is 18th aboard the number 15. Kind of amazing. As we'll double check, well, we've got him coming in for 3 laps complete. We're watching our leader on the monitor right now, and honestly, there isn't any real races going on unless you look back in about 13th place, where Coquinos is trying to work his way up through the pack. I think he's gotten around for 12th and working on the 11th place position, so we'll be watching out for that. Coquinos could become a good solid part of this top 10, and it could be we could watch him actually work his way up through the pack like we saw some of them other riders in the motos previous to this. Tahiro out front, Ty Masterpool in 2nd, McElvain is 3rd, Joe Shimoda in 4th, Jace Kessler is 5th, Braden Bruce, he rounds out 6th place position now as we check in with 7th, Jesse Flock aboard the number 67, 8th, Devin Simonson, 9th, Bryce Hansen aboard the 21, Blake Fisher, the 65, and 10th, Haruku Segawa in the number 11 spot. Ty Glass is 12th. Max Miller now up the 13th. Danny Gognan is in the 14th place position. Gage Linville is 15th after 3. Jeremy Ryan in 16th. Joshua Verise 17th. Cole Harkins in 18th. Preston Kilroy in 19th. And TJ Usselman in the 20th place position. We were talking about Coquinos working his way up. You know, Wes Kane, this could be a situation where Coquinos is one of those riders that is expected, anticipated. He feels that he is the rider that's supposed to be up. So with after up at the front of the pack, so after maybe getting off to a bad start, he was making up some time, and he might have just been pushing it a little too hard because, you know, he feels that, you know, I'm supposed to be one of the players in this class, so I've got to push myself, and maybe done just a little bit more damage than he did good in the process of trying to make that happen.
Well, right now, Ty Masterpool's back up on his trusty steed, and he's putting in some work right now. Masterpool not going to sit back there for long. I believe theirs is the pass right there. We'll check it out and look very closely and see if that was Masterpool able to close up and add to the demise and move Tahiro back to 2nd.
Yep, we're 0.2 of a second apart as they head down behind the billboard section. Now looking over is Aiden, the 87, looking over. He sees Masterpool right beside him. And here he comes to the MotorcycleSuperstore.com. Forrest. Oh, I thought he was going to jump past him right there on those decision makers.
Well, there he is right there, Masterpool, right back up on the rear fender of your leader. That's going to be Aiden Tahiro. It's Masterpool putting in some work, not staying back there for long. I will not be shortchanged, says Ty Masterpool as he drops the hammer on his trusty steed. He makes the right-hand turn. Oh! Our leader has a tip-over. He has succumbed to the pressure applied by Ty Masterpool. He had the tourniquet on and applied the pressure just right and was able to rattle your leader. And now Masterpool back out on point.
Wow, I wonder if Shimoda was able to get by. Did Masterpool get did Hero get rolling again? Yeah, he's back to rolling. I see him rolling through the 10 Commandments out there right now. I'm not sure who or how many actually got around. There's the 46 behind him right now, so he may have dropped back a little further than what we thought he did. But anyway, your leader out front there, the 95, Ty Masterpool. Masterpool grabbed the whole shot. He went down, fell back. Wow, 4th place I think he was there for a little while. And now he's regained the lead again in 4 laps of racing. It's amazing the amount of things that are taking place over the course of about 3 or 4 laps here at Loretta Lynn's today as a part of our second day of racing, as this is our final race except for the 50 cc's in Moto number 1. We've still got our 50 cc's, and I'm not sure, but I assume we'd still be running these guys at 6 o'clock unless we've been told differently. We won't know. But anyway, we are watching the 65s, and we are looking at heading into Moto number 2 with our 250C class here pretty soon. So championships are about to start to shape up, and right now this championship is looking good for the 95 machine of Ty Masterpool. Tahero back there was some 8 seconds back, 8.6 seconds back in the number 2 spot. But look at this. Shimoda has moved into 2nd. Kessler is 3rd. Tahero still hasn't checked in. McIlvain in 4th. And big changes, huge changes on that lap of racing as Tahero does end up in the number 5 spot.
Well, we can watch him into the tree line. Ty Masterpool standing up. True championship fashion out there. As Masterpool now takes over the point and takes control. He's already put 8 seconds. He's 8 seconds out on Shimoda. Tahero now back there a little bit. So we'll watch this one unwind. But right now it's all about the 95 of Ty Masterpool.
Oh, it is. It is all Ty Masterpool. I think another rider that maybe we ought to be watching out for throughout the pack right now. Max Miller's trying to make some ground up out there. Actually, he did. He just made up a couple of positions from 13th now into the number 11 spot. Ty Glass actually having some problems out there, dropping back to the number 12 position. We're 5 laps into this one. Now as we watch the finish line, still no 2-lap boards, no white flags as of yet. But after 5, Masterpool, Shimoda, Kessler, McIlvain, Tahero, Braden Bruce is 6th. Jesse Flock, the 67, running in 7th. Devin Simonson, he is running in the number 8 position. In 9th spot, it is Haruku Segawa and Bryce Hansen rounding out the top 10 aboard the 21. Miller, as we told you, moved into the 11th place position. Ty Glass in 12th. Joshua Varais is 13th. Danny Cogden is 14th. Blake Fisher in the number 15 spot. In 16th is Preston Kilroy. TJ Usselman, the 42-17. Jack Rogers finally breaking into yeah, he finally broke into a top 20. I've been watching him. He was outside the top 20 in about 24th, 25th, and then he moved up to like 22nd and 21st, and now he's up to 18th. He's been slowly working his way up through the pack. Cole Harkins is 19th. Gage Linfield now drops all the way back to 40th. I think he's actually remounting a challenge right now, trying to move up. Coquinos has dropped down to the 23rd place position. Colby Gatlin is 24th, and that goes to show you, man, some of the players in these races, expected players, can sometimes have their challenges out there.
Well, we're watching them now in the trees. We're picking them up there.
Wow. You can tell it's starting to get dark out there.
It
just
is
from the
getting dark
shot
out there. The sun popped out for a little bit, but we get in that tree. It is very, very dark there.
Yeah.
And the sun does shine in the darkness for Ty Masterpool. Like we said earlier, he's out of the trees, but not out of the woods yet. He's got a few more laps to go. And he's not going to be happy till he races to that checker and gets on that podium.
For sure. Trying to work through some lap traffic right now. Not only that, there's some yellow flags out as that indicates some riders down. But, you know, one thing to point out, the track work that they did a lot of good right there. And I've mentioned it before. Sometimes it's got to go worse before it gets better. And I think that's what we saw during that Super Mini Moto. It actually went through its worst stage, and then it finally started turning around. Then, obviously, the tweaks of the nuts and bolts, as we said earlier in this Moto, helped, obviously, make this track what it's making it into. Just amazing. I can't believe myself, I'm amazed every time I watch these guys go around just how much better this track seems to be getting with each revolution of race these racers make around. So Masterpool coming around. This will be for 7 laps complete this time, and I'm assuming we're going to be getting close to probably a 2-lap board. If not this lap, maybe one after. We're in 2:10 range here, so they might be actually riding fast enough lap times to give us even another little extra bit of time. Here comes Masterpool around the final turn down on the drive, and I don't see the 2-lap board come out, so we've still got at least 3 to go for Masterpool and the rest of the field here in the 65cc 7 to 9-year-old class, West Kane.
Absolutely, and it's Masterpool taking control as he now passes in front of the billboard.
You're looking out the door there, man. It is bad. It is looking bad off to the north and the west of us right now, and I don't know if we can get a shot of the radar up the pool on RacerTV.com and our Loretta Lynn MX Live. I know that we're having a lot of technical difficulties, and that probably won't be the easiest thing to do, but those of you at home, I would suggest pulling up the radar. You'll see what we're getting ready to be faced with. If it doesn't hit us, it is looking gnarly off to our north and northwest there.
Here comes your leader one more time through the 10 Commandments. Ty Masterpool making it look easy. Here he goes up to the high ride. It's pretty dry up there. You can see him kicking up a little bit of the dry dirt as Masterpool sees the yellow flag. Rodney's dad over there waving the flag, and Masterpool adheres to the caution. Takes the short story shortcut, and now back into the fracas is the 95 of Ty Masterpool.
Masterpool, Kessler now into the number 2 spot. Look at the changes that have taken place. Shimoda has dropped back to 6th place. Jesse Flock's back there. Here's the new rundown after 7 laps of racing. It is Ty Masterpool out front, Jace Kessler in 2nd, James McElvain in the number 3 spot. Aiden Tejero is now 4th spot. Braden Bruce, the 37, is 5th. In 6th place, the 47, Joe Shimoda, who was running in 2nd there a few moments ago. Jesse Flock, the 67, in 7th. Devin Simonson, the number 70, he runs in the 8th place position. The 99, Haruku Sagawa is running 9th, and Bryce Hansen rounds out your top 10. After 7 and 11th place, Ty Glass. Max Miller now up to 12th. Danny Congdon is in the 13th place. Joshua Varais is 14th. TJ Usselman in 15th. Blake Fisher in 16th. Maximus Volan, see him breaking into the top 20 for the first time this moto. He moves into 17th place as we got Cole Harkins in 18th. Jack Rogers in 19th, and Justin Coquinos rounding out. I can't help it.
Shiver me timbers. It's a Pirates plunder. It's Mad Jack Rogers moving up in a number 19 position. He better get up in there in the top 20, or he'll have to walk the plank when he gets back to his pit area.
I just can't. It just echoes from the days when he was on the 50cc. You know, we've watched these kids grow up, the 50s and now into the 60s and soon into the 80s, and some of these guys have actually made that step into it. As a 2-lap board is out, West Kane, we're one more step closer to wrapping this one up for the 65 7 to 11 and the first motos for all of our bikes except for the 50 so far.
Absolutely. 2 laps to go on this one. And there he is right there, Ty Masterpool now. Cool, calm, and collected. Went down earlier on, kind of went back to about, what did we have back there, about 5th or 6th, Rodney?
Yeah.
Fought hard, charged hard.
Yeah.
Put himself in a great position to win. And now 2 laps away from putting that number 95 bike right up on the top podium spot.
Man, I thought he got a little bit of a mistake right there. His head, I mean, yeah, he shook his head. He did make a little mistake there. I saw him shake his head right there. Something happened. But regardless, he's holding on. I was just getting ready to say, look how calm, cool, collected. I mean, he looks like he is so in tune with what's going on right now. I mean, you would hardly believe that this kid was set in the range of 7 to 11 years old. I think he might be close to 11 years old, but man, regardless of that, I mean, just so calculated in the way that this kid moves at such a young age on a 65cc machine.
Masterpools, they got a training camp down there. They're definitely grooming some champions down there Papa Masterpool always, got a group of kids he's training and training the sons and making things happen out there. And right now, Ty Masterpool is cashing in on some of those big dividends that those guys work for down there.
Amazing how these kids just look like they're in right where they need to be. Coming around the billboard, checking back to see where that second place ride was or what was behind him. But I can tell you right now, 24.6 seconds back to second place, man. I mean, that's consistent, good consistent laps back to back to back to back. Even after some adverse things going on in the first couple of laps, he rose to the occasion and rose above it all. Kessler is second, Aiden Tejero again in third, James McIlvain in fourth, Braden Bruce. We're looking for him to be checking in, and no, Joe Shimoda checks in the number 5 spot, so changes again taking place. Gaps, though, nobody really challenging anyone for any positions. Bryce Hansen was challenging there at one point, but I think that might have fallen by the wayside there on that lap. We'll check this time around. Braden Bruce does check in 6th. We got Jesse Flock in 7th. Devin Simonson, who's put together and strung together a great first moto here in the 65cc 7 to 11 class. He's 8th. Bryce Hansen in 9th. Segawa, the 99, rounding out the top 10. Max Miller in 11th. Another rider putting together a good moto after some adverse things there off the start. Joshua Varise was riding in the number 13 spot. White flag lap, though, for our leader, Wes Kane, as he makes his way around, and this will soon turn to a checker as this leader makes his way by the Red Bull Energy Station. Again, man, on rails, and he is doing exactly what he expected to do. That's actually second place. Kessler coming through the Red Bull Superterm. There is your leader. Coming to the finish line, I believe. We'll be seeing the checkers fly for him in just a moment. Ty Masterpool mastering the first moto of the 65cc 7 to 11-year-old class.
There he is. Ty Masterpool takes the win. Looks over his shoulder, and looks like Jace Kessler will finish up in second. Adrian Tejero. What a great job by that guy. He had that lead back and forth, swapping paint out there, falling down, crashing, and able to salvage a third place. Great job out there for Adrian Tejero. Well, Roddy, it looks like there's Masterpool. He lands that 95 machine up on the podium, slams that bike up on there.
The 51 machine making his way down into the impound area now as Jake Kessler takes second. Aiden Tejero takes the number 3 spot aboard the 87. McIlvain holds on for 4th. 22 seconds was the gap at the end of that final lap of racing. Pretty impressive, no doubt about that. Joe Shimoda is 5th. And look behind Jason Wygant's head there, Wes Kane. Look at the clouds moving in right there.
I don't even want to look, Rodney. I'm just going to jinx anything. I want to keep everything going smooth, but you are right.
It's looking rather dark and ominous. There's Harold Martin from the Moto Playground folks. They're doing a lot of work down here this week. Good job keeping their thumb on the pulse of amateur motocross in all regions across the nation with the Pickle, and then, of course, the national magazine, a Moto Playground, become an integral part and a part of the fabric woven into amateur motocross racing, not only Loretta Lynn's, but just amateur motocross racing in general. Got a 250C class coming up next. The 250C class race number 1. We're actually going to start our second motos. All righty, we're going to be heading down to the podium here in just a moment. We are working on these technical difficulties. If all goes well, here's Jason Wygant.
95, Ty Masterpool.
Hold on a minute. Have I been loud on the microphone?
Well, that was a good one. I know at one point you even lost the lead a little bit, but you came back strong.
Oh, yeah, you're burning them up.
I'm sitting here. Have I been loud?
Oh, you're always loud.
It's the natural timber of your voice.
It's not
How's
wrong
the
with it.
mud?
That's
Is
just
it pretty
you.
bad out there?
Yeah, very slick.
I've been thought I've been lax in here, quiet.
You got it? You got it?
Dude, your voice just, it carries in a most impressive way. I mean it as a compliment, but that's like the only thing that people say.
What are they saying?
There it is, Ty Masterpool
One of
taking
the
your moto
announcers,
win here
every
in
time
the
he gets excited,
65s.
he's screaming in my ears, and this guy
And they're
needs
going to take
turn
some
it down a
pictures
little
for the
bit.
motorcyclesuperstore.com folks. And And we got more medals to hand out.
That's just
People are saying like,
Let's bring up the 51.
You
just need to boost it up if we can on radio and
Get in on our program right now. I got Wes Williams down here doing videos. I'm going to try to talk as loud as I can so I can mess up the sound bite because he stole them from me anyway.
Wes, we're done here, buddy.
When Wes asks, the amateur riders listen. All right, I'm not going to be as cool as Wes, but I'll talk to you anyway. Let's bring him on up. He got a moto win yesterday. He got a second today. He's right in the hunt for some titles. Let's hear it for Jace Kessler.
I'm going to go up there with Kevin, right?
Yeah, again, how was the track?
I thought it wasn't too bad. It was a little slick in some areas. I mean, it was good.
Cool. You happy with the ride?
Yeah, on like the third lap, I flipped over the bars and I tried to get up as fast as I can. I'm like, come on. And I recovered. I think I got up to third, and then I crashed again. Got up, and I got to second, so it was good.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Jace?
I would like to thank my mom and dad, Stellar Graphics, 100%. They've been hooking me up with some stuff. Stellar Graphics, Barber Cycles, Mama C's, my trainer John Bono, Renegade Fuels, Maximum Oils, everybody else, thanks.
There it is, third place finisher, Jace Kessler on the number 51 KTM. All top 10, all KTMs. Got that 65 class dialed. We'll bring everybody on up here. We got a third place finisher. They got mud even on the back of their jerseys somehow. I don't even know how they do that. Third place, he led for a bit in this one. It was a crazy moto, as we know. Good comeback to get back to third. Aiden Tiero takes the spot. Well, take me through it, man. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I got a decent start. I was almost all the way on the outside gate. Just, I had to hold it pinned, and Time Master Pool got a really good start. And then about a lap through it, he went down. I got to lead for a little bit, and then unfortunately I went down, and then just kept picking it up from there.
You happy to get third? I mean, you had a crash. Third place still pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Aiden?
I would like to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Mach 1, Race Tech, Answer, Scott, Dunlop, Renthal, ODI Grips, FMF, Skull Candy, Sketch, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
And bronze medal here one more time for Aiden Tiero. Well done. That's our 65 class, and we will send it back up to the tower. And I do see our 50cc riders in staging, so it looks like we're going to get those motos in. Should be interesting. It's come around pretty good. Our 65 riders said it wasn't that bad for them. Hopefully the 50s can handle it as well. Now I actually will send it up to the tower instead of just talking a good game. I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to send it up to the tower right now after I mention that our 50 classes are coming up one more time, and then I will send it up to the tower right now.
All right, again, we are done with those 65cc riders. Congratulations to Jace Kessler. Ty Masterful doing a solid job as well. I think Ty was able to pull that win down. And we are about to get underway with some 50cc action. These little guys have sat idle. We were supposed to race them earlier this morning, but thank goodness we didn't because the track was awful wet. So we
decided to push them back into the program.
I'm going to just keep on talking. How about that? We're ready for the ground-pounding horsepower. Get your earplugs, because here come the 50s.
All right, on the racetrack, coming up next, the 51 7-8 limited.
AMSOIL is giving away a 2014 Can-Am Maverick 1000R UTV. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn more and register, or register online at amsoilracing.com. Get trail ready with AMSOIL. AMSOIL is giving away a 2014 Can-Am Maverick 1000R UTV. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn more and register, or register online at amsoilracing.com.
So getting ready to go. Tractor's still running around on the racetrack. Race number 31, the 51 7-8 limited class. Again, I want to welcome everybody listening watching, I should say, on racertv.com. Wes and Rodney calling the action there for quite some time. Jason Wygant and Kevin Kelly will pick it up here in just a moment as the stars and bars fly there.
There you go. That's pretty majestic.
In the cloud-soaked sky and the rain-soaked ground here at Loretta Lynn's. There's Mark Peters again cleaning up this racetrack. In between some of the jumps, that's kind of the low-lying areas there. He will go out there and scoop some of that muck out of the way, get it down to some hard-packed ground where these little dudes can hook up some traction on the 51cc 7-8 limited class. Rider number 2 is going to be Reed Cooper. Number 12, Kyle Smith. 15, Mason Naker. 17 is Tyler Blankenship. 19, Noah Stevens. 20 is Lane Reynolds. 21, Evan Slosser. 22 is Caden Braswell. 24 is Johnny Weber. Caden Steinhardt, number 25. Justin Allen, 26. Jordan Beast, number 28. Matthew LeBlanc, how you doing? Number 29. Brock Lassiter, 31. Gregory Stewart is number 32. Aspen Boothby, rider number 34. Colin Allen, number 35. Freddie Aquino, number 37. Alex Raleigh, 42. Braden Keenan, he's number 43. Mitchell Zerum, number 45. Jaden Clough, number 46. Trey Atkinson, he's going to be number 51. Cyrus Butts, number 52. Tommy Chocolate Leclerc, number 54. Garrett Baker, number 57. Hunter Yoder, number 58. Kalen Kaufman, he's rider number 65. Carter Malcolm, he's going to be number 67. Brian Espinoza, number 69. Mario Lopez, number 72. How about that? That's right, AC Slater in the house. Trevor A. Cullop, number 74. Evan Ferry, that is Timmy Ferry's little dude, number 75. Maddox Jarvis, number 77. Jack Reynolds, number 79. Hamden Hudson, number 88. Thomas Welch, number 89. Damian Wasendorf, number 90. Ewan Krish, number 92. James Gann, number 97. Colton Kendrick, number 98. And Ryder DeFrancesco making his third appearance at the ripe old age of 8 here at the ranch. Ryder DeFrancesco, Jet Reynolds, and the rest of the gang anxiously awaiting their shot at the racetrack. They were all in the Red Bull swimming hole, if you will, because you're in Tennessee. It's not a pond, it's not a pool, it's a swimming hole. On down there at the swimming hole. Now they are back on the gate. Some of them have backed off the gate just a little bit, have done all their lawn and gardening that they can do, and about to turn this racetrack back over to our little racer friends. And if you look back there again, Storyland, that's the portion of the racetrack that's farthest away from the announcer's tower. We have chopped that section off until we can get that squared away. A little bit too wet for us to race on, so we decided to work the parts of the track that were manageable and give you the best racetrack possible. And the track has really turned around. I mean, we had tons of rain yesterday, last night, this morning, and still we are able to race on a very competitive racetrack. And some of the mud riders really starting to step out and shine. And the big bulldozers, the box blade there of Sam Gammons, continue to turn this racetrack around. That sandy section right in front of the Red Bull Energy Station looking nice and smooth again. Got it all graded up, ready to put some blacktop down. It's all graded up. So you'll start seeing some of the industry folk jump out onto the racetrack, and sometimes we ask those guys to come out and help these little guys when they go down. That's one of the few points in the week where we allow folks to get in there and help out these little guys whenever they are having problems on the racetrack. All right, there we go with the sight lap for these young men. The 51 7 to 8-year-old class. Well, if you're a dad, you send your little guy out there, you're like, look, man, be careful. Take your time. Look ahead. Try not to run into somebody who's toppled over into turn or on the face of a jump or a landing, and try to take something from this parade lap. And whether or not they listen, I have an 8-year-old son. This would be the class he would be in one ear, right out the other one. No interest in what I have to say about dirt biking. I'm going to say it anyway, though. Deal with it, kid. That's right, Riley. Pay attention to what your old man's saying here. Stand up as much as possible. Keep your feet on the pegs. Those are all words of wisdom that I've heard when I was coming up through the ranks of the C class and the beginner classes across America, working on my championships. Between us announcers, there are 0 championships. Don't even look up like you got one, Wes, because you don't. Me, Wygant, Rodney, Wes, losers on a dirt bike. 0 skill. I'm going to throw it on out there. Wes Kane too busy texting to rebuttal because I know he would just be like, nah, man, I was good. No, you weren't. Negative. We've talked about it before. Until somebody knocks this kid off of the #1 spot, Jet Reynolds is the guy to beat in the 50 class, and he's establishing himself as the guy to beat in the 65 class. That's a new home for him. He has been on the 50 for for a couple of years now, and I believe he's picked up titles in each of those years here at the ranch along with Ryder DiFrancesco. DiFrancesco, the young kid in this class, he's picked up titles in the PW class. The first 2 years he had been here, now he moves up to the Big 50, and struggling, if you will. I'm not even going to call it struggling because he's a young kid in the class, getting fourths and fifths, which is awesome. But Jet Reynolds is the man to beat here, no doubt about it. He is a veteran, if you will, on the number 79 machine, sponsored by Cobra and One Industries. Jet doing double duty, doing it on the 50 and the 65, which is a tall order for such a short young man. There's a sight lap, put it in the books, it's done, and these little dudes will cruise back to the starting gate and hear more nonsense from their dad that they're not going to listen to. What is Timmy Ferry telling his kid? No telling. Where do you want to go to eat after this? Are you hungry? I'll take you over there and get you a fried green tomato. How's that sound, son? Yuck. I want a fried green Butterfinger. They got those. Deep fried Butterfingers. They got those delicious things. They got deep fried Gatorade here, man. That's crazy. Gatorade's not good enough. You got to deep fry it. Looking down the vendor alley here, we got Alpine Stars right next door to us, GoPro, then Thor. Cometic Gaskets out there. Road and Dirty, Race Day Picks, they're in the house as well. On down the line. MXers for Jesus, Moto E. And then all of the big team rigs with all the star amateur riders parked underneath them. It looks like a factory pit display out there when you go to the Orange Brigade or Rockstar, Team Green Kawasaki, Club MX having their setup there, Fly Racing over there in the woods setup, Moto X compound, Matt Walker's place, the MTF, the Red Bull pits, just thousands and thousands of RVs, trucks littering the grounds here at Loretta Lynn's, and we are going to set them right back up. Tony Morris, he is round and he is proud. He'll throw that card up here in just a minute. And we are just about set to go racing. And again, on racertv.com, hashtag Loretta Lynn MX Live. That's how you follow along with our tweets. And if you hashtag us on Twitter, it's LL2013. So make sure you hashtag all those photos on Twitter and Instagram. Some 1,800 photos, and that was early in the morning, so I'm sure it's well over that on the LL2013 hashtag for all the photos on Twitter and Instagram. There's a shot of Johnny Ohana, Tool Time. There's the always lovely Tony Morris. Johnny Ohana looking in his pants pocket for another sandwich. Talking about how he got whacked by 65 last year and almost killed his career as a track boss here. Sweep the knees. That's what a little 65 rider did. Put Donnie up in the air, down to the ground. That's right. He's been to Afghanistan twice there in that hat. That guy in the cowboy hat. It's a bad dude. There he is, Johnny Ohana. He did two. Johnny Ohana. They've got a wobbly little situation here. All right, we're going to get back to the task at hand. That's calling the race. You're throwing me off my mark here, Wes. Kids back out in the water here at the Red Bull Beach. All right, going down the line, make sure all these little dudes are ready to go. Pop those goggles one more time. There's Johnny Ohana one more time. There's Tony Morris. Look out. Throwing that 2 card up here momentarily. And there it is. The 2 card goes up. We are just about ready to rock and roll. Jeff Russell in that bright yellow shirt. Pretty much in control of this racetrack. Johnny Ohana. Yeah, you need to do this. Do a little bit of that. And Jeff Russell's like, I got this. All right, the gate drops. And it looks like Ryder D, the 199 of Ryder D Francesco, and the number 29 locked in there like a little bogey. The number 29 of Matthew LeBlanc, ooh, in the number 2 spot. So let's see how long Matthew and Ryder D can stay out front. Ryder D Francesco with the whole shot, but LeBlanc taking over the point. And looking down the line for the number 79 of Jet Reynolds. Anything can happen in these wet conditions, so we're not going to call it until the checker flag flies. We have seen bike problems from riders that knocked them out of competition. There he is, Matt LeBlanc again on the KTM. This is the last stop for these young men before they jump on the 65. Now look in behind him, his arch rival, the number 79 of Jet Reynolds, a veteran in this class already. He is a standout 50cc and 60cc rider. And here comes Jet Reynolds. Look at that deep sand there. Sorry about that, Wes. Check out that sand. These little guys have a lot of problems with it. Wow, man. Check it out there, up and over the big Kawasaki jump, Matthew LeBlanc, and the number 79 of Jet Reynolds. LeBlanc ready for the challenge. He says, come and get it, son. Right in front of the announcer's tower. We're going to take a ride with our leaders. They have flat checked out, yard in the field. The KTM of LeBlanc, side by side. Here comes Jet Reynolds. And here they are officially. LeBlanc will credit 1 lap in the books as your leader. Jet Reynolds is second. And Reynolds goes in behind the billboards. The pit board's going to come out for these young men right here, and Reynolds will square him up. Ryder D Francesco third. Jaden Clough is fourth. Jordan Beast fifth. Hunter Yoder sixth. Brock Lassiter seventh. Alex Riley eighth. Brian Espinoza ninth. And James Gann rounds out your top 10. And there's your new lead. The pass is made by Jet Reynolds.
Jet Reynolds now making something happen out there. He takes over the point. He shifts his friends back, Matthew LeBlanc and company back there. And now it's a 2-bike breakaway as these 2 riders try to yard the field out here and get as much distance as they can from the rest of the pack. A lot of tough customers back there, Kevin. Look, the list just goes on and on and on. But right now it's all about Jet Reynolds out front as he masters the 10 commandments.
Good
Thou
line.
shalt ride a cobra through as fast as you can was the commandment number 8. He has abided by it. And there's Ryder D Francisco. Got a good snap out of the gate, little 99 Ryder D Francisco. He's already bagged 2 Loretta Lynn's titles here already.
Yeah, at the age of 8, that's pretty solid.
That is very solid.
He's got another year left in this class as well. So again, like we said, he's the young kid coming into this one. Those are the old ones there, the old vets. They're like the Treadwells and Johnsons here. And they'll move on out to the 65s full time next year. Seeking employment there. There's LeBlanc right behind him, keeping it close. Very rarely do you see anybody keep up with the number 79 of Reynolds, and LeBlanc doing more than that. He is challenging on that KTM, Wes.
He's actually bump drafted right behind him. Any miscue that our leader Jet Reynolds can make, LeBlanc's going to be there to capitalize. Di Francesco just a little bit back, but still able to be up in the mix in the top 3. Here comes Cloud, Baez, Yoder, Lassiter, Riley, Espinoza, Gann, and Lee Clary.
Leclerc, oh, and here they come right in front of us here at the announcer's tower. A great view at home on Racer TV of the number 79 of Jet Reynolds. And
Reynolds
doubles
right out
right
there.
through there. No problem stepping down, up and over the Thor. Tunnel jump we go. And look out, Matthew
29,
LeBlanc
that's
goes
LeBlanc.
down. He crashed right in front of us here. And LeBlanc's going to hand off a very comfortable lead to Jet Reynolds. Reynolds going to look over his shoulder like, where did everybody go? It's really quiet now.
Jet Reynolds going to work, Kevin. This is the way you got to do it. You got to yard the field, stretch your legs out, get a little real estate between you and the rest of the field, and this just was the plan these guys came up with. They got the little board back in the trailer. They're making some moves. They're making a plan, diagram of the X's,
diagram
zeros.
the whole play.
There's 79, Jet Reynolds. He's hitting the afterburners now as he heads down the long short chute and takes that drive down into the right-handed turn into the 10 commandments.
There.
Yep.
You can go outside, you can go inside.
We made the right decision on that one, Kevin.
Yeah, the little guys aren't going to double, so you don't need all that momentum that the outside affords you. So run that inside line, shorten that straightaway up there, and easy. Look at that power of the front end just wanting to jump right out from underneath him there.
Right now he's playing a quick game of hide and seek. Catch me if you can, see me if you can. I'm going to count to 10 and you're never going to see me again. He is on. Look at him doing a little shoulder check for the rest of the competition. Very quiet out there.
Yeah, where he's at, it's really quiet. He's nobody within 5 or 6 seconds of him. And Jet Reynolds has time to kind of survey the land there. There's Matt LeBlanc.
All right, now we're going to focus on that rider, but we're getting right back. That was LeBlanc. LeBlanc back there with all his friends.
See what he's doing there with the words, Wes? That was well done. I got it. I called it. I was following you. There's a nice tight shot of Jet Reynolds with 2 T's, folks, if you're keeping score at home.
He's hitting the afterburners as he comes down through the twisties and heads down in front of the announce deck.
Double we go. Jet Reynolds got the hand guards on there, standing up. He is fearless. He'll jump anything. That bike stands up to him. It'll definitely stand up to you. You can pick up one of those brand new Cobras. Introducing those Cobras last night, I believe, at 7:30. The 2014 Cobras are now on display here at the ranch. Kawasaki also displaying its brand new KX85 and the Super Mini. Yamaha has the 2014 line here. Pat Alexander was talking about the new Suzukis, and we're going to give away an RMZ tonight at 6:30 on the podium, the Sunoco. They've got a drawing that everybody's been entering to win, and now they're going to draw at 6:30, and you get to choose any RMZ you want, whatever size you want. There's another look at LeBlanc. 9 seconds behind Jet Reynolds. Hunter Yoder sits 24 seconds behind LeBlanc. Then you have Tommy Leclerc 4th. Jaden Clough is 5th. Brock Lassiter is 6th. Brian Espinoza is 7th. Jordan Beast 8th. Reed Cooper 9th. And James Gann rounds out your top 10. Having a look again at the number 29 KTM. Matt LeBlanc, who does it again, does a nice little 180. Going to pin it like every redneck in America does when they're out in the parking lot, just turning their bike around. Doesn't lose a spot. I believe that rider is a lap rider, the number 67 machine. Here's Jet Reynolds, the number 79 Cobra rider. They are all in on Jet Reynolds. One Industries loves what he has done so far. Got him set up with the latest in One Industries gear, the best motorcycle you can put underneath him there. There's the number 29 of Matthew LeBlanc again. LeBlanc with a couple of tip overs here in this moto. He is making life very easy for Jet Reynolds. And Jet typically doesn't need that help at all anyway, so hard to reel him in. Little rider there with that lime green helmet. Not a bad idea, so you can pick your kid out of all of the little kids on the same color bikes typically. So give him just a crazy looking helmet. That way you can find him in a sea of yellow and orange. Got the mag wheels. Pick those up down at American Racing. The stainless steel polished, the Kragers. Yeah, that looks good, man. Got
Jet Reynolds now out front, the 79 machine. Come in, 779. There he is. And there he is. He really is here. Welcome, Rodney. Shimmy shake. Jet Reynolds now looking good all by himself. He's really hauling the mail on that. He's got it strapped to his back. Just past Waverly Post Office, dropped off a couple of special deliveries, and on his way back here.
He's
for a
heading
one-way trip
with
to the podium.
Special delivery there. Come
Hey, here I am.
Talk to me, Jason Wygant. That kid is the fastest delivery of sponsors in all of America. He's fast on the track, giving that Mike Hill run down that fender. Jet Reynolds blast through those sponsors like nobody's business. Says he is not married, contrary to what I thought. He's going to go back home.
What you've been reading in People magazine?
Yeah, I thought he
Yep.
was going to carry some titles home to the wife.
Check. Well, Jet Reynolds looks like he's got everything under control here. He comes up on a couple of other the lap riders.
I'm good. I'm ready.
Top 10 look like this. Jet Reynolds out front.
Unleash it. It's all right, man. I give you permission. You can go. It's good. Wow.
Shut him down.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, he bogged.
No, I was listening more to the screeches I was hearing. And I'm not talking about Saved by the Bell or Matthew LeBlanc from Friends.
All right, top 10 look like this, guys.
Much better, Wes. Go.
Out on the point is Jet Reynolds. Matthew LeBlanc, along with his friends, are in second. There's Hunter Yoder in third. Tommy Lee Clary is in fourth. Jaden Clough in fifth. Brock Lassiter, sixth. Reed Cooper, seventh. Brian Espinoza, eighth. Jordan Baez, ninth. And James Gahn in the top 10, brought to you by our good friends over at AMSOIL, the leader in synthetics. Since 1972, the development has proven to be the #1
synthetics.
Yes. Thank you, Jason.
Wow, way to finish strong, Wes.
Oh, he got it. Kept it alive. Kept the ball up in the air.
Just like the dodgeball you threw last night.
He handed off the
They
rock.
never hit the ground, that's for sure.
That last yard.
Never hit the
Hey,
ground.
guy.
Got it. Thank you.
See you later, Jason. Go over there. Go cry on your
The first
sorrow.
round was worse.
How were you in team sports as a kid? Were you picked last or first, or were you even
Last
considered?
every time. Although we never played dodgeball.
What did you play?
I think we played kickball. Graduation. Next year, kickball. Team handball. You ever learn that one?
I think that when I first meet, when I come across, that's where I think that you were excelling at a nice handball sporting event.
Experience pays off sometimes. So it's Reynolds, LeBlanc, and Yoder.
Kevin's more of a...
Where have I gone? I would typically just run with that. You would hand me that ball, and I would just keep going. I'm like the voice of reason. I just turn my mic off.
You wanted no part of that.
Out the door.
Well, we're just talking about stick and ball sports here, folks. That's all.
It's a motocross kind of day, though. The number 79 of Jet Reynolds. It is all you, my friends. Starting to lap up into some of the field there. Jason Wygant's going to go have a word with this guy. He got a little bone to pick with him, huh? Look out. Whoa, that little guy almost ran Reynolds right off the track.
Jet Reynolds looking good out there, having his way out there, Kevin, and the sun is shining, so he is making some hay out there, and it's Jet Reynolds out front.
Man, that track is tough. They make it look so much easier than it is. That is hard. You don't ever get a chance to kind of settle down. The bike's always wanting to slip away from you. You're always fighting it in the ruts. The front end's wanting to jump out of the ruts. Rear end's wanting to just step out on you. As we look back down the line at the number 58, the number 29 of, Matthew LeBlanc, a 2:21 that time around. So Reynolds has backed it off just a bit because he turned a 2:09 on lap number 2. So he has added 10 seconds on that last lap, but with the white flag out, no reason to toss it away. With a 16-second lead in the mud, that's an eternity. So you want to make sure you get through this thing and put yourself in championship contention. That's exactly what Reynolds, LeBlanc, and Yoder have done on the white flag lap 51.78 limited. Leclerc in the number 4 spot. Reed Cooper, 2 awesome names in the number 5 spot. Jaden Clough, 6th place rider. Brock Lassiter in the number 7 spot. Brian Espinoza, 8th. Jordan Beast, 9th. And James Gahn rounds out your top 10. And again, more lap riders, man. You got to be careful. We have seen it here. The number 79 of Jet Reynolds working his way through. Around the outside, working his way through lap traffic, it's the number 79 of Jet Reynolds. Got that fresh looking One Industries helmet there. single to table one more time through, heading around towards the Red Bull sweeper. There it is. So about 30 seconds remain for number 79, Jet Reynolds, as he has lapped most of the field. There's Jeff Cernick back there. He's a lap down, really putting the pressure on that motorcycle. Jeff Cernick needs to get off those 50s, man. It's time to graduate into the 65 class. You got the clutch. You got more suspension. Slamming into the face of that jump one more time. The number 79 will see the checker flag. Tony Morris, double duty. There it is. The win goes to Jet Reynolds. And look at that, man. This kid is already knocking down tons of titles. He is the winningest 50 of all time, 50 rider of all time. That's the word on the street from the Reynolds camp. And Jason Wygant will be down there on the podium, ruining his shoes, trudging through that mud down there. The track looks great, but you're way down there. You got to just get ankle deep. Look at that. Jet's going to jump right up in there. He goes, I'll throw this thing on the stand myself. I ain't scared. You're watching along with us on racertv.com. And you have got to enjoy this young man, Jet Reynolds. We've seen him for 3 years. He's pounded out title after title after title. And he's doing, again, like we told you, a double-duty 65cc rider as well as 50cc riding.
All right, we are down here on the podium, and we've already got him set up. Already got him set. Yeah, he's checking out the bike. How about that? He's already set up. He knows exactly how to do this because he's won a bunch of motos down here already, including some success earlier in the week. Another moto win and a gold medal, 79, Jet Reynolds. How was that race?
The track was muddy, but it was okay.
Cool. Was it super? Have you ridden in worse mud than that?
Oh, no, this is probably Alabama.
Gotcha. All right, you have some experience. Who do you want to thank, Jet?
Kuzo from 100%, 103, Don Oppo, Ray, ASB, DT1, Mika Metals, Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, Pro Surrogate, PR2, Tag, 661, Alpine Stars. That's it.
Awesome with the sponsors, that's for sure. Let's hear it for another gold medal winner. This one's Jet Reynolds. Well done, Jet. Going to be looking for Matthew LeBlanc here in the number 2 spot. Looking for our second place finisher. Thank you. No, it's all yours, man. You get to keep the gold. Where's Matt LeBlanc? Wow, he should be honored to have the KTM PR staff. Bring him on up. Thank you, Christy. The number 29 will finish second in this one. They got to get a fresh set of Podium gogs. They've got it dialed in all the way down to the 50cc classes, the Podium gogs. Dad's got a nice clean set ready to go. Looking good. Silver medal for Matt LeBlanc. Help you out here. How'd the race go for you?
It went good. I went down twice. Got a good hole shot. Tried to do as good as I can. And just rode.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Matt?
One Industries, KTM, Viator Performance, Smith, Bars Training Facility, Moto Vest, JM Racing, FMF, Renthal, and anybody else I forgot, thanks.
There it is, second place finisher on the KTM, Matthew LeBlanc. Congratulations. And Hunter Yoder is our third place finisher. Here he comes. Man, you start loading these kids up with bibs, podium goggles, neck braces. You can barely even see them underneath all that gear. Third place, Hunter Yoder. How'd your race go?
Good.
You happy to take the bronze? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
KTM, Race Tech, Packs, Toyota Vescandido, Autism MX, CTO goggles, DT1, air filters, Mika metal, handlebars, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, there it is, bronze medalist, Hunter Yoder.
It's the oldest motorcycle racing in the United States. It's just basically oval tracks, usually clay or limestone or pea gravel, anywhere from real short tracks at 1/8 of a mile up to a mile long, depending on where in the country you race. It's kind of a dying sport. The motocross, supercross is kind of getting more popular. So you see a lot of vintage guys race this stuff. Back in the days, it was either eat dinner or go racing. Most of the time we went racing back then. Now you got a little extra money, a little older. You can get off and do these things. You can do it with family and comfort. I couldn't do it without the RV most of the time. It's just a place to hide from the elements and relax. You got satellite TV. You can get a shower at the end of the night after the race. You got everything. You got all the comforts.
They're trying to get more and more younger kids into flat track racing. So what you'll see out here is a lot of the guys that used to race maybe don't anymore, but they bring their young kids into it. Because motorsports to me is probably one of the best family-oriented sports that there is. Everybody participates. Mom gets as involved in this as dad and the kids do. So I mean, it's not just the guys going out and doing something, the whole family does it. Back when I was racing, when my son was months old, he would go with me to the races. He's known nothing but racing. And now we're getting him back into it again, so we're up here letting him ride today. But that's the family part of it, getting two people back together again.
There's no way really to describe how we work together as a team. I don't expect him to come over and start wrenching on the bike, and he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to, but he does, so it makes it a lot easier.
Two brains are better than one. I can see what Matt's doing a lot of times on the track and just make some suggestions to him, you know, try this, try that, and he listens.
He gets my head right when my head's somewhere else. And it's just amateur, so I do it for fun, but it's still disappointing when you have a cork out there and you can't figure your way around it. Whether it's a setup, or whether it's something you're thinking in your head, or it's fear, or whatever it is. The last time it was starts, I was blowing every start I had, and he was there to straighten me out, and I got a couple of good starts because of his advice. And like I said, he's been doing it for almost as long as flat track's been around.
Because I loved racing, I wanted to get involved with Matt, and so it was just a good mix because we're both racers and we both love doing what we do.
There we go. And we'll get this representative from Suzuki up on the podium, as well as Sunoco folks as well. So it's a pretty cool deal. Sunoco, it doesn't get any better than this. They're giving away a free 2014 bike. And we talked to Pat Alexander from Suzuki earlier. Right here at Loretta Lynn Ranch, this is the public unveiling of the 2014 RMZ 450s. So people haven't even seen these bikes yet, and someone's going to win one. Let's wheel it up. If this guy knows how to handle a bike, maybe he can help us push it up here. I don't know if he has much experience at motorcycles. Pretty gnarly. Help this guy out. He hasn't been around these things much. So what are we doing? We're pulling it out of a bucket? All right. Well, we'll let RC do that so he can take the heat if he doesn't pick the right person. I hope it goes out. Yeah. Okay, we got ourselves a brand new Suzuki here. And this is a pretty big deal for Sunoco to give away a bike. This isn't every day that someone just throws a bike.
All righty, folks, here we are as we continue to roll here at Loretta Lynn and Loretta Lynn EMX Live here on RacerTV.com, welcoming you aboard as we are wrapping up our race day today with our 50cc classes, the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross. Here at Loretta Lynn's, it's the National Championship, all presented by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Race 32, the 51 4-6 limited class. And we've got 41 riders, I believe, that are signed up and ready to roll today, including James Clough, the number 10 out of Elko, Minnesota, the 11 of Wyatt Bobo from Villa Ridge, Missouri. 12 is Mason Jordan out of Anniston, Alabama. 13, Haas Holbrook out of Adel, Georgia. We got the 14 Ryder Cooper from Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Colton Truel out of Lake Park, Georgia on the 15. It's Eston Ward, the 16, out of Whitestown, Indiana. The 18, Tyler Cole from Auburndale, Florida. 19, Kyle Pelogos out of Auburn, Alabama. The 22 is Caden Meyer from Aurora, Nebraska. The 23, Nolan Riley out of Graham, North Carolina. We got 24 of Owen Koval from Plymouth, Massachusetts. 25, John Carver from Catawba, Georgia. 26, Lane Doyle from Bushnell, Florida. 27, Mason Tucker out of York, Pennsylvania. Aiden Dion riding the 28 from Brooksville, Florida. 31, Noah Smith from Hamilton, Ohio. 33, Nathan Abbott out of Simi Valley, California. Leland Patterson riding the number 34 out of Harriman, Tennessee. 38 is Hayden Deegan out of Temecula, California. The 40, Austin LeClaire from Pearland, Texas. 41, Noah Gordon out of Marana, Arizona. Then we've got the 43 of Christopher Williams from Pineville, Kentucky. The 44, Zayden Mason out of Hazleton, Indiana. 52, Hunter Savage from Oglesby, Illinois. It's the 54, Cody Samples from Midlothian, Texas. 55, Brody Cook from Kansas City, Kansas. 60 is Casey Cochran out of Arlington, Tennessee. 61, Isaac Juergens out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. The 62, Chase Miller from Salem, Virginia. 66, Jude Smirlick out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania. 67, Aiden Dickens out of Skippers, Virginia. 68, Chase Ray from Santa Fe, Texas. 71, Jordan Torres. He's out of Watsonville, California. 72 is Gavin Betts from Clifton Park, New York. And 73 is Jace Alfred out of Riverton, Utah. 81 will be Cole Kish from Newport, Michigan. 83, Landon Topkowski. He's out of Worcester, Ohio. And we've got riders off and rolling, and it looks like half the field or better down in the first turn, like a domino effect. We got Ryder Huffman, the number 89, out of Clifton, Colorado. 92, Julian Balmer out of Lake Havasu, Arizona. 96, Benjamin Blazek out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Noah Gordon, the number 41. Noah Gordon takes the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award, thanks to our friends at My Laps for taking care of our scoring and timing down here this weekend with our AMSOIL viewer and making sure we get all those great things in. And of course, right now, these 4 to 6-year-old limited riders making their way around this race course that has taken on so many different changes throughout the course of the last, 11 hours since we began racing. So to recap the day for those of you folks that may just be tuning in to Racer TV, we woke up with a couple of great motos this morning with our second day of racing, the 2-stroke BC 16 Plus and the 450B and 450A classes, and then the rains began to fall during the 450A class. We had some lightning, and basically we had to put a hold on the whole operation at about 9 o'clock this morning. And we held on a holding pattern till a little after 2. We hoped to get back to racing this afternoon at 2 o'clock, but it was somewhat after that before we actually got back into the racing. And once we've seen the racetrack once again just take some major transformations. A few showers have actually fallen since the resumption of racing, but all in all, it wasn't enough to do a whole lot of damage. And the racetrack, again, with the hard work put into it throughout the course of the week leading up, as well as the hard work today, has turned around to be an ultimate race course. It is really great to have these 50cc motorcycles on this racetrack right now. Is a feat accomplished all in itself as we wrap up lap number 1 in our 51 4-6 limited class race 32. Noah Gordon grabbing the early lead in this one, standing tall and holding on at the end of the first lap, still out in control with Casey Cochran 6 seconds back in the number 2 spot. The number 10 James Clough is 36.1 seconds back. John Carver, the 25, checking in fourth, another 5.9 seconds back. Tyler Cole, the 18, rounds out your top 5, only 3.6 seconds out of fourth. Now we got Hayden Deegan, 38 machine, running in 6th. Wyatt Bobo, the 11, is 7th. 8th place is Owen Covell riding the number 24. Colton Truhl is the number 15. He's 9th. Aiden Dickens rounding out 10th. Leland Patterson running in 11th. Zayden Mason in 12th. Ryder Huffman in 13th. Chase Miller 14th. Nathan Abbott in 15th. Jude Smerlick in 16th. Cole Kish is 17th. Landon Topofsky is 18th. Mason Tucker in 19th. And Aiden Dion rounding out the top 20. Wow, as deceiving as the sunshine may have been a few moments ago, the clouds really, if you look off to the north and to the east, there is some sunshine shining, but at the same time, I believe we're hearing some thunder off in the distance right now. So these kids in this 15-minute moto here today, this obviously could possibly stand to see a could possibly see more rain falling in this from before the end of this moto, and that could again create some challenges in and of itself. But regardless, these little guys are out. We've been out nearly 5 minutes, so a little more than 10 minutes remaining for these guys. Again, they run 15-minute motos. By comparison, 20-minute motos for our other amateur classes. But Noah Gordon is who is out front, or was out front at the end of the first lap. It's Casey Cochran we're watching right now, that number 60 machine. Cochran followed by James Clough and John Carver, the number 25. The number 10, James Clough, closing up the gap. We're seeing a battle start to shape up now. Gordon, Casey Cochran, and James Clough. The number 10 we're looking at right now, that is once again James Clough, Cobra mounted pilot. He hails from Elko, Minnesota, on a 4MX Graphics Power Band Racing Unlimited Motorsports back machine. We're 2 laps in now. Gordon, Cochran, Clough, John Carver. There's 7 seconds separating first and second, but only a second between the second place, and that's where the battle seems to be right now. John Carver about 10.8 seconds back in that number 4 spot aboard the 25. Noah Gordon, by the way, the 41 machine from Marana, Arizona, backed by Cobra Moto, Pro Taper, Maxima Oils, Alias Gear, 100%. Dad, Mom, and of course IAFF Local 479. Welcoming those folks aboard as a sponsor. That's great to have Noah sponsored by those great folks. The number 60, Casey Cochran, out of the great state of Tennessee, where we are right now. He's out of Arlington. He's backed by Lake Hill Trackside, Ambush Performance, Answer Racing, 100% EBR Performance, Storm Racing, Roost MX, and Lake Hill Motors. Working on lap number 3, and we're still watching this battle unfold for the number 2 spot. Cochran and Clough. Every time it looks like Clough is going to mount that challenge, somehow or another Cochran's able to answer it. And not this time, though, as the trigger is pulled, and here comes Clough, pulled up side by side, but he does it again. Cochran once more finds exactly what he needs to keep that number 60 machine in the number 2 spot. Now it looks like he's pulling out ahead of the number 10 of Clough. So things stretching out just a little bit after that challenge mounted, nearly making the pass. The number 10 of Clough, as we're heading over the Kawasaki Camelback now into the big sweeper turn Again, we're looking at sunshine raining down on the beach, but that could be a little deceiving on everything else as far as the sky is all concerned around us. But heading into some lap traffic also, that could change the face of this race. Noah Gordon, your leader, the 41, making his way through, but here comes slicing through traffic Casey Cochran and James Clough, still battling for the number 2 position as we cross the finish line. A 2:41 lap time for your leader, Noah Cochran. 2:41.8, only a half second off the pace of Gordon, actually. Clough checks in with a 2:42.3, a second and a half back, and honestly, that's pretty deceiving of what that looks like by comparison to what we saw out on that track just a few moments ago as he nearly pulled the pass off on the number 60. And now things begin to tighten back up as we head through the MotorcycleSuperstore.com forest. While we watch this battle unfold, we look and we see Gordon, Cochran, Clough, Carver, Dickens are your top 5. Truhl. Then Hayden Deegan is in the number 7 spot. Owen Covell in 8th. Wyatt Bobo in 9th. And now new 10th place ride, the 81 of Cole Kish. Aiden Dickens, the number 5 position holder on the racetrack right now, gets credit for the fastest lap there on lap 3 with a 2:36.070. So Dickens might be working his way up. 4.6 seconds behind John Carver. He was turning a whole 5.4 seconds faster lap time, so almost 5.5 seconds faster. We should see a battle shaping up for 4th here soon between the 25 and 67. There is the 60 machine, still holding true and steady in second. Still got those clean number plates. The number 10 machine has been right there on that rear wheel some, so he's not nearly as clean in this battle for second spot. And here comes the number 10 once more. Clough is beginning to mount a challenge. He's going to get some assistance from some lap traffic, it looks like, unless that lap traffic holds him up, and it does. So as quick as it looked like he was going to get that big break, the number 60 of Cochran got the break instead. Around the sweeper turn we go, and still as hungry and aggressive and wanting that position as he was when the gate dropped. James Clough, the number 10, is reeled back in the number 60 as we near the completion of this now 4th lap. Noah Gordon not real far off the pace. Remember, Gordon was 8.5 seconds ahead. He's now 6 seconds ahead. His lap time drops to 2:45. This battle intensifying between Cochran and Clough is actually starting to close the gap up on Gordon. And little Noah Flash Gordon could see himself in a heap of trouble here pretty soon. Aiden Dickens, the 67, crossing the finish line there. John Carver dropping back a couple of spots now. So Dickens did make the catch and the pass. So we got a new 4th place ride in the 67. Colton Truhl is rounding out the top 5, and still not real sure what happened to Carver, the number 25 machine, as we watch these riders here at the base of the announcer's tower. And well, there he goes. The 25 checks in 6th, Covell in 7th, Hayden Deegan in 8th. Actually, Deegan hasn't checked in yet, but there was a gap, I think, opening up there. Deegan does now in 9th as Cole Kish gets around, so Hayden Deegan drops to 9th. Wyatt Bobo rounds out the top 10. So Noah Gordon, Casey Cochran, James Clough, 1, 2, and 3. Dickens and Truhl, 4 and 5, but the battle still wages on. Oh, little guy out there having some problems off the side of the track just ahead of the battle for 2nd place. Getting off the track, you know, in the race line, the track's not so bad, but you get out of that, you can see how one of these little machines could certainly find himself in a lot of problems real quick. Here's your leader, Cochran, heading around the what the TV crew has designated as bolt-on beach of our cameraman down there, but this is the Red Bull sweeper turn, and white flag going to be coming out here pretty soon. So Noah Gordon, Cochran, Clow, Dickens, Truhl, Carver, Koval, Kish, Hayden Deegan, and Wyatt Bobo. Folks, some things coming up tonight on the special events calendar. The Cobra models revealed. The 2014 Cobra model is going to be revealed at 7:30 tonight. Also, the Thor Kawasaki, actually that was last night, I guess. So what we got coming up tonight, I grabbed the wrong paper. We got coming up tonight, Kawasaki Thor Parts Unlimited Family Dinner. That's what's going to be going on. We also got the Cobra Family Potluck Dinner. And chapel services with the Reverend Kevin Kozad of MXers for Jesus will be taking place down at the FMF pit area at 8 o'clock tonight. The GoPro folks will have the GoPro MX Prom. It's a teen dance going to be taking place in the Amsoil Arena tonight. Should be a good time. Gordon out front 1.3 seconds. He slowed down quite a bit. Don't be surprised if we don't see Casey Cochran and James Clow challenging for the checkers on this one. Here they come out of the forest now, and look how intense Casey Cochran is riding on this final lap. You know the mechanics area over there is telling him to push it, push it, push it. Same thing going for James Clow, and those guys, again, just might be able to reel this rider in, but Gordon has done this a couple of times. He'll go a fast lap, a slow lap, a couple fast laps, slow lap. He just tries to keep enough of a comfort zone in there that he can stay and maintain that #1 position, one that he grabbed at the very beginning of this moto with a hole shot. Noah Gordon. However, he doesn't have the ownership of the fastest lap. That's Aiden Dickens. 2:36.073 is what that rider turned. Lapped riders going down around the 41 machine of Gordon, but not causing any problems for either rider. There's more riders stalled the track now. Here come the leaders, and as we said, getting out of those main race lines. Look, there's still some goop over there, but the 41 machine, Gordon, doesn't seem to affect him any whatsoever. He's got some charge back on. He knows he's got to charge to the finish of this one because he knows Casey Cochran is sneaking up hard and fast on him right now as they go under the Red Bull Arch there and make the right-hand turn and get ready to head into the heart of Loretta Lynn's in the beach area. And that right there might have been the pass. I believe that the 60 machine of Casey Cochran literally just threaded a needle there. There was a lapped rider just ahead of him, and Casey Cochran was able to utilize that rider and pull off the pass. Here they come around the sweeper turn right now, and it looks like that Gordon is trying to strike back, and he does as he threads his own needle heading into the final turn now. It is a drive to the finish line now, and I believe this will be for the checker flag. And the number 41 machine comes back on that last lap after being passed. Gordon takes the moto win. Casey Cochran will take second. And wow, oh wow, man, James Clow, I know, has got to be wondering why couldn't I have been a part of that battle right there. But, man, Rockets definitely were flying out there for Casey Cochran. Man, he really picked up the pace. A 2:34 lap time on the final lap. The fastest lap of the moto turned right there. Gordon held on to it with a 2:36 nearly flat lap time on that, just barely 1.2 seconds faster. The difference, 0.222 right there at the checker flag. That's less than a quarter second difference between these two riders as they finished up. James Clow takes third, Aiden Dickens takes fourth. Colton Truhl will round out the top five. Actually, no, that's not the checkers, is it? I thought that was the checkers. I thought this was a 15-minute moto. He's still going, so maybe not. Okay, I understand they just got the radio that I think we did have the checker flag. He just didn't go off the track. That's how intense he was battling. He didn't even see the flag. He just knew that he was riding until Dad came out and slapped him high five and congratulated him for winning. He ain't seen that happen yet, I don't guess. But anyway, what a valiant effort by this young man, the 60 of Casey Cochran. Lake Hill Trackside, Ambush Performance, Answer 100%, finishing up second there behind the 41 of Noah Gordon out of Marana, Arizona. Cobra, Moto, Pro Taper, Maxima Oils, Alias Gear, 100% Goggles, Dad and Mom. Again, the IAFF Local 479 sponsoring that rider as well. James Clough again, third place in that one aboard the number 10. But what a battle. 51 4-6 limited class, and we'll be heading down to the podium here in just a moment to congratulate this young man. Jason Wygant is making his way down right now. Rest of the top 10, as we said, Gordon, Cochran, Clough, Dickens, Truhl, John Carver, Owen, Covell, Hayden Deegan in 8th, Cole Kish was 9th, Wyatt Bobo was 10th, Leland Patterson was in the number 11 spot, Jace Alfred, we're looking at 12th spot. We're looking at, or actually Jace Allred, Lane Doyle in 13th, Zayden Mason in 14th, Gavin Betts in 15th. We're looking, well, Betts, yeah, I believe that would be him. So he died, there he goes, that's him. Mason Tucker checks in 16th. Pella Logos in 17th, Landon Topovsky in the number 18 spot, Nathan Abbott 19th, Jude Smirlick in 20th, and again that's unofficial for those last few, but the remaining riders, I believe, unless they haven't come in yet, but there's the way things are. Gordon, Cochran, Clough, what a battle there, especially at the end. You know, Clough had really put a lot of pressure on, and I think maybe kept Cochran sharp for that moto and kept him energetic and within striking distance of Noah Gordon to mount that challenge. But right now it sounds like we're about ready to go as Jason Wygant standing by down near the podium with our top 3 overall. Okay, Jason, whenever you do get working, just to be ready to pipe in right there. But again, a great event here tonight. Today, one of the final races of the day. The 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's and RacerTV.com with Loretta Lynn MX Live. Going to be our fun. After we'll have another 50cc class. That's what I'm trying to determine there. So we've got race 33 getting ready to roll, or actually I guess this would be C race 4-6 Special Limited and 4-6 Shaft Drive Limited. All right, still working on getting things organized behind the starting gate. We've got all right, here we go. We got our race sheets for these riders that are in this special limited class. We got Taylor Evans.
Check. Okay, we are ready for our podium start, but I was just building the drama there. You know, I put a little delay in there so you guys really get full of suspense. And now, yeah, we are good now. Just well-oiled machine. Big thanks to the folks at Sunoco and Suzuki, of course. Everything has gone perfectly here. We are giving away the 2014 RMZ. Pat Alexander, who I'll talk to here in a moment, said the 2014 RMZ is really making their debut right here. So one of the first time people have ever seen it, and someone's going to take it home.
That's correct. It's going to be in somebody's hands in just a few minutes.
That's awesome. And let's talk to the Sunoco folks who do great things for the event. This is really going above and beyond.
Yeah, well, you know, we try to do something new every year, and this time we really got excited. Had an opportunity to work with Pat and Suzuki, and what great partners they've been. I mean, we're very excited about this. And the best thing is, I mean, I've met at least 1,000 people over the last couple of days. I mean, it's been so much fun.
You got a lot of new best friends, that's for sure. RC, Ricky Carmichael is here. Pretty cool giving away a bike, man. That's not something that happens every day.
No, it isn't, especially in times like this. So definitely got to give a huge shout out to Sunoco and Suzuki. I know they've been working really hard on this project for a long time. I've been kind of in the middle of it, and just happy to be a part of it. Great, two great companies. Obviously, with the history of myself with Suzuki, and then you know, lately learning the guys at Sunoco. So they make a great product. Nevertheless, we're here to do something really fun and give this bike away to some lucky winner.
All right, let's do it. You want to pull a name out of the bucket? Is that the plan here? Yeah. Got a lot of people entered.
Yeah,
You've been under some pressure, but this is a big deal right here.
Yeah, this is big. There's like over 1,000 applicants in here. So listen, I'm just a middleman here picking out the names. So don't get mad if I don't draw yours. So here we go.
Okay. RC's digging deep.
So where should I go? Like deep, tall, what? What do you think?
What do you guys think? You want him to go the top, the bottom, middle? Middle it is. Okay, we're going middle.
All right.
I hope you have good handwriting. Kinda. Pete Skodras out of Wisconsin, racing the 450B limited class. Pete Skodras, you want a bike? Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So well done, Pete Skodras. What do we need to do here?
We're going to have a consolation drawing. Cool. We've got a can here that Ricky's signed, and whoever is drawn next can bring the to our truck, and we'll fill it with whatever fuel they want. If they're not standing right here, just come and we'll do it there.
Cool. Want to pick another one out?
Yeah, I want to know if I can be in charge of that, because race fuel these days, you got to have it. All right, here we go. Winner is Team Mark Bradley. Carol Woods is from White Bluff, Tennessee.
All right, Team Mark Bradley from White Bluff, Tennessee. You've won the second prize. If you're right here, come on over and see us. If not, you can go visit Sunoco and we'll take care of all this, right?
That's exactly right. Just come to the truck.
Come to the Sunoco truck. Big round of applause for Sunoco and Suzuki for hooking it up. Good clerical work there. Handling, making sure we separated the two winners.
Well, that's what happens when you have team ownership now. You gotta be on it. So, but nevertheless, thank you, Sunoco. Race Fuel is fantastic. Pat Alexander here and everybody at Suzuki. Wonderful thing that they're doing here, and hopefully you guys enjoy. Have a great rest of the week. We'll be around.
Yeah. Not a Loretta's at RC. He never, ever fails to show up here. You're always here. Big thanks to those guys. We do have to clear the decks and bring up our 50cc riders from this class. And we're going to bring our winners now in the 50cc division. Kept the shirt clean. All right, we got our top three. We're looking to bring James Clough, Casey Cochran, Noah Gordon up. That turned into a battle there in the last lap. Let's bring up Noah Gordon, who's your Moto winner. Thanks, gang. Folks from Suzuki and Sunoco really stepping it up. Bring the bike on. Let's bring it up. Noah Gordon. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there. Well done, RC and everyone there over involved with Suzuki. This bike will be a little easier to get on the stand than the big 450. Hole shot and gold medal. Let's hand it out. Let's hear it for Noah Gordon. How was the mud? You get stuck or anything, or was it a pretty good race?
Pretty good race.
Who do you want to thank, Noah?
Mom, Dad, Alias, Grandpa and Grandpa, Cobra.
Let's hear it for the 41 gold medalist, Moto winner. Nice job by Noah Gordon there. And we got to bring up second and third. We have this Moto underway. Let's bring up our second place finisher. Second place, Casey Cochran. Come over here. How was it? You have fun? Who do you want to thank, Casey?
And everyone else.
All right, let's hear it for him. Casey Cochran taking second. And James Lowe is our third place finisher. A lot of photos being taken up here. The 50 riders and parents want to celebrate this. We'll just leave them all up here. What the heck? Let's hand out a bronze medal to James Clow. Ooh. All right, James Clow. Was that a good ride for you?
Yeah.
Was it super muddy?
Not really.
Good, good, good. All right, who do you want to thank? Whoop. Who do you want to thank?
Power Band, Cali Protective, Formex, Graphics, Unlimited Motorsports.
There it is, James Clow. You want one more?
Shannon T.
Yeah, Shannon Ide. All right, there it is, third place finisher, James Clow. That's our podium. I'll send it back to the tower. We got some racing going on.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason Wygand, as we pick up with the 50cc, actually the 51 4-6 Special Limited and the 51 4-6 Shaft Drive. Those of you folks watching here at the racetrack are enjoying the same things that we are. It looks like the 38 of Austin Weisenhower is caught up to the number 2 spot, the 24 of Levi Leatherman. That's a battle for second place in that 51 4-6 Special Limited class right now. Daxton Bennick is your leader, had about a 15-second lead over the rest of the field, but Leatherman and Weisenhower are running 2 and 3. Jordan Renfro back and forth aboard the 17 in 5th. The 62 Landon Harvin. 6th place, the 44 Caden Schultz. 7th spot, the 50 of Cole Ford. 8th spot, Antonio Sandolo, the number 13. 9th spot, Tanner Schlegel, the number 70, and Caden Henderson, the 77, rounded out the top 10. So Daxton Bennick, your leader, but what we watch right now is a battle for second place. Or what was a battle for second place, as Austin Weisenhower appears to have stolen the show for the number 2 spot. We'll see if he can make up any time out there. We saw some riders going down in the first turn off these starts, so kind of an indicator, and a lot of riders going down in some of those, well, especially in that Shaft Drive Limited class over there in some of those sandy conditions, rather deep and challenging for some of those riders. Daxton Bennick checking in with a 241.426. That's his second lap time. Right now that stands as the fastest lap time, but I got to wonder about Austin Weisenhower, KTM rider aboard the number 38. He's coming through some traffic right now. That's some of those Shaft Drive riders, and he checks in the number 2 spot. Weisenhower, wow, 246, so he's 23 seconds back now, loses a little more time. Battled with Leatherman there for a little while. I still gotta wonder if he can get through some of this traffic out there, and the fact that Daxton Bennick should also be in that traffic, it should slow him down. But again, a 23-second gap and 23-second comfort zone there is going to be tough to match, that's for sure. 24 Leatherman out there, still working on the 38 of Weisenauer. They were only a second apart. There's some of the sweeper turn over there, the Red Bull sweeper turn. We got, there's our leader, Daxton Bennick there. Okay, so we finally pick up on the leader. And he is getting deep in the shaft drives also. Again, I got to wonder, will that slow him down? Will it be an advantage for Weisenauer? All righty, Bennick. Daxton Bennick, Austin Weisenauer, Levi Leatherman, Landon Harvin, Jordan Renfro. Renfro, the 17 machine. He only, only 3/4 of a second behind Harvin, though. Harvin actually turned a little faster lap time. He's about 17 seconds behind Leatherman, but turning 4 seconds slower. So actually, Renfro and Harvin could still be battling back there. And another right, Caden Schultz and Cole Forbes, a couple of riders that are going at it right now. Your leader, Daxton Bennick, checking in for 2 complete now. Here comes the battle. It sounds like intensifying for the number. All right, might be one of our shaft drive classes. Can't get to those just yet. But Levi Leatherman checking in 34. No, that is the battle for second. Leatherman and Weisenauer less than a second apart as Leatherman gets back around Austin Weisenauer now. So a change in positions in the number 2 spot. Remember, Weisenauer had attack, moved up through the pack, and made the pass on Levi Leatherman. When Leatherman has regained the position, lap traffic slowing, I imagine Weisenauer down. We've talked about it possibly being a factor for Daxton Bennick. It actually turned out to be a beneficiary for the 24 of Levi Leatherman now as he takes over the number 2 spot. Running again about 35 seconds behind the leader. Lap times are nearly 3 minutes, and well, for most of the class, so we'll call it an average of 3 minutes. Your leader at 2:47, seconds at 2:57, so they're right there at the 3-minute mark. There's the 38 of Weisenauer. He's gotten back around the 24 of Leatherman now. So that battle intensified again, and Leatherman is not letting go of this one, I don't think. I think what happened there, oh, Leatherman goes down. He's going to have to let go of it. And there goes, that's the 86. That's one of our riders in the shaft drive class. I don't have the class breakdown between those guys right now, or I'd be able to let you know what's going on in that class. But both classes, oh man, see how challenging this sand is for these little riders. Here comes the 38 of Weisenauer now. He's dog paddling through that one. Look at the sand kicking up out there. You know, it's still soft and mucky under some of those areas out there. Wow, and then it hardens right back up just like Daytona Beach or something, and they can take off rolling there. Final moto of the day on the racetrack. Final race of Racer TV's Loretta Lynn MX Live for this Wednesday. Right now as we speak, we will pick up tomorrow morning with race number 1, and moto number 2 will get underway. Now, once again, want to remind folks that we will try to make up the time. It's built into the schedule We will be able to make it up 3, 4, 5 minutes at a time here, and tomorrow during intermission, if a lot of track work isn't necessary, it'll be made up at that point. So you'll be kind of amazed at how fast we'll be back on track and back on schedule, in all honesty, as Daxton Bennick makes his way around. We're 11 minutes into this race. Folks, don't forget, coming up tonight, we got the prom. That's right, GoPro MX Prom. It's a team dance at the AMSOIL Arena tonight at 8 o'clock. Going to be going on for a while, so if you don't get there right at 8, if you want to go to chapel services or something, you can do that. And then head on over to the GoPro MX Prom. But at 7:30 tonight, chapel services with Reverend Kevin Kozad of MXers for Jesus at the FMF pit area. It's always, well, it's become a tradition here at the Dude Ranch. Well over a decade that has been taking place here. Longer than this little guy has been alive, the 23 machine of Daxton Bennick, who is leading this one in a 4-6 special limited class. Around that Red Bull sweeper turn. Man, he's even getting off into some of that stuff, getting a little shaken up there on the outside of it as well. Folks, don't forget, we'll be broadcasting tomorrow as well on RacerTV.com. Central Time on Thursday is slated for 1 to 5, I believe. Is that what that says? So that would mean that we are going to be going 2 to 7 Eastern Time. Yes, 2 to 7. No, 2 to 6. I'm sorry, 2 to 6. 2 to 6 Central Time tomorrow, Eastern Time. 1 to 5 Central Time, so you'll want to tune in to Racer TV tomorrow for sure, as we'll be seeing white flag coming out, if it's not already. There's Weisenauer trying to play catch-up again. Levi Leatherman with the white flag out. Daxton Bennick, Austin Weisenauer, Levi Leatherman. That's the way they checked in a moment ago. There's your leader by the finish line now, heading by the billboard. 50 seconds. 50 seconds is how far Weisenauer was behind Bennick at the end of lap 4. Leatherman, Landon Harvin, the number 62 is 4th. The number 50, Cole Forbes, in the number 5 spot. Moon Garrett is 6th aboard the number 90. Jordan Renfro in 7th. Caden Schultz is 8th. Tanner Schlegel, the number 70, in 9th. Antonio Sandalo is 10th aboard the number 13. 77, Caden Henderson is 11th. 28, Jeremy Harrison in 12th. 84, Brody Ferris is 13th. Braden Winsdell, the number 98, is running 14th. Eric Vidal, the number 65, in 15th. The 52, Boston Allison, is 16th. 57, Chase Maddox is 17th. The 94, Nathaniel Jackson in 18th. Michael Baker, the 85, in 19th. And the 26 of Jack Brown, rounding out the top 20. Top 3 have checked in for the final lap. Bennick, Weisenauer, and Leatherman. 7 seconds separating second and third, and 1 minute and 2 seconds is what separates the first and second place in that 4-6 special limited class. We've got 2 classes on the track right now, and again, I'm not sure what's going on out there in the shaft drive class. I don't have access to that part of my viewing monitor, but regardless, uh-oh, what happened to the leader? The leader is stopped. I guess yellow flag flying, and must have gotten confused. Yeah, he wanted to make sure he didn't run over somebody, so he's got some room to play with there, so it's not a big deal. 1 minute and 2 seconds. Maybe he's stopping to check on a buddy or something. I'm not real sure, but he's heading around the sweeper turn right now, right here in the heart of Loretta Lynn's, around the pond. Thor Beach is what we like to call that, and part of the VIP racer, Red Bull VIP racer zone over there. Riders down just before the finish line, coming together there a little bit. They're getting up and they're okay, and Checker's about ready to fly, and your leader to the 23 of Daxton Bennick Settles up with 6 laps complete in this one. Fast lap time of 2:36.736 and 2:41.6 was what he turned there on the final time around. Weisenauer and Leatherman well over a minute behind. Unless something happens to Weisenauer, we should see Levi Leatherman in 3rd, Landon Harbin in 4th, and Cole Forbes rounding out the top 5. As we said, the prom's coming up tonight, 8 o'clock at the AMSOIL Arena, thanks to GoPro. Chapel services at 7:30. Also at 7 o'clock, Cobra Family Potluck Dinner going on. And at 5 o'clock this evening began the Kawasaki Thor Parts Unlimited Family Dinner going on up in the AMSOIL Arena right now. As a matter of fact, it all started at about 5 o'clock tonight.
Okay. And we are down here. Daxton Bennett going to ride that number 23 on up. Or maybe just get a push from the family. Hey, he's got some big hitters on here cheering him on. That's impressive. Scouting him out early down here at Loretta Lynn's. Daxton Bennett taking the win. Go over to the screen down there. You got the gold. Let's hear it for the number 23, taking the Moto win, Daxton Bennett. How muddy was the track?
It seemed good to me.
All right, that's the spirit. You want to thank some people?
I think Neely Racing, Fly Gear, Mom and Dad, Jesus Christ, and
All right, there it is. Daxton Bennett takes the win. All right, we're looking for a second place finisher on the number 38. I'm going to try to get this last name right. Second place here. Austin Weingier. Good, good. All right. Hey, you got second place. I'm going to give you a silver medal. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right. How was your race?
Good.
Is it muddy?
Yeah.
Mud's fun though, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Austin?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, and grandma.
All right, Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. Let's hear it for Austin, taking second place in a silver medal. Here, we'll set this up for you. It looks better in photos. Hang on there. There we go, making that look good. And we got our third place finisher. We're going to bring him up. Bronze medal. Levi? Yeah, come on up. Bronze medalist, Levi Leatherman. Come on over here. Let me bring you over here a little bit. How was your race, Levi?
Good.
You have fun?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
God, Jesus, my dad and my mom, my brother Shrey, Cobra, who got me to the cycle center. Pointy.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hear it for Levi Leatherman, third place. We got a whole shot award we're going to give out. Whole shot, motorcyclesuperstore.com money goes to Ryder McCarty. You pumped on that start? Was that cool?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad coated up natural stone.
All right. Let's hear it for Ryder McCarty taking your whole shot. And we got a whole other class to bring on up. Congratulations. You can head on down. They'll take care of you. And we got to bring up our PW and shaft drive machines. If the crew from Daxton Bennett can come on up and take the number 23 off of the podium. And we'll transition over. Levi Bolton taking the win. So we're looking for that machine up on the podium. Looking for Levi Bolton to come on up. All right, and we got 42 with us, and the good news for him, he's getting a gold. The Yamaha streak continues. Yeah, oh, we got our other podium finishers coming. Let's hear it for the number 42, Levi Bolton. It was pretty out there, huh?
Yeah.
Was it tough?
A little bit, not much.
Cool. You had fun, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do you want to thank, Levi?
Bars, Rooster Max, 100%, and Mom, Dad, and John.
All right, there it is, folks. Your Moto winner, Levi Bolton. Yeah, we're going to have the rest of the crew. Silver medal. Silver medal goes to Caden Murphy. How was your race?
Good.
You want to thank some people?
Just everybody that helped me out.
Right on. Everybody that helped out Caden Murphy. Let's hear it for him. All right, a whole shot check and a bronze medal. That's quite the haul right there. Hayden Lavender. Let me get you over here, Hayden. I'll bring you over here. We'll get to talk to you real quick. How was your race?
Good.
Is that fun?
Yeah. Mom, Dad.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Hey, this is a big deal. It's the Nationals. Carmichael was here on this stage 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Anybody else? You good? He's good. All right, let's hear it. Hold up that whole shot check, too. We got our top three up here. Let's take some photos. These guys got to be proud of the ride they put in. You guys get some photos taken, and once everybody's done, you can head on back, clean up, get some food, have some fun. Our 50cc Moto number ones are now complete. Congratulations to all the riders who persevered today through some very rough conditions. Thanks for sticking with us and helping us stick to the schedule. We did our best to keep you on top of all the information, but things were obviously changing pretty fluid in more ways than one throughout the day. So thanks for sticking with us. 88.7, that's your FM dial. That'll keep you updated with info. We are done with racing for Wednesday, and we'll be pedal to the metal to try to catch up with the motos, but we never start early. The first moto tomorrow will be at 7:30 as scheduled, and we'll keep you updated on the updates for the rest of the motos as we figure that out. That's going to do it for our racing, though, on a Wednesday. Big thanks to the announcing crew, Wes Kane, Kevin Kelly, Rodney Tomlin. I'm Jason Wygant. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at about 7 o'clock. We'll be racing at 7:30.
The green one, or the white one.
Well, the rain falls down as we welcome RacerTV.com race fans along here at Loretta Lynn MX Live on RacerTV.com. And this 8:30 Moto getting set to roll here this morning, the 450A class. And Kevin Kelly, like we said, a lot of big names in this one as the gates get ready to drop. They're down, and we're off and rolling here in this 8:30 Moto. Track was really starting to come around just prior to this Moto start, and you can see already it's going to be a challenge for everyone right from the get-go.
Look at that. Jace Owen, number 51. He's got a cool story. Jace lost his Rockstar Suzuki ride last year, doing it, if you will, on his own dime. And he's like, man, I want to do this. I want to race. And Jace Owen in the mud doing it.
Yeah, we always think it's kind of hilarious to say, wow, he's a privateer in the amateur ranks. That's unbelievable.
I know it sounds funny, but
that's where we're at nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jace, I believe that was the number 51 with the whole shot. Yeah, there it is. And he is, that is a red bike, but it is number 51. It says Jace Owen. Maybe he's just on a Honda now. You want to go with that?
And they're into the back section of the track Storyland. I'll tell you, for those that aren't here right now and are maybe just watching on the RacerTV.com live show, it is raining hard, and this track has taken on a lot of moisture in the last 12 hours. What is surprising is actually the riders are running the pace that they are. They're not full skied out, legs out. You see they're actually still jumping a little bit back there. That's pretty impressive. Whoop. And just as I say that, feet come off the pegs, and Owen nearly comes off the motorcycle.
Man, you got to stay top dead center over that bike. When your head dips over, the shoulders and everything else goes with it. The bike gets out from underneath you, man. It is tough. Look at him just
flat tracking it,
backing it into that left-hander there in front of the Red Bull Energy Station. And he's charging now. There's a rider in that number 2 spot. We'll get you all the names here in a minute. Who is coming? We expect to see Colt Nichols. We expect to see guys like Jace Owen, of course, there. Dakota Alex, one of the heavy hitters here in this one.
This is the A class. You know it's going to be big. Now, I think this year it seems like a lot of the riders gravitated toward the 250 divisions of both A and B, but that's not to say that these 450A riders can't go. It's the number 45 in the second place spot. That's Hayden Melrose out of where else? Cairo, Georgia. And he's trained at MTF. What a surprise.
Wow, imagine that. Dakota Alex there as well. He's in the number 3 spot. Guys, this could be the championship right here, because when things dry out, you may have some of the normal players shift up towards the front. So if you can sneak a Moto win there, you can get it. Oh,
that's Alex down and down hard. A huge endo in the double right before the finish. That is one of the big favorites out here. The 37 is down.
The bike in a precarious spot as riders launch over the top of Dakota Alex's wounded number 37 Red Bull KTM machine.
And now a couple other riders down in the corner leading to the finish. And now we're starting to see the conditions play a factor. We said that first lap they were in pretty good shape.
Watch these guys as they're
jumping
minute,
over.
They jump over the bike. They just blip the gas, and when they seat at the last minute, they got to just loft the front end over Dakota Alex's machine. Dakota was holding his right arm when he went down, so let's send some best get well wishes out to Dakota.
Yeah, not a good sign. He's behind that tree right now and just trying to get himself back together and now maybe go back to the motorcycle. And that's it. That's why. Oh, there we go. In these conditions, this is why you have the 3-day, 3-moto format. You've got to be able to do it. The best all-around rider is going to be the one to take advantage and win the title. This mud is playing a huge X factor right now.
Well, taking a look at this 458 class, wrapping up that first lap, Jace Owen, Hayden Melrose, Tyler Ethicknap, Jesse Pierce, and Elias Wardius are your top 5. Then the 34 of Luke Rensland, he is 6th. The 78 Franklin Nocoraz is 7th. Ben Nelko, the number 90, in 8th. Andrew Bristol, the 54, in 9th. And Jeremy Cook, the number 60, rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Colt Nichols, the number 59 machine, 11th. The 46, Dan Petrie, is 12th. Nick Fratzor, the 38, in 13th and 14th. Connor Elliott, the number 11. Dylan Walker, the 41, is 15th. Cody Chisholm, the 32, and 16th. Michael Hall, the 26, 17th. Joseph Dretska, 18th. Jacek Sloan, the 63, in 19th, and Nathan Weingar rounding out your top 20 there after lap number 1, but still holding down the point there, the number 51 of Jace Owen.
Looks like our leader coming back around again, man. He's got the cleanest of the dirty motorcycles. Here he is, the number 51 of Jace Owen. And that's lap number 2 looking good for him. He looks like he's settled into a nice little pace here in the mud.
just off the side of the track, they have Dakota Alex. Almost was going to try to get back on the motorcycle, and then it looks like they're telling him, no, sit down, hoping he's okay. The Orange Brigade KTM people have attended to the bike, and now they're attending to the rider. Hayden Melrose still in the number 2 spot. He is 7 seconds behind Owen. So we mentioned that mud could really mix things up for the main players. It obviously has already claimed Alex. Tyler Enicknap comes through in 3rd. And we're waiting for the rest of the crew outside of the top 3 to complete the 2nd lap.
So this is a race, if you're a fan, you have to pay attention, and us as announcers, this thing could change in a heartbeat. Look at that lap time, 2:27. Guess who posted that same lap time just a few laps or races ago? McSwain.
The Mud Master, McSwain.
So off to the 10 Commandments we go with our leader, number 51, working his way meticulously down the straightaway, which normally is a nice smooth area for riders to relax. No longer. He'll make a right, kind of size up the best of the worst lines to get through these 10 Commandments. And Jace, really careful through that whooped out section. There he is. He'll double out. He's got the green gear. There's a rider stuck off into the grass, Jason Wygant. Look at that. How do you wind up out there? That's crazy. The number 33 machine. And that is Matt Burris out of Evergreen, Colorado. We're going to have to get a tow truck to get Matt out of there.
Looks like one of our GNCCs down here, believe it or not, man. That's crazy.
You know what? This is probably the only relieving sight for these guys, the sand. It's like, oh, finally I can just kind of sort of relax. We need AAA towing down there to get Matt Burris out of there. Matt Burris, 33.
Well, Burris obviously having his struggles out there as your leader, Owen, comes back into the picture there. It's amazing how suited to these types of conditions Owen seems to be right now, turning lap times in the 2:27 range. You know, we'd hoped by this time we would be getting closer to the 2-minute mark and back to those normal lap times, but the rain started falling again. Wow.
Yeah, he's from Illinois, so he's no stranger to riding some deep, mucky stuff up there in the Northeast, and he looks very good. And this kid's got a chip on his shoulder. He's a great kid. Not saying that literally, but you know what I mean? He's got something to prove. He wants to come out here with a title, maybe get some help, go turn pro. He's good, man. He was one of the players last year for Rockstar Suzuki and didn't quite have the year that he had hoped last year, so he's out here doing it on his own on this rain-soaked first moto in the 450A class, Rodney.
Here they come around for at least your leader anyway with the 3rd lap complete. He had a 7-second lead over the 2nd place position there at the end of lap number 2. The number 45, Hayden Melross, should be rolling near the finish line here pretty soon. He's rolling through now, 12.2 seconds back aboard the number 45. Tyler Enicknap, another 7 seconds back there at the end of lap 2. Things are really starting to sort out. This obviously, I don't think without needs to be explained so much, but a survival moto for a lot of these guys. I think some of them may be coming out and trying extremely hard in this first moto, and others realizing that a good, slow, steady pace is what could win necessarily the race. Maybe not win the race, but it could win the battle in the end after 3 motos of this have been complete.
Well, like you say, you can't win it in one moto, but you can sure enough lose it. So if you wind up on the ground in 30th after your first moto, that ain't going to get the job done. You go out there and get you a 3rd, 4th, 5th, you're in the mix.
That's it. You know, and I've seen riders well outside the top 3, 7th, 8th, 9th places sometime actually come back and win a championship in a class depending on what kind of things transpire. You know, the funny thing about these motos, you know, the first motos, it's hard enough because of gate choices and things like that, because that's the way, you know, a lot of times you can pick your start line and get a better start. And some of these guys that get maybe 30th or 40th gate pick out there, normally strong starters, normally strong riders have to work their way up through the pack and then add into the rain element. You know, this is really going to mix it up here later in the week.
Oh, it's the absolute ultimate equalizer. You got to have your equipment ready. You have to be ready. You got to hope you don't tangle with some other rider. There's all types of variables when you're riding in the mud, in the rain. The bike gives you an issue. You have goggle problems. You can't hold on to the motorcycle. Somebody crashes in front of you. It is nuts. So many things to worry about.
458 after 3. We're looking at Jace Owen out front, Hayden Melross in 2nd. Tyler Enicknap is 3rd. Luke Rensland now moving into the number 4 spot. He turned a 2:35 lap time. That was about 5 seconds faster than the 3rd place ride, about 7 seconds back.
if that continues to be consistent, we should see a good battle shaping up for third here pretty soon. Also, he's bringing with him in tow the 17 of Jesse Pierce, turning at 2:36 that time aboard the number 17 in fifth. 54 Andrew Bristol is running in the number 6 position. He is well turning in the 2:35 range. We've got 3 riders that are making a push right now, Kevin. 4th, 5th, and 6th place, and Ectic-Nap could be in trouble here pretty soon as this continues to unfold. Alias Wardius, the 43, is 7th. Franklin Nocriers is 8th. Jeremy Cook in 9th, and Colt Nichols now breaking into the top 10 aboard that number 59 machine after 3 laps complete.
Well, I don't think it can get any worse than it is out there. So those are the conditions. I mean, you just got to man up, suck it up, and ride this racetrack. If you want to win a title, you worked all year for, you put a lot of effort into your racing. You're going to get one of these, man. It's tough, and you're just going to have to hammer down. And this kid right here is making hay while the sun does not shine. Number 51, there he is. Mr. Jace Owen, number 51 on the Honda, popping back into view there where he's the cleanest guy out there, and you can tell he's kind of led this thing for a while. Very, very calculated when he gets around these lap riders. You don't want to get tangled up, and he sticks in right behind him, crosses across in the front of the racetrack.
He's got a 24.677 second lead over the second place ride, 45 of Hayden Melross. His fastest lap on lap 2 was a 2:27.989. He's dropped down to a 2:36, so you can see that the comfort zone is huge there for Chase Owen, and we also know that he is not pushing it. You can tell that he is really laid back here this last lap or so and is going to enjoy the rest of this 20-minute moto and this monumental lead that he's got right now of near 25 seconds. Tyler Ectic-Nap is closing up. He turned about a 8-second faster lap that last time around. He's only 2.7s back. So we've got some pretty good racing starting to shape up for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place positions as this continues to motor on. Andrew Bristol back about 6th place, 12 seconds off the pace. I think if we keep an eye on 2nd place, Kevin, we're going to see a race develop here.
Yeah, and I still expect Ectic-Nap to be a player. He's only 2 seconds back. Ectic-Nap can run the pace. I had the pleasure of watching him last week, and he was as close as you can get to Bisceglia as anyone else. He's a big, strong kid, so I expect him to kind of be able to muscle that bike around in the mud. There's another view of our leader, number 51. Again, it's Jace Owen. Yellow flags are out. Jace's like, what am I supposed to do? There's guys down everywhere. Just keep that flag out of the way. I know there's guys crashing. I'm not jumping anything. Don't worry about that.
Looking for the 45 in 2nd place right now is what I'm watching for out on the track. Again, we're about 25 seconds back, so your leader, man, is coming through the sweeper turn right now, I believe. Oh, there's the 2nd place ride, the 45, Hayden Melross.
2 doors back was Ectic-Nap, not the guy directly behind him. It's the guy just behind there. That's a KTM. And Ectic-Nap sits behind him just a couple of seconds. So that's our 2nd place rider with that lime green gear we're looking at, number 45. And Ectic-Nap should come into the picture right there.
Whoa, a little mistake there by Melross now. And those are not hard to find out here on this racetrack. Look at the conditions, just how quickly they have deteriorated as far as with the rain at the first part of this moto. But man, if you keep looking, you can still see there's a good base to this racetrack, so it's not going to take long for it to turn around once the rain showers do subside.
I'll tell you what, man, if you're pit boarding for Hayden Melrose, you better get on it because Tyler Ectic-Nap is less than 2 seconds. There's Melrose right there, and here's Ectic-Nap right here. Oh, and he almost crashed into the tower. Look out, Tony Morris. Whoa. Good Lord Almighty.
The 24 machine losing a little bit of time on that one. He went from 2 seconds, maybe a little closer than that. He drops back 4.3 seconds now, but they head down in front of the billboard. And don't count Ectic-Nap out just yet. Also, look at this. Luke Rensland now has moved into a 4th place position. He's now a half second behind the 24 Ectic-Nap. So we're seeing a race start to develop right there, it looks like.
And there they are right there. There's the 45, the lime green gear. Then you have Ectic-Nap, and then Rensland right there with him. Rensland on that Yamaha. He's out of New England, way up in the Maine, Massachusetts area. This is a beautiful day for them. It's just practice day for them in the mud. They love this stuff. So that's the best battle on the racetrack, how 3 guys have found themselves at the front of the field in this mud. From one guy from California, one from Ohio, one from way up in Antarctica, basically. He's so far up north. Good fun to watch here. Melrose, Ectic-Nap, and Rensland, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's the battle. Man, you're right. 4 seconds back and 0. That's just a half a second sits Rensland from Ectic-Nap. So look into your muddy rearview mirror there, and you're going to see Rensland. Let's try to find that battle, Rodney, if they can find it on TV. The number 34 Yamaha and 24 Honda.
Yeah, we'll pick back up with them. I think they're looking for them. They've got them right now. They see that they're we're looking at about 14 and a half minutes into this moto, so about 5.5 minutes left of racing to go for that guy right there, Jace Owen, your leader.
Look at that. It's a full pull for Jace Owen. He gets up and over that hill. Everybody else stuck in the mud.
36 seconds back now in second place is Hayden Melross, Tyler Echticknap, and Luke Rensland doing that battle for the number 2 position.
Jace looking good, and look at that. The smartest guy on the racetrack still has those goggles on, man. You got to run those goggles. You got the rain, the mud. Hey, whoever his goggle guy is, give yourself a big pat on the back, because this guy is deep into a moto, and he's still running your brand.
For sure.
Those things are hanging in tough. That is our leader, 51. That is Mr. Jace Owen, sponsored by Owen Motorsports. 7, Club MX, Monster Energy, FMF, MB1 Suspension, Scott. There you go. There's the goggles. MX Sports Nutrition, Dunlop. That's the tire, man. He's got good tires and good goggles. That probably matters more than anything out there on the racetrack.
Looking for the 45, the 24, and the 34, as again there's some 30-some seconds back as Jace Owen just made the crossover the finish line and is headed back across in front of the billboard area once again. And Melross, Echticknap, and Rensland still looking for that battle, see how it's tightening up. It should be coming into the...
There's Melrose.
Yep.
Now we're looking
He's coming up by the finish line now in the last turn.
That's the view there of our second place rider last time through is Melrose. Look at that. You can see the Yamaha rider. He is coming. I'm guessing that is Luke Rensland. There it is. Rensland now coming in to challenge the 34 Yamaha out of the New England area. Look out. Melrose goes down almost. The feet were flying as he went over the tunnel. Did Rensland make the pass? No, that's it. Melrose hangs on, and Rensland is on a mission, folks.
From around behind the billboard area they go now, and this battle is waging on around the mechanics area. Down he goes. And Rensland nearly going down as well, but he maintains and regains some momentum there. And Jesse Pierce just got a big break there as well, as we see him going around the 45 of Hayden Melrose.
Wow, you're right. Jesse Pierce definitely right there with Rensland. Melrose goes down, so it bumps up Rensland and Pierce into a podium spot here as we get close to the white flag coming out. So, man, it's all about that championship. That's where you win it or lose it.
Echticknap dropping back to the number 5 position, the 24 machine. And now I believe Hayden Melrose is back to the number 4 spot. So some big changes taking place there on that lap. And I don't think they're over yet. I honestly don't.
There's a look again at Melrose now. He has dropped to the number 3 spot. We're watching him on our camera here with that lime green gear, number 45. Opening up that shot, coming in behind him. Looks like Echticknap's still in the photo there. He's in the mix. This thing's going to go down to the wire riding in the mud. Can't tell who these guys are, Harley, but they're battling it out to the checker flag here. It's all about that title.
The variance in these lap times, Owen, your leader, at 2:36. Melrose actually dropped to a 2:56 that last time. Rensland ran a 2:52, but Jesse Pierce turned a 2:40 in amongst all that. He was one of the fast ones. Colt Nichols also a 2:44.9, just under the 2:45 mark. So he's making some gains here late in the moto. So I think we're going to see some even bigger changes
You're right,
by the time this checker flies.
2 laps to go. Nichols and Pierce are 2 of the guys we had flagged to look out for, but bad starts have plagued them. They've really had to earn those spots now inside the top 10. There's a look at our leader jumping up and over the tunnel jump, number 51, Jace Owen, heading over towards the billboard. There he goes in that nice yellow gear. Jace, you can go ahead and take that gear and just throw it in the trash. It's done. You got 1 moto in. That flagger almost getting taken out by Jace Owen.
So watching to see how this battle shaping up for second place with that 45 machine. Should be coming here toward the finish pretty soon. 55 seconds was the gap last time around. They're in the sweeper turn now, coming around the pond.
Some serious mud riders going on right there. There's Rensland on the 34 machine.
As Pierce, I think Pierce is moving up and battling for second right now. He's making that pass.
Oh, they bump and Pierce
battling through the final turn, and I think Rensland might have just got a big break right there.
And I'm impressed with Rensland, able to hang on to that big machine there in the mud, fighting with all the elements, and he's going to sneak around and I believe make that pass and solid in the number 2 spot. There it is. Rensland and Pierce in the number 3 spot.
Pierce is third. Melrose, let's see if he can make it around as a white flag flies on this one. It's been an 8-lap race. Echticknap back up into the number 4 spot. Melrose losing positions out there as we saw him stalled out in the final turn before the white flag. And still waiting to see if he's able to. Andrew Bristol checking in now in the number 5 spot as expected. We're looking for Colt Nichols next, the 59 machine, along with Hayden Melrose to get these things going. Melrose is rolling, got the back across the line in 6th. Nichols is in 7th. He's 2.7 seconds back now behind Melrose. Norcarias is running in the number 8 spot. Jeremy Cook is 9th, and Nathan Weingar, I believe, is going to check in the number 10 spot. But this is a big victory lap. Nearly a minute lead is what Jace Owen is looking at as they headed into the final lap of racing. And by all accounts, I would assume and expect that to be a little more than a minute whenever he rolls around to the checker flag here in a few moments. Ruts are getting deep. Track conditions are getting, like we said, probably about as bad as track conditions can actually get with the rain falling down, but the track crew has done a most honorable job in getting this track not only recovered from last night, but kind of prepped for what we're seeing right now. And that preparation all began a couple of weeks ago with the addition of a lot of sand in this soil, and it's going to pay off in huge dividends. Our leader coming around, be taking the checkers here in just a moment. Jace Owen, the number 51. And we'll have, like we said, at least a minute or so, Kevin Kelly, to wait for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place position battle that actually has separated out quite a bit itself over the course of the last lap and a half or so.
Great job, Jace Owen, man. This kid has had a long year after losing his ride with the Rockstar Suzuki team. He is now back on his own dime like we talked about. Now he wins a moto in the rain here, and he had to earn that one, Rodney. It was muddy, rough and tumble out there, and the rest of the gang, he's got a minute to just kind of collect his thoughts and get ready to talk to Wes Kane down on the podium as we wait for Luke Rensland and Jesse Pierce, Intignat, to come through. So there it is, Luke Rensland. Man, how about that? He earned a solid ride there. Luke Rensland charges back to the number 2 spot. He was way outside the top 10. Jesse Pierce, a fantastic ride as well. Finished up 3rd. Tyler Intignat comes through in the number 4 spot. And it's going to be Bristol in the number 5 spot. So it's Owen, Rensland, Pierce, Intignat, and Bristol. And we will toss it down to Wes Kane, who has got to have a pretty pumped Jace Owen on that moto win.
All right, guys, 450A, Moto 1 winner in the mud with a big smile on his face, and also Motorcycle Superstore whole shot recipient, Jace Owen. Now we got to slam the gold medal on you and bling you out a little bit. Add some bling to your mud. There you go. Yeah, let's hear it for Jace Owen. First and foremost, let's hear about that whole shot.
Let me tell you, I knew it was going to be in a start because we were early this morning, and you know, it's rained so much. It rained yesterday and last night, and I knew a lot of it was going to be the start because it was going to be pretty one line. And you know, I just really focused on the start, and I knew I could do it because you know, the whole Club MX training facilities helped me so much to get back to where I belong. And you know, I knew that if I got a good start, I could do it. And you know, I just went out there and did that.
So tell us about when you came up on some of the lappers and some of the different obstacles. Did that make you any kind of nervous and rattle you?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. You know, I was pretty good there for a while, and my Scott goggles were good, but I ended up running out of tear-offs, and I had to take the goggles off, and that's when I started getting roosted in the eyes. But I went by my mechanic, Rosie, and he put plus 110 on the pit board, so I knew I had it in the bag there if I just kept it on 2 wheels.
Who else would you like to thank for this moto win?
First off, I'd like to thank the man above. I'd like to thank the whole Club MX training facility for just, you know, pushing me and grinding me every day. Mike, Brandon, being able to ride with Nicoletti, Osborne, all them guys. Owen Motorsports, my dad, my mom, my whole family, my grandma, grandpa, all them coming out here. Seven, got the sickest gear out there. FMF, Dunlop tires for getting me to that awesome start. Impulse Graphics, bike's looking awesome. Monster Energy, can't thank them enough. Aaron, everyone over there. Excel, Pro Taper, Worst Connection, Alpine Star, just everyone. Thank you a lot.
Any words of wisdom to some of these younger guys that are out there to start riding this mud?
You know, just stand up as much as you can and just keep momentum. As soon as you lose momentum, you know, you get stuck in that deep stuff and it wants to swallow you up. So just keep on 2 wheels and just keep the gas on.
Well, there you have it. Congratulations, James Owens. Motorcycle, hold that up real high. Let him get the shot. Motorcycle Superstore, whole shot recipient, and he got a gold medal. He's got a Moto win under his belt in 450A. Yeah, Wygant, that's how you do it. All right, come on up here.
And now the rain continues to fall. We have our sight lap over with. Looks like the umbrella is the hot setup on the starting line, looking down over on Loretta Lynn's MX Live's broadcast, which appears to be starting here on RacerX TV. And it is going to be a nasty. It rained yesterday. We chewed this track up. It's been raining this morning, folks. The best in the business, the 450A class coming at you. So if anybody can handle this, the green one or the white one.
Well, the rain falls down as we welcome RacerTV.com race fans along here at Loretta Lynn MX Live on RacerTV.com. And this 830 Moto getting set to roll here this morning, the 450A class. And Kevin Kelly, like we said, a lot of big names in this one as the gates get ready to drop. They're down, and we're off and rolling here in this 830 Moto. Track was really starting to come around just prior to this Moto start, and you can see already it's going to be a challenge for everyone right from the get-go.
Look at that. Jace Owen, number 51. He's got a cool story. Jace lost his Rockstar Suzuki ride last year, doing it, if you will, on his own dime. And he's like, man, I want to do this. I want to race. And Jace Owen in the mud doing it.
Yeah, we always think it's kind of hilarious to say, wow, he's a privateer in the amateur ranks. That's unbelievable.
I know it sounds funny, but
that's where we're at nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jace, I believe that was the number 51 with the whole shot. Yeah, there it is. And he is, that is a red bike, but it is number 51. It says Jace Owen. Maybe he's just on a Honda now.
Jeremy, what do you need?
Want to go with that?
Yeah, no, and they're into the back section of the track Storyland. I'll tell you, for those that aren't here right now and are maybe just watching on the RacerTV.com live show, it is raining hard, and this track has taken on a lot of moisture in the last 12 hours. What is surprising is actually the riders are running the pace that they are. They're not full skied out, legs out. You see they're actually still jumping a little bit back there. That's pretty impressive. Whoop. And just as I say that, feet come off the pegs, and Owen nearly comes off the motorcycle.
Man, you got to stay top dead center over that bike. When your head dips over, the shoulders and everything else goes with it. The bike gets out from underneath you, man. It is tough. Look at him just
flat tracking it,
backing it into that left-hander there in front of the Red Bull Energy Station. And he's charging now. There's a rider in that number 2 spot. We'll get you all the names here in a minute. Who is coming? We expect to see Colt Nichols. We expect to see guys like Jace Owen, of course, there. Dakota Alex, one of the heavy hitters here in this one.
This is the A class. You know it's going to be big. Now, I think this year it seems like a lot of the riders gravitated toward the 250 divisions of both A and B, but that's not to say that these 450A riders can't go. It's the number 45 in the second place spot. That's Hayden Melrose out of where else? Cairo, Georgia. And he's trained at MTF. What a surprise.
Wow, imagine that. Dakota Alex there as well. He's in the number 3 spot. Guys, this could be the championship right here, because when things dry out, you may have some of the normal players shift up towards the front. So if you can sneak a Moto win there, you can get it. Oh,
that's Alex down and down hard. A huge endo in the double right before the finish. That is one of the big favorites out here. The 37 is down.
The bike in a precarious spot as riders launch over the top of Dakota Alex's wounded number 37 Red Bull KTM machine.
And now a couple other riders down in the corner leading to the finish. And now we're starting to see the conditions play a factor. We said that first lap they were in pretty good shape.
Watch these guys as
they're jumping over.
They jump over the bike. They just blip the gas, and when they seat at the last minute, they got to just loft the front end over Dakota Alex's machine. Dakota was holding his right arm when he went down, so let's send some best get well wishes out to Dakota.
Yeah, not a good sign. He's behind that tree right now and just trying to get himself back together and now maybe go back to the motorcycle. And that's it. That's why. Oh, there we go. In these conditions, this is why you have the 3-day, 3-moto format. You've got to be able to do it. The best all-around rider is going to be the one to take advantage and win the title. This mud is playing a huge X factor right now.
Well, taking a look at this 458 class, wrapping up that first lap, Jace Owen, Hayden Melrose, Tyler Etheknap, Jesse Pierce, and Elias Wardius are your top 5. Then the 34 of Luke Rensland, he is 6th. The 78 Franklin Nocoraz is 7th. Ben Nelko, the number 90, in 8th. Andrew Bristol, the 54, in 9th. And Jeremy Cook, the number 60, rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Colt Nichols, the number 59 machine, 11th. The 46, Dan Petrie, is 12th. Nick Fratzor, the 38, in 13th and 14th. Connor Elliott, the number 11. Dylan Walker, the 41, is 15th. Cody Chisholm, the 32, and 16th. Michael Hall, the 26, 17th. Joseph Dretska, 18th. Jaisik Sloan, the 63, in 19th, and Nathan Weingar rounding out your top 20 there after lap number 1, but still holding down the point there, the number 51 of Jace Owen.
Looks like our leader coming back around again, man. He's got the cleanest of the dirty motorcycles. Here he is, the number 51 of Jace Owen, and that's lap number 2 looking good for him. He looks like he's settled into a nice little pace here in the mud.
Just off the side of the track, they have Dakota Alex. Almost was going to try to get back on the motorcycle, and then it looks like they're telling him, no, sit down, hoping he's okay. The Orange Brigade KTM people have attended to the bike, and now they're attending to the rider. Hayden Melrose still in the number 2 spot. He is 7 seconds behind Owen. So we mentioned that mud could really mix things up for the main players. It obviously has already claimed Alex. Tyler Enicknap comes through in 3rd. And we're waiting for the rest of the crew outside of the top 3 to complete the 2nd lap.
So this is a race, if you're a fan, you have to pay attention, and us as announcers, this thing could change in a heartbeat. Look at that lap time, 2:27. Guess who posted that same lap time just a few laps or races ago? McSwain.
The Mud Master, McSwain.
So off to the 10 Commandments we go with our leader, number 51, working his way meticulously down the straightaway, which normally is a nice smooth area for riders to relax. No longer. He'll make a right, kind of size up the best of the worst lines to get through these 10 Commandments. And Jace, really careful through that whooped out section. There he is. He'll double out. He's got the green gear. There's a rider stuck off into the grass, Jason Wygant. Look at that. How do you wind up out there? That's crazy. The number 33 machine. And that is Matt Burris out of Evergreen, Colorado. We're going to have to get a tow truck to get Matt out of there.
Looks like one of our GNCCs down here, believe it or not, man. That's crazy.
You know what? This is probably the only relieving sight for these guys, the sand. It's like, oh, finally I can just kind of sort of relax. We need AAA towing down there to get Matt Burris out of there. Matt Burris, 33.
Well, Burris obviously having his struggles out there as your leader, Owen, comes back into the picture there. It's amazing how suited to these types of conditions Owen seems to be right now, turning lap times in the 2:27 range. You know, we'd hoped by this time we would be getting closer to the 2-minute mark and back to those normal lap times, but the rain started falling again. Wow.
Yeah, he's from Illinois, so he's no stranger to riding some deep, mucky stuff up there in the Northeast, and he looks very good. And this kid's got a chip on his shoulder. He's a great kid. I'm not saying that literally, but you know what I mean? He's got something to prove. He wants to come out here with a title, maybe get some help, go turn pro. He's good, man. He was one of the players last year for Rockstar Suzuki and didn't quite have the year that he had hoped last year, so he's out here doing it on his own on this rain-soaked first moto in the 450A class, Rodney.
Here they come around for at least your leader anyway with the 3rd lap complete. He had a 7-second lead over the 2nd place position there at the end of lap number 2. Number 45, Hayden Melross, should be rolling near the finish line here pretty soon. He's rolling through now, 12.2 seconds back aboard the number 45. Tyler Echnicknap, another 7 seconds back there at the end of lap 2. Things are really starting to sort out. This obviously
I don't think without needs to be explained so much, but a survival moto for a lot of these guys. I think some of them may be coming out and trying extremely hard in this first moto, and others realizing that a good, slow, steady pace is what could win necessarily the race. Maybe not win the race, but it could win the battle in the end after 3 motos of this have been complete.
Well, like you say, you can't win it in one moto, but you can sure enough lose it. So if you wind up on the ground in 30th after your first moto, that ain't going to get the job done. You go out there and get you a 3rd, 4th, 5th, you're in the mix.
That's it. You know, and I've seen riders well outside the top 3, 7th, 8th, 9th places sometime actually come back and win a championship in a class depending on what kind of things transpire. You know, the funny thing about these motos, you know, the first motos, it's hard enough because of gate choices and things like that, because that's the way, you know, a lot of times you can pick your start line and get a better start. And some of these guys that get maybe 30th or 40th gate pick out there, normally strong starters, normally strong riders have to work their way up through the pack and then add into the rain element. You know, this is really going to mix it up here later in the week.
Oh, it's the absolute ultimate equalizer. You got to have your equipment ready. You have to be ready. You got to hope you don't tangle with some other rider. There's all types of variables when you're riding in the mud, in the rain. The bike gives you an issue. You have goggle problems. You can't hold on to the motorcycle. Somebody crashes in front of you. It is nuts. So many things to worry about.
4:58 after 3. We're looking at Jace Owen out front, Hayden Melross in second. Tyler Echtignap is third. Luke Rensland now moving into the number 4 spot. He turned a 2:35 lap time. That was about 5 seconds faster than the 3rd place ride, about 7 seconds back. If that continues to be consistent, we should see a good battle shaping up for 3rd here pretty soon. Also, he's bringing with him in tow the 17 of Jesse Pierce, turning at 2:36 that time aboard the number 17 in 5th. 54 Andrew Bristol is running in the number 6 position. He is well turning in the 2:35 range. We've got 3 riders that are making a push right now, Kevin. 4th, 5th, and 6th place, and Echtignap could be in trouble here pretty soon as this continues to unfold. Alias Wardius, the 43, is 7th. Franklin Nocriers is 8th. Jeremy Cook in 9th, and Colt Nichols now breaking into the top 10 aboard that number 59 machine after 3 laps complete.
Well, I don't think it can get any worse than it is out there. So those are the conditions. I mean, you just got to man up, suck it up, and ride this racetrack. If you want to win a title, you worked all year for, you put a lot of effort into your racing, you're going to get one of these, man. It's tough, and you're just going to have to hammer down. And this kid right here is making hay while the sun does not shine. Number 51, there he is. Mr. Jace Owen, number 51 on the Honda, popping back into view there, where he's the cleanest guy out there, and you can tell he's kind of led this thing for a while. Very, very calculated when he gets around these lap riders. You don't want to get tangled up, and he sticks in right behind him, crosses across in the front of the racetrack.
He's got a 24.677 second lead over the second place ride, 45 of Hayden Melross. His fastest lap on lap 2 was a 2:27.989. He's dropped down to a 2:36, so you can see that the comfort zone is huge there for Chase Owen. And we also know that he is not pushing it. You can tell that he is really laid back here this last lap or so, and is going to enjoy the rest of this 20-minute moto and this monumental lead that he's got right now of near 25 seconds. Tyler Echtignap is closing up. He turned about a 8-second faster lap that last time around. He's only 2.7s back. So we've got some pretty good racing starting to shape up for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place positions as this continues to motor on. Andrew Bristol back about 6th place, 12 seconds off the pace. I think if we keep an eye on 2nd place, Kevin, we're going to see a race develop here.
Yeah, and I still expect Echtignap to be a player. He's only 2 seconds back. Echtignap can run the pace. I had the pleasure of watching him last week, and he was as close as you can get to Bisceglie as anyone else. He's a big, strong kid, so I expect him to kind of be able to muscle that bike around in the mud. There's another view of our leader, number 51. Again, it's Jace Owen. Yellow flags are out. Jace's like, what am I supposed to do? There's guys down everywhere. Just keep that flag out of the way. I know there's guys crashing. I'm not jumping anything. Don't worry about that.
Looking for the 45 in 2nd place right now is what I'm watching for out on the track. Again, we're about 25 seconds back, so your leader, man, is coming through the sweeper turn right now, I believe. Oh, there's the 2nd place ride, the 45, Hayden Melross.
2 doors back was Echtignap, not the guy directly behind him. It's the guy just behind there. That's a KTM. And Echtignap sits behind him just a couple of seconds. So that's our 2nd place rider with that lime green gear we're looking at, number 45. And Echtignap should come into the picture right there.
Oh, little mistake there by Melross now. And those are not hard to find out here on this racetrack. Look at the conditions, just how quickly they have deteriorated as far as with the rain at the first part of this moto. But man, if you keep looking, you can still see there's a good base to this racetrack. So it's not going to take long for it to turn around once the rain showers do subside.
I'll tell you what, man, if you're pit boarding for Hayden Melrose, you better get on it, because Tyler Enticknap is less than 2 seconds. There's Melrose right there, and here's Enticknap right here. Oh, and he almost crashed into the tower. Look out, Tony Morris. Whoa. Good Lord Almighty.
The 24 machine losing a little bit of time on that one. He went from 2 seconds, maybe a little closer than that. He drops back 4.3 seconds now, but they head down in front of the billboard. And don't count Enticknap out just yet. Also, look at this. Luke Rinsland now has moved into a 4th place position. He's now a half second behind the 24 Enticknap. So we're seeing the race start to develop right there, it looks like.
And there they are right there. There's the 45, the lime green gear. Then you have Enticknap, and then Rinsland right there with him. Rinsland on that Yamaha. He's out of New England, way up in the Maine, Massachusetts area. This is a beautiful day for them. It's just practice day for them in the mud. They love this stuff. So that's the best battle on the racetrack, how 3 guys have found themselves at the front of the field in this mud. From one guy from California, one from Ohio, one from way up in Antarctica, basically. He's so far up north. Good fun to watch here. Melrose, Enticknap, and Rinsland, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's the battle, man. You're right. 4 seconds back and 0. That's just a half a second sits Rinsland from Enticknap. So look in your muddy rear view mirror there, and you're going to see Rinsland. Let's try to find that battle, Rodney, if they can find it on TV. The number 34 Yamaha and 24 Honda.
Yeah, we'll pick back up with them. I think they're looking for them. They've got them right now. They see that they're we're looking at about 14 and a half minutes into this moto, so about 5.5 minutes left of racing to go for that guy right there, Jace Owen, your leader.
Look at that. It's a full pull for Jace Owen. He gets up and over that hill. Everybody else stuck in the mud.
36 seconds back now in 2nd place is Hayden Melrose, Tyler Enticknap, and Luke Rinsland doing that battle for the number 2 position.
Jace looking good, and look at that. The smartest guy on the racetrack still has those goggles on, man. You got to run those goggles. You got the rain, the mud. Hey, whoever his goggle guy is, give yourself a big pat on the back, because this guy is deep into a moto, and he's still running your brand.
For sure.
Those things are hanging in tough. That is our leader, 51. That is Mr. Jace Owen, sponsored by Owen Motorsports. 7, Club MX, Monster Energy, FMF, MB1 Suspension, Scott. There you go. There's the goggles. MX Sports Nutrition, Dunlop. That's the tire, man. He's got good tires and good goggles. That probably matters more than anything out there on the racetrack.
Looking for the 45, the 24, and the 34, as again there's some 30-some seconds back, as Jace Owen just made the cross over the finish line and is headed back across in front of the billboard area once again. And Melrose, Enticknap, and Rinsland still looking for that battle, see how it's tightening up. It should be coming into the
there's Melrose.
Yep.
Now we're looking
He's coming up by the finish line now in the last turn.
That's the view there of our 2nd place rider last time through is Melrose. Look at that. You can see the Yamaha rider. He is coming. I'm guessing that is Luke Rinsland. There it is. Rinsland now coming in to challenge the 34 Yamaha out of the New England area. Look out. Melrose goes down almost. The feet were flying as he went over the tunnel. Did Rinsland make the pass? No, that's it. Melrose hangs on, and Rinsland is on a mission, folks.
From around behind the billboard area they go now, and this battle is waging on around the mechanics area. Down he goes. And Rinsland nearly going down as well, but he maintains and regains some momentum there. And Jesse Pierce just got a big break there as well, as we see him going around the 45 of Hayden Melrose.
Wow, you're right. Jesse Pierce definitely right there with Rinsland. Melrose goes down, so it bumps up Rinsland and Pierce into a podium spot here as we get close to the white flag coming out. So, man, it's all about that championship. That's where you win it or lose it.
Enticknap dropping back to the number 5 position, the 24 machine. And now I believe Hayden Melrose is back to the number 4 spot. So some big changes taking place there on that lap. And I don't think they're over yet. I honestly don't.
There's a look again at Melrose now. He has dropped to the number 3 spot. We're watching him on our camera here with that lime green gear, number 45. Opening up that shot, coming in behind him. Looks like Enticknap's still in the photo there. He's in the mix. This thing's going to go down to the wire, Rodney. In the mud. Can't tell who these guys are, Harley, but they're battling it out to the checker flag here. It's all about that title.
the variance in these lap times. Owen, your leader, at 2:36. Melrose actually dropped to a 2:56 that last time. Rensland ran a 2:52, but Jesse Pierce turned a 2:40 in amongst all that. He was one of the fast ones. Colt Nichols also a 2:44.9, just under the 2:45 mark. So he's making some gains here late in the moto. So I think we're going to see some even bigger changes
You're right,
by the time this checker flies.
2 laps to go. Nichols and Pierce are 2 of the guys we had flagged to look out for, but bad starts have plagued them. They've really had to earn those spots now inside the top 10. There's a look at our leader jumping up and over the tunnel jump, number 51, Jace Owen, heading over towards the billboard. There he goes in that nice yellow gear. Jace, you can go ahead and take that gear and just throw it in the trash. It's done. You got 1 moto in. That flagger almost getting taken out by Jace Owen.
So watching to see how this battle's shaping up for second place with that 45 machine. Should be coming here toward the finish pretty soon. 55 seconds was the gap last time around. They're in the sweeper turn now, coming around the pond.
Some serious mud riders going on right there. There's Rensland on the 34 machine.
As Pierce, I think Pierce is moving up and battling for second right now. He's making that pass.
Oh, they bumped, and Pierce
battling through the final turn, and I think Rensland might have just got a big break right there.
And I'm impressed with Rensland, able to hang on to that big machine there in the mud, fighting with all the elements, and he's going to sneak around and I believe make that pass and solid in the number 2 spot. There it is. Rensland and Pierce in the number 3 spot.
Pierce is third. Melrose, let's see if he can make it around as a white flag flies on this one. It'll be an 8-lap race. Ethignat back up into the number 4 spot. Melrose losing positions out there as we saw him stalled out in the final turn before the white flag. And still waiting to see if he's able to. Andrew Bristol checking in now in the number 5 spot as expected. We're looking for Colt Nichols next, the 59 machine, along with Hayden Melrose to get these things going. Melrose is rolling, got the back across the line in 6th. Nichols is in 7th. He's 2.7 seconds back now behind Melrose. Norcarias is running in the number 8 spot. Jeremy Cook is 9th, and Nathan Weingar, I believe, is going to check in the number 10 spot. But this is a big victory lap. Nearly a minute lead is what Jace Owen is looking at as they headed into the final lap of racing. And by all accounts, I would assume and expect that to be a little more than a minute whenever he rolls around to the checker flag here in a few moments. Ruts are getting deep. Track conditions are getting, like we said, probably about as bad as track conditions can actually get with the rain falling down, but the track crew has done a most honorable job.
And welcome back here live to the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships presented by AMSOIL. It's raining, not racing here. It's pretty bad. It's not raining super gnarly right now, but it sure was about an hour ago.
Yeah, an hour ago we had to just shut it down. We got 3 motos in and they decided to put the brakes on it. They had to cut some actual brakes into the racetrack to get this rain off of the racetrack. It's coming off the hillside, so yeah, they got a lot of work to do. We're in a holding pattern right now. We got 3 motos in though. We saw some good moto riders.
Yeah, it rained yesterday, and then it rained again last night. It wasn't raining this morning, but the track was obviously still sloppy from all the damage that it had already taken on. And mud riders definitely came to the forefront in the 450B class. Tyler McSwain was pulling 30 seconds per lap on most of the other riders in the class.
Yeah, first lap he was 9 seconds out. The next time around he pulled 28 seconds in 1 lap. The kid knows how to ride in the mud. Jerry Robin, everybody's fan favorite, riding that 85 CR250, riding it later on in the week. Don't want to put that thing in the mud just yet.
Yeah. Crushed
it in his moto. And then Jace Owen, another Northeast kid out of Illinois, does it on his 51 machine, that 458 class. So we're talking about still in motos, Jason. If you can do it in the rain and just sneak in there and get your moto win, that sets you up good for the week.
So the real key is going to be what will the conditions be like when we go racing again. First, they have to wait for the rain to finally stop, and we hear that could potentially be a while. Then they'll start shaping the track up. There will be some racing today. It's just the question of when, and guaranteed there's still going to be some mud out there. So this is really why the 3-day format is so notorious. You're going to have to perform well in at least 1 moto if you want to win a championship this year.
Yeah, it was cool to start the week off. Now we got rain. It's supposed to spike in temperature. So you got mud, you're going to have heat. It's going to be cool. It's going to be nice. You're going to get a little bit of everything. And yes, this track's going to change. It's going to be soupy, and it's going to get really wet and heavy where it sticks to your bike and it's just miserable to be in. So get ready for it. We're 24 hours away, assuming we got no more rain, to having a normal racetrack.
Yeah, it was the worst case scenario because the first race of the day ran and it didn't rain, so the riders went out there, they ripped it up essentially by riding it, they made the ruts deep, everything, all the work they had done as far as sealing the track in had been undone, and then it dumped.
Yeah,
so it's worst case scenario.
Yeah, at this point, there's no sealing this racetrack in. It's been wet yesterday, we plowed it, we smoothed it up, it rained again, we stopped. We went after it again. We worked on it again last night. We came back this morning, raced on it. They're getting tractors out there now. It's wet, 3 feet deep now. You've got a water table to concern yourself with. We've got the creeks that they're concerned with jumping out of their banks because the pits sit on that creek right now. So a lot of issues to tend to, and the MX Sports crew, they can handle it. Mark Peters back here on the loader right here with us. We'll get this track as good as you can get it. We got promoters from across the country that can turn this thing around, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and there is actually quite a bit of drainage built into the track. They certainly have their experience dealing with these conditions down here. Everyone starts bringing up, I believe it was 1995 when they only ran a 2-moto format. This place has been through, I think so, this place has been through a lot through the years, and it's gotten a lot better as far as the drainage and where the track sections are in relation to each other. They're actually designed now to have standing water in just a few spots, and then they can push that water off. But it has to stop raining before they can do that. As you mentioned, the tractors are out there right now just trying to dig trenches.
Yeah, you just want the water to get off. It has to have a place to go. It can't sit on the racetrack, so that's what Mark is doing right now. There's culverts, there's pipes that have been put in place. The track is actually raised up in certain areas so that it sits higher than everything else. So they know what they're doing. They'll turn this thing around. It's just going to take time at this point. Speaking of time, there's lots of things you can do out in the pits. There's still things to do for all the riders and getting autographs and that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the experience here. It's both on the track and off. For example, Ryan Villapoto and Blake Baggett came in today. They're signing autographs with both Thor and Kawasaki, so some entertainment there for the fans. Last night we had dodgeball once the racing was complete.
Yeah, the Thor Kawasaki dodgeball went on just in front of us at the AMSOIL Arena. All the industry teams put together. A lot of smack talking. I'd never been a part of it. And Jason, man, we had a good time. We had a pretty solid little team. We had 2 girls on our team. And of course, Johnny Ohana and Wes Kane along with you and me, man. It was a formidable little team we had.
It was, but I believe once we had Ohana and Wes Kane together, suddenly thunder, lightning, rain, monsoon.
Magnetic poles shifted. It was weird having 2 men, the same DNA pattern.
Yeah, so that wasn't supposed to happen. We apologize. That's probably why the weather is so bad. There'll be more great activities tonight. You really got to experience this race firsthand to see what it's all about. Even in the rain, I think people are in their motorhomes hanging out and having a good time anyway.
Yeah, and yesterday we did something we've never done here before. We had 5 hours of streaming video, live produced video, and I was talking to some friends of mine on Facebook last night. David McKittrick from England, he goes, I can't believe I just saw Barry Karsten race. Like these guys, they just names you've heard from across the pond, and they're very interested in what we were doing here. I think you had 40,000 people that actually watched that broadcast yesterday.
You can go watch that now. And you can go to the archive and watch that on racertv.com if you want to see yesterday's racing when the track was in a little bit better condition. As for now, we're in a holding pattern. They are beginning to work on the track. We don't know how long it will be before we actually drop the gate on some motos, though.
And Jason, let's talk a little bit about yesterday now that we have your attention. For those of you that aren't really educated in amateur motocross, well, let's welcome you to Jordan Smith. Jordan Smith is already signed and sealed. He's at the first rung of the AMSOIL Factory Connection ride. You get that ride, you jump in the B class, and magically you're 5 seconds a lap faster. Jordan Smith was a player on the 85, but
he was
now
solid
in the B class. He is the lights-out standout of the entire class.
And that's the way that team has done it. We're talking about the same program that first brought along Trey Kennard, and they moved on Justin Bogle, Justin Barsha, Eli Tomac, Blake Wharton, and they're star graduates right now. You had Zach Bell last year, and Matt Bishaley is in the A class of that. One step behind him is Jordan Smith. Now, Bishaley has been good. He won Open Pro Sport yesterday in the A class. He'll be racing professional at Unadilla in a little over a week. But the domination that Jordan Smith has shown in the B class, it's going to be hard to keep him here all the way through Loretta's next year because even as a B rider, he's probably about as fast as any of the A pilots right now.
And I think he'll follow that same model. There's no need to rush. The lifespan of a motocross rider is not what it was in the 80s when you had to get in there at 16 and you're done at 24.
Right.
Guys are racing to 30, no problem.
Right.
So he's got plenty of time to mature as a racer and as a man out here on the racetrack. He's not been beat that I've seen straight up in a year. I mean, those are incredible numbers. And Matt Bishaley, his last week here at the ranch before he goes pro, the next Pro National.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him too because he's the one with the spotlight as far as he's racing pro and in a week, and we know what those riders usually do coming in. It's almost tempting, I think, sometimes for these riders to take their eyes off the prize here. They already have their deal signed. Whether they win or lose at Loretta's isn't necessarily going to affect the ride they have when they turn professional. So he's got to keep his eyes on this and handle his business here. He's done it so far. The other cool story, only one rider yesterday won 2 motos. Tim Ferry in his first race back here.
And how long?
1992. He said it was the first time he raced since 1992 here at the ranch. What did he do in the meantime? What was he doing?
I don't know. Was he racing dirt bikes?
I don't know. He must have got a regular job or something.
He's back, and he's having a great time. And I talked to him after his moto, as you did, on the podium, and he said, dude, I do not remember this track being this rough. It was absolutely gnarly. He was tired, and that thing was just chewed up. And I said, well, think about it. At a Pro National, you have, 6 or so races, 8 races in a day.
Yep.
At that point that Tim had raced, we'd had 41 motorcycles on this racetrack since 7:30 in the morning. Continuous. We never stopped running races, and that track was awful. I mean, in a good way for a motocross track.
Yeah, it was definitely a separator, but they brought in a lot of sand this year, which made it even rougher, and I think helped it hang in there a little bit longer with the rain.
Sure.
But eventually, even the sand gets muddy. In fact, we're supposed to have what is considered a beach behind us, and the water has just risen beyond where all the beach sand is.
Yeah, it's they've gotten a ton of rain again, expecting more rain. And I want to slow things down and talk about the 50cc class and the 65cc class. Remember this name, Jet Reynolds with 2 T's. Jet Reynolds is one of those kids that comes along. We saw Adam Sansarillo, we saw Rick Carmichael. I don't want to necessarily throw that moniker on him, but he's doing everything they have done, and at the same pace. He has not lost, and he's doing something pretty unique here. He's on a 50 and a 65, and he's won both races on both those machines.
Yeah, and in those younger age groups especially, the difference between 1 year or 2 in age is big. For example, the classes will be 4 to 6 and then 7 and 8. If you're a 7-year-old and you can beat the 8-year-olds, that's a massive difference. So if you're young enough to still fit on and race a 50, but still fast enough to beat the 65 kids who are generally older and bigger, that's saying something about your talent, and that's what Jet Reynolds is working on. In his 65cc moto yesterday, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's been untouchable all year. On the 50, he's lights out. 65, I was kind of scared. He just moved up this year, and no problem. He has had no problem getting used to it. I mean, you got the clutch, you got suspension, you got all kind of things in play there. He segued right into the 65 with absolute ease.
Right, so Jet Reynolds, I wonder what nickname we could potentially come up with for someone with a name like that.
Oh man, the sky is the limit, right?
Yeah. Send in your suggestions. Maybe he can become a guy hanging with Mr. Cooper Spud Webb in the nickname genre.
Good luck with that. This is where a lot of kids get their nicknames. We've helped out a lot of kids. You tried to stick Adam simply eating a pack of Rolos for Adam Sansarillo. Didn't quite stick the butt patch. You'd have to have a big butt like Steve Mathis to make that work.
I know. I'm almost hoping he does more squats in the gym just so we can get a little more butt patch space. Hey, we got more tractors out on the track. That means more potential of actually going racing. We'll see if we can get some motos in before this live feed is over. Don't forget, you can watch yesterday's archive right here at racertv.com. Over 50,000 people gave it a gander yesterday, and hopefully we'll give you more racing today. That's pretty much all we've got to talk about so far. 3 motos in the books. We're hoping to get a few more in, and probably by the time you watch these shows on, say, Friday, you'll say, what happened to all the mud?
Yeah, they'll be gone. These guys, like I said, promoters from across the country. You've got Sam Gammons, proprietor of Muddy Creek Motocross, home of the new Pro National. He's out here in a water truck, brings his equipment up here, helps out.
Literally working on a Muddy Creek right now.
Yeah,
it literally is Muddy Creek
right now.
Yeah.
So check back with us, and this track will look totally different here in another 24 hours or so.
All right, stay tuned with us. We'll keep coming back with updates.